Foreword of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by PYLE. Foreword. In a book which was written by me aforetime, and which was set forth in print, I therein told much of the history of King Arthur, of how he manifested his royalty in the achievement of that wonderful magic sword which he drew forth out of the anvil, of how he established his royalty, of how he found a splendid sword-lecept Excalibur in a miraculous wonderful manner, of how he won the most beautiful lady in the world for his queen, and of how he established the famous Round Table of noble worthy knights, the like of whose prowess the world hath never seen, and will not be likely ever to behold again. Also I told in that book the adventures of certain worthy knights, and likewise how the magician Merlin was betrayed to his undoing by a sorceress hight Vivian. Now, if you took any joy in reading that book, I have great hope that that which follows may be every whit as pleasing to you. For I shall hereinafter have to do with the adventures of certain other worthies with whom you may have already become acquainted through my book and otherwise, and likewise of the adventures of certain other worthies of whom you have not yet been told by me. More especially, I believe, you will find entertainment in what I shall have to tell you of the adventures of that great knight who was altogether the most noble of spirit, and the most beautiful and the bravest of heart of any knight who ever lived, excepting only his own Galahad, who was the crowning glory of his house and of his name and of the reign of King Arthur. However, if Sir Launcelot of the Lake failed now and then in his behaviour, who is there in the world shall say, I never fell into error? And if he more than once offended, who is there shall have hardihood to say, I never committed offence? Yea, that which maketh Launcelot so singularly dear to all the world is that he was not different from other men, but like other men, both in his virtues and his shortcomings, only that he was more strong and more brave and more untiring than those of us who are his brethren, both in our endeavours and in our failures. End of Foreword. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Prologue of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by PYLE. Prologue. It hath already been set forth in print in a volume written by me concerning the adventures of King Arthur when he first became king, how there were certain lesser kings who favoured him and were friendly allies with him, and how there were certain others of the same sort who were his enemies. Among those who were his friends was King Ban of Benwick, who was an exceedingly noble lord of high estate and great honour, and who was of a lineage so exalted that it is not likely that there was any one in the world who was of a higher strain. Now, upon a certain time, King Ban of Benwick fell into great trouble, for there came against him a very powerful enemy, to wit, King Claudas of Scotland. King Claudas brought unto Benwick a huge army of knights and lords, and these sat down before the castle of Tribble with intent to take that strong fortress and destroy it. This noble castle of Tribble was the chiefest and the strongest place of defence in all King Ban's dominions, wherefore he had entrenched himself there with all his knights and with his queen, hight Helen, and his youngest son, hight Launcelot. Now this child, Launcelot, was dearer to Queen Helen than all the world besides, for he was not only large of limb, but so extraordinarily beautiful of face, that I do not believe an angel from paradise could have been more beautiful than he. He had been born with a singular birthmark upon his shoulder, which birthmark had the appearance as of a golden star enstamped upon the skin. Wherefore, because of this, the Queen would say, Launcelot, by reason of that star upon thy shoulder, I believe that thou shalt be the star of our house, and that thou shalt shine with such remarkable glory that all the world shall behold thy lustre, and shall marvel thereat for all time to come. So the Queen took extraordinary delight in Launcelot, and loved him to the very core of her heart, albeit she knew not, at the time she spake, how that prophecy of hers concerning the star was to fall so perfectly true. Now, though King Ban thought himself very well defended at his castle of Tribble, yet King Claudas brought so terribly big an army against that place that it covered the entire plain. A great many battles were fought under the walls of the castle, but even King Claudas waxed greater and stronger, and King Ban's party grew weaker and more fearful. So by and by things came to such a pass that King Ban bethought him of King Arthur, and he said to himself, I will go to my lord the king and beseech help and aid from him, for he will certainly give it me. Nor will I trust any messenger in this affair other than myself, for I myself will go to King Arthur and will speak to him with my own lips. Having thus bethought him, he sent for Queen Helen to come into his privy closet, and he said to her, My dear love, nothing remaineth for me but to go unto the court of King Arthur and beseech him to lend his powerful aid in this extremity of our misfortunes. Nor will I trust any messenger in this affair but myself. Now, this castle is no place for thee when I am away. Therefore, when I go upon this business, I will take thee and Launcelot with me, and I will leave you both in safety at King Arthur's court with our other son, Sir Ector, until this war be ended and done. And to these Queen Helen lent her assent. So King Ban summoned to him the seneschal of the castle, who was named Sir Malydor le Brun, and said to him, Messire, I go hence to-night by a secret pass, with intent to betake me unto King Arthur, and to beseech his aid in this extremity. Moreover, I shall take with me my lady and the young child Launcelot, to place them within the care of King Arthur during these dolorous wars. But besides these I will take no other one with me but only my favourite esquire, Foreward. Now I charge thee, sir, to hold this castle in my behalf with all thy might and main, and yield it not to our enemies upon any extremity. For I believe I shall in a little while return with sufficient aid from King Arthur to compass the relief of this place. So when night had fallen very dark and still, King Ban and Queen Helen and the young child Launcelot and the esquire Foreward left the town privily by means of a postern gate. Thence they went by a secret path, known only to a very few, that led down a steep declivity of rocks, with walls of rock upon either side that were very high indeed, and so they came out in safety beyond the army of Claudas, and into the forest of the valley below. And the forest lay very still and solemn and dark in the silence of the night time. Having thus come out in safety into the forest, that small party journeyed on with all celerity that they were able to achieve until, some little time before dawn, they came to where was a lake of water in an open meadow of the forest. Here they rested for a little while, for Queen Helen had fallen very weary with the rough and hasty journey which they had travelled. Now whilst they sat there resting, Foreward spake of a sudden, saying unto King Ban, Lord, what is that light that maketh the sky so bright yonder ways? The King Ban looked a little, and presently said, Methinks it must be the dawn that is breaking. Lord, quoth Foreward, that cannot very well be, for that light in the sky lieth in the south, whence we have come, and not in the east, where the sun shall arise. Then King Ban's heart misgave him, and his soul was shaken with a great trouble. Foreward, he said, I believe that you speak sooth, and that light bodes very ill for us all. Then he said, "Stay here for a little, and I will go and discover what that light may be." Therewith he mounted his horse and rode away in the darkness. Now there was a very high hill near by where they were, and upon the top of the hill was an open platform of rock whence a man could see a great way off in every direction. So King Ban went to this place, and when he had come there, he cast his eyes in the direction of the light, and he straightway beheld with a manner of terror that the light came from Tribble, and then, with that terror still growing greater at his heart, he beheld that the town and the castle were all in one great flame of fire. When King Ban saw this, he sat for a while upon his horse like one turned into a stone. Then after a while he cried out in a great voice, "Woe, woe, woe is me!" And then he cried out still in a very loud voice, "Certes, God hath deserted me entirely." Therewith a great passion of grief took hold upon him and shook him like to a leaf. And immediately after that he felt that something brake within him with a very sharp and bitter pain, and he wist that it was his heart that had broken. So being all alone there upon the hilltop, and in the perfect stillness of the night, he cried out, "My heart! My heart!" And therewith, the shadows of death coming upon him, he could not sit any longer upon his horse, but fell down upon the ground. And he knew very well that death was nigh him. So, having no cross to pray upon, he took 2 blades of grass and twisted them into that holy sign, and he kissed it and prayed unto it that God would forgive him his sins. So he died all alone upon that hilltop. Meanwhile, Queen Helen and Foliot sat together waiting for him to return, and presently they heard the sound of his horse's hoofs coming down that rocky path. Then Queen Helen said, "Foliot, methinks my lord cometh." So in a little came the horse with the empty saddle. When Foliot beheld that, he said, "Lady, here meseems is great trouble come to us, for methinks something hath befallen my lord, and that he is in sore travail, for here is his horse without him." Then it seemed to Queen Helen as though the spirit of life suddenly went away from her, for she foresaw what had befallen. So she arose like one in a dream, and, speaking very quietly, she said, "Foliot, take me whither my lord went a while since." To this Foliot said, "Lady, wait until the morning, which is near at hand, for it is too dark for you to go thitherward at this present." Whereunto the Lady Helen replied, "Foliot, I cannot wait, for if I stay here and wait I believe I shall go mad." Upon this Foliot did not try to persuade her any more, but made ready to take her whither she would go. Now the young child Launcelot was then asleep upon the Queen's knees, wherefore she took her cloak and wrapped the child in it and laid him very gently upon the ground, so that he did not wake. Then she mounted upon her palfrey, and Foliot led the palfrey up the hill whither King Ban had gone a short time since. When they came to that place of open rocks above told of, they found King Ban lying very quiet and still upon the ground, and with a countenance of great peace. For I believe of a surety that God had forgiven him all his sins, and he would now suffer no more because of the cares and the troubles of this life. Thus Queen Helen found him, and finding him she made no moan or outcry of any kind, only she looked for a long while into his dead face, which she could see very plainly now, because that the dawn had already broken. And by she said, "Dear lord, thou art at this time in a happier case than I." And by she said to Foliot, "Go and bring his horse to this place, that we may bear him hence." "Lady," said Foliot, "it is not good for you to be left here alone." "Foliot," said the Queen, "thou dost not know how much alone I am. Thy leaving me here cannot make me more alone." Therewith she fell to weeping with great passion. Then Foliot wept also in great measure, and, still weeping like rain, he went away and left her. When he came again with King Ban's horse, the sun had risen, and all the birds were singing with great jubilation, and everything was so blithe and gay that no one could have believed that care and trouble could dwell in a world that was so beautiful. So Queen Helen and Foliot lifted the dead king to his horse, and then the queen said, "Come thou, Foliot, at thy own gate, and I will go ahead and seek my child, for I have yet Launcelot to be my joy. Happily he will be needing me at this moment." So the queen made haste down the steep hill ahead of Foliot, and by she came to the margin of that little lake where they had rested a while since. By now the sun had risen very strong and warm, so that all the lake, and the meadows circumadjacent, and the forest that stood around about that meadow, were illumined with the glory of his effulgence. Now as Queen Helen entered that meadow she beheld that a very wonderful lady was there, and this lady bare the child Launcelot in her arms. And the lady sang to Launcelot, and the young child looked up into her face and laughed, and set his hand against her cheek. All this Queen Helen beheld, and she likewise beheld that the lady was of a very extraordinary appearance, being clad altogether in green that glistened and shone with a wonderful brightness. And she beheld that around the neck of the lady was a necklace of gold, inset with opal stones and emeralds, and she perceived that the lady's face was like ivory, very white and clear, and that her eyes, which were very bright, shone like jewels set into ivory. And she saw that the lady was very wonderfully beautiful, so that the beholder, looking upon her, felt a manner of fear, for that lady was fay. And that lady was the Lady of the Lake, spoken aforetime in the book of King Arthur, wherein it is told how she aided King Arthur to obtain that wonderful famous sword yclept Excalibur, and how she aided Sir Pelleas, the gentle knight, in the time of his extremity, and took him into the lake with her. Also divers other things concerning her are told of therein. Then the queen came near to where the lady was, and she said to her, "Lady, I pray you give me my child again." Upon this the Lady of the Lake smiled very strangely and said, "Thou shalt have thy child again, lady, but not now. After a little thou shalt have him again." Then Queen Helen cried out with great agony of passion, "Lady, would you take my child from me? Give him to me again, for he is all I have left in the world. Lo, I have lost house and lands and husband, and all the other joys that life has me to give. Wherefore I beseech you take not my child from me." To this the Lady of the Lake said, "Thou must endure thy sorrow a while longer, for it is so ordained that I must take thy child, for I take him only that I may give him to thee again, reared in such a wise that he shall make the glory of thy house to be the glory of the world, for he shall become the greatest knight in the world, and from his loins shall spring a greater still than he, so that the glory of the house of King Ban shall be spoken of as long as mankind shall last." But Queen Helen cried out all the more in a great despair, "What care I for all this? I care only that I shall have my little child again. Give him to me." Therewith she would have laid hold of the garment of the Lady of the Lake in supplication, but the Lady of the Lake drew herself away from Queen Helen's hand and said, "Touch me not, for I am not mortal, but fay." And thereupon she and Launcelot vanished from before Queen Helen's eyes as the breath vanishes from the face of a mirror. For when you breathe upon a mirror, the breath will obscure that which lieth behind, but presently the breath will disappear and vanish, and then you shall behold all things entirely clear and bright to the sight again. So the Lady of the Lake vanished away, and everything behind her where she had stood was clear and bright, and she was gone. Then Queen Helen fell down in a swoon, and lay beside the lake of the meadow like one that is dead, And when Foliot came he found her so, and wist not what to do for her. There was his lord who was dead, and his lady who was so like to death that he knew not whether she was dead or no. So he knew not what to do, but sat down and made great lamentations for a long while. What time he sat thus there came that way 3 nuns who dwelt in an abbey of nuns, which was not a great distance away from that place. These made great pity over that sorrowful sight, and they took away from there the dead king and the woeful queen, and the king they buried in holy ground, and the queen they let live with them, and she was thereafter known as the Sister of Sorrows. Now Launcelot dwelt for nigh 17 years with the Lady Nymue of the lake in that wonderful, beautiful valley covered over with the appearance of such a magical lake as hath been aforetime described in the book of King Arthur. And that land of the lake was of this sort that shall here be described. Unto anyone who could enter into the magic water of that lake, and there were very few of those who were mortal who were allowed to come to those meadows of fairy that were there concealed beneath those enchanted waters, he would behold before him a wide and radiant field of extraordinary beauty, and he would behold that the field was covered all over with such a multitude of exquisite and beautiful flowers that the heart of the beholder would be elated with pure joy to find himself in the midst of that waving sea of multitudinous and fragrant blossoms. And he would behold many fair and shady groves of trees that here and there grew up from that valley, each glade overshadowing a fountain of water as clear as crystal. And he would perhaps behold, at such pleasant places beneath the shade of those trees, some party of the fair and gentle folk of that country, and he would see them playing in sport, or he would hear them chanting to the music of shining, golden harps. And he would behold in the midst of that beautiful plain a wonderful castle, with towers and roofs uplifted high into the sky, and all shining in the peculiar radiance of that land, like to castles and battlements of pure gold. Such was the land unto which Launcelot was brought, and from what I have told you, you may see what a wonderful, beautiful place it was. And the mystery of that place entered into the soul of Launcelot, so that thereafter, when he came out thence, he was never like other folk, but always appeared to be in a manner remote and distant from other of his fellow mortals with whom he dwelt. For though he smiled a great deal, it was not often that he laughed, and if he did laugh, it was never in scorn, but always in loving kindness. It was here in this land that Sir Pellias had now dwelt for several years, with great peace and content. For it hath been told in the book of King Arthur how, when he was upon the edge of death, the Lady Nymue of the lake brought him back to life again, and how, after that time, he was half fay and half mortal. And the reason why Launcelot was brought to that place was that Sir Pellias might teach him and train him in all the arts of chivalry. For no one in all the world was more skilful in arms than Sir Pellias, and no one could so well teach Launcelot the duties of chivalry as he. So Sir Pellias taught Launcelot all that was best of knighthood, both as to conduct of manner, and as to the worthiness and skill at arms. Wherefore it was that when Launcelot was completely taught, there was no knight in all the world who was his peer in strength of arms or in courtesy of behaviour, until his own son, Sir Galahad, appeared in the courts of chivalry, as shall by and by be told of. So when Launcelot came forth into the world again, he became the greatest knight in all the history of chivalry, wherefore that prophecy of his mother was fulfilled as to his being like to a bright star of exceeding lustre. Accordingly, I have herein told you with great particularity all these circumstances of his early history, so that you may know exactly how it was that he was taken away into the lake, and why it was that he was afterward known as Sir Launcelot, surnamed of the Lake. As to how he came into the world to achieve that greatness unto which he had been preordained, and as to how King Arthur made him knight, and as to many very excellent adventures that befell him, you shall immediately read in what followeth. End of Prologue, Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Chapter 1 of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michael Piotrosz. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle, Chapter 1. How Sir Launcelot came forth from the enchanted castle of the lake and entered into the world again, and how King Arthur made him knight. Of the springtime of long ago. I know not any time of the year that is more full of joyfulness than the early summer season, for that time the sun is wonderfully lusty and strong, yet not so very hot. That time the trees and shrubs are very full of life and very abundant of shade, and yet not grown dry with the heats and droughts of later days. That time the grass is young and lush and green, so that when you walk athwart the meadowlands it is as though you walked through a fair billowy lake of magical verdure, sprinkled over with a great multitude of little flowers. That time the roses are everywhere abloom, both the white rose and the red, and the eglantine is abundant. That time the nests are brimful of well-fledged nestlings, and the little hearts of the small parent fowls are so exalted with gladness that they sing with all their mights and mains, so that the early daytime is filled full of sweet jargon and the jubilant medley of their voices. Yea, that is a goodly season of the year, for though, haply, the spirit may not be so hilarious as in the young and golden springtime, yet doth the soul take to itself so great a content in the fullness of the beauty of the world that the heart is elated, and a great and abundant joy that it is not apt to feel at another season. King Arthur and two knights ride a-hunting. Now it chanced upon the day before St. John's Day, in the fullness of a summer-time such as this, that King Arthur looked forth from the chamber very early in the morning, and beheld how exceedingly fair and very lusty was the world out of doors, all in the freshness of the young daylight. For the sun had not yet risen, though he was about to rise, and the sky was like to pure gold for brightness. All the grass and leaves and flowers were drenched with sweet and fragrant dew, and the birds were singing so vehemently that the heart of any man could not but rejoice in the fullness of life that lay all around about him. There were two knights with King Arthur in that time. One was Sir Ewain, the son of Morgana le Fay, and he was King Arthur's nephew, and the other was Sir Ector de Maris, the son of King Ban of Benwick and of Queen Helen. This latter, a very noble youthful knight, and the youngest of all the knights of the Round Table who were at that time elected. These stood by King Arthur and looked forth out of the window with him, and they also took joy with him in the sweetness of the summer season. Unto them, after a while, King Arthur spake, saying, Messires, meseems this is too fair a day to stay within doors, for certes it is a shame that I, who am a king, should be prisoner within mine own castle, whilst any ploughman may be free of the wold and the green woods and the bright sun and the blue sky and the wind that blows over hill and dale. Now I too would fain go forth out of doors and enjoy these things. Wherefore I ordain that we shall go a-hunting this day, and that ye and I shall start before any others of the lords and the ladies that dwell herein are awake. So let us take our horses and our hounds, and let us take certain foresters and huntsmen, and let us go forth a-hunting into the green forest. For this day shall be holiday for me and for you, and we shall leave care behind us. And for a while we shall disport ourselves in pleasant places. So they all did as King Arthur bade. They made them each man ready with his own hands, and they bade the huntsmen and the foresters to attend thereupon as the king had ordained. Then they rode forth from the castle and out into the wide world that lay beyond, and it was yet so early in the morning that none of the castle folk were astir to know of their departure. All that day they hunted in the forest with much joy and with great sport, nor did they turn their faces toward home again until the day was so far spent that the sun had sunk behind the tops of the tall leafy trees. Then at that time King Arthur gave command that they should bend their ways toward Camelot once more. King Arthur and his companions find a strange damsel and a dwarf. Now this time, being the eve of St. John, fairies and those folk who are fey come forth, as is very well known, into the world from which they dwell apart at times. So when King Arthur and those 2 knights and their several foresters and huntsmen came to a certain outlying part of the forest, they were suddenly aware of a damsel and a dwarf waiting there where the road upon which they were traveling crossed another road, and they perceived from her very remarkable appearance that the damsel was very likely fey, for both she and her dwarf sat each upon a milk-white horse, very strangely still, close to where was a shrine by a hedge of hawthorn, and the damsel was so wonderfully fair of face that it was a marvel to behold her. Moreover, she was clad all in white samite from top to toe, and her garments were embroidered with silver, and the trappings and garniture of her horse were of white samite studded with bright silver bosses, wherefore because of this silver she glistened with a sudden lustre whensoever she moved a little. When King Arthur and the 2 knights who were with him drew nigh this damsel, much marvelling at her appearance, she hailed them in a voice that was both high and clear, crying, "Welcome, King Arthur! Welcome, King Arthur! Welcome, King Arthur!" saying 3 words 3 times, and "Welcome, Sir Ewan! Welcome, Sir Ector de Maris," addressing each of those lords by his name. "Damsel," quoth King Arthur, "it is very singular that you should know who we are, and that we should not know you. Now will you not tell us your name, and whence you come, and whither you go? For a surety I believe you are fey." "Lord," said the damsel, "it matters not who I am, saving that I am of the court of a wonderful lady who is your very good friend. She hath sent me here to meet you and to beseech you to come with me whither I shall lead you, and I shall lead you unto her." "Damsel," said King Arthur, "I shall be right glad to go with you as you desire me to do. So, if you will lead me to your lady, I and my knights will gladly follow you thitherway to pay our court to her." King Arthur and his knights follow the damsel. Upon this, the damsel waved her hand, and drawing her bridle rein, she led the way, accompanied by the dwarf, and King Arthur and the 2 knights followed her, and all their party of foresters and huntsmen and hounds and beagles followed them. By this time the sun had set, and the moon had risen very fair and round, and as yellow as gold, making a great light above the silent tree-tops. Everything now was embalmed in the twilight, and all the world was enshrouded in the mystery of the midsummer eve. Yet though the sun had gone, the light was wonderfully bright, wherefore all that the eye could see stood sharp-cut and very clear to the vision. So the damsel and the dwarf led the way for somewhat of a distance, though not so very far, until they came of a sudden to where was an open meadow in the forest, hedged all around with the trees of the woodland. And here the king and his knights were aware of a great bustle of many people, some working very busily in setting up several pavilions of white samite, and others preparing a table as for a feast, and others upon this business, and others upon that, and there were various sumpter mules and pack-horses and palfreys all about, as though belonging to a party of considerable estate. Then King Arthur and those who were with him beheld that, at some distance away upon the other side of the meadow, there were 3 people sitting under a crab-apple tree upon a couch especially prepared for them, and they were aware that these people were the chief of all that company. King Arthur and his companions are brought to speak with strange folk. The first party of the three was a knight of very haughty and noble appearance, clad all in armor as white as silver, and his jupon was white embroidered with silver, and the scabbard of the sword and the sword belt were white, and his shield hung in the crab tree above him, and that, too, was all white as of silver. This knight still wore his helmet, so that his countenance was not to be seen. The second party of the three was a lady clad all in white raiment. Her face was covered by her wimple, so that her countenance also was not to be seen very clearly, but her garments were of wonderful sort, being of white sarcenet embroidered over with silver in the pattern of lily flowers. Also she wore around her breast and throat a chain of shining silver, studded with bright and sparkling gems of divers sorts. The third party of the three was a youth of 18 years, so beautiful of face that it seemed to King Arthur that he had never beheld so noble a being. For his countenance was white and shining, and his hair was as soft as silk, and as black as it was possible to be, and curled down upon his shoulders. And his eyes were large and bright and extraordinarily black, and his eyebrows arched so smoothly that if they had been painted they could not have been marked upon his forehead more evenly than they were, and his lips, which pouted a little, though not very much, were as red as coral, and his upper lip was shaded with a soft down of black. Moreover, this youth was clad altogether in white cloth of satin, with no ornaments whatsoever, saving only a fine chain of shining silver, set with opal stones and emeralds that hung about his neck. Then, when King Arthur approached near enough, he perceived by certain signs that the lady was the chiefest of those three, wherefore he paid his court to her especially, saying to her, "Lady, it seems that I have been brought hitherward unto you, and that you were aware of my name and estate when you sent for me. Now I should be exceedingly glad if you would enlighten me in the same manner as to yourself."
"Sir," she said, "that I shall be glad to do, for if I have known you aforetime, you have also seen me aforetime, and have known me as your friend."
Therewith the lady lowered the wimple from her face, and King Arthur perceived that it was the Lady of the Lake. King Arthur findeth Sir Pelleas again. Upon this he kneeled down upon one knee, and took her hand, and set it to his lips. "Lady," quoth he, "I have indeed cause to know you very well, for you have, as you affirm, been a friend to me and to my friends upon many several occasions." Then King Arthur turned to that knight who was with that Lady of the Lake, and he said unto him, "Messire, if I mistake not, I should know you also, and I doubt not if you will lift the umbril of your helmet, we shall all three know your face." Upon this, the knight, without more ado, lifted his umbril as King Arthur had desired him to do, and the three beheld that it was Sir Pelleas, the gentle knight. Now it hath already been fully told about Sir Pelleas in the book of King Arthur, and those of you who read of him therein will remember no doubt how sorely he was wounded in a combat with Sir Gawain, who was his best friend, and of how the Lady of the Lake took him to dwell with her in that wonderful city that was hidden by the appearance as of an enchanted lake, and of how it was Sir Gawain who last beheld him upon that occasion. But if Sir Gawain was the dearest friend that Sir Pelleas had at that time, then Sir Ewain was only less dear to him. Therefore, when Sir Ewain beheld that the strange knight was Sir Pelleas, he wist not what to think for pure wonder, for no mortal eyes had ever beheld Sir Pelleas since he had gone into the lake with the Lady of the Lake that time, as foretold, and it was not thought that anyone would ever see him again. So when Sir Ewain beheld that the knight was Sir Pelleas, he emitted a great cry of joy, and ran to him, and catched him in his arms, and Sir Pelleas forbade him not, For though at most times those who are of fairy do not suffer themselves to be touched by mortal hands, yet upon the eve of St. John's Day fairies and mortals may commune as though they were of the same flesh and blood. Wherefore Sir Pelleas did not forbid Sir Ewain, and they embraced, as one time brethren in arms should embrace. And each kissed the other upon the face, and each made great joy the one over the other. Yea, so great was their joy that all those who stood about were moved with pure happiness at beholding them. Then Sir Pelleas came to King Arthur, and kneeled down before him, and kissed his hand, as is the bounden duty of every knight unto his lord. "Ha, Messire," quoth King Arthur, "methought when I beheld this lady that you would not be very far distant from her." Then he said unto the Lady of the Lake, "Lady, I prithee tell me, who is this fair youth who is with you? For methinks I never beheld before so noble and so beautiful a countenance as his. Maybe you will make us acquainted with him also."
"Lord," said the Lady Nymue, "who he is, and of what quality shall, I hope, be made more manifest in due time. Just now I would not wish that he should be known even unto you. But touching him, I may say that it was for his sake that I sent my damsel to meet you at the crossroads a while ago. But of that more anon. For see, the feast is now spread which we have prepared for your entertainment. So let us first eat and drink and make merry together, and then we shall speak further of this matter."
The Lady of the Lake prepareth a feast for King Arthur. So they all six went and sat down to the table that had been spread for them in the open meadowland. For the night was very pleasant and warm, and a wonderful full moon shone down upon them with a marvelous lustre, and there was a pleasant air, soft and warm, from the forest, and, what with the scores of bright waxen tapers that stood in silver candlesticks upon the table, each taper sparkling as bright as any star, the night was made all illuminate like to some singular midday. There was set before them a plenty of divers savory meats, and of several excellent wines, some as yellow as gold, and some as red as carbuncle. And they ate, and they drank, and they made merry in the soft moonlight with talk and laughter. Somewhiles they told Sir Pelleas and the lady of all that was toward at court at Camelot. Otherwhiles Sir Pelleas and the lady told them such marvelous things concerning the land in which they two dwelt that it would be hard to believe that the courts of heaven could be fairer than the courts of fairyland whence they came. Then, after the feast was ended, the Lady of the Lake said to King Arthur, "Sir, and I have won your favor in any way, there is a certain thing I would ask of you." To which King Arthur made reply, "Ask it, lady, and it shall be granted thee, no matter what it may be."
"Sir," said the Lady of the Lake, "this is what I would ask of you. I would ask you to look upon this youth who sits beside me. He is so dear to me that I cannot very well make you know how dear he is. I have brought him hither from our dwelling-place for one certain reason, to wit, that you should make him knight. That is the great favor I would ask of you. To this intent I have brought armor and all the appurtenances of knighthood, for he is of such noble lineage that no armor in the world would be too good for him."
"Lady," quoth King Arthur, "I will do what you ask with much pleasure and gladness, but touching that armor of which you speak, it is my custom to provide anyone whom I make a knight with armor of mine own choosing." To this the Lady of the Lake smiled very kindly, saying, "Lord, I pray you, let be in this case, for I dare say that the armor which hath been provided for this youth shall be so altogether worthy of your nobility and of his future credit that you will be entirely contented with it." And with that King Arthur was altogether satisfied. Of the armor, etc., of Sir Launcelot. And, touching that armor, the ancient history that speaketh of these matters saith that it was of such a sort as this that followeth, and that it was brought from that enchanted court of the lake in this wise, to wit, in the front came 2 youths, leading 2 white mules, and the mules bore 2 chests, studded with silver bosses. In one chest was the hauberk of that armor, and in the other were the iron boots. These were bright like to silver, and were inlaid with cunningly devised figures, all of pure gold. Next to them came 2 esquires clad in white robes, and mounted upon white horses, bearing the one a silver shield, and the other a shining helmet as of silver, it likewise being very wonderfully inlaid with figures of pure gold. After these came 2 esquires, the one bearing a sword in a white sheath embossed with studs of silver, the belt whereof was of silver with facets of gold, and the other leading a white charger, whose coat was as soft and as shining as silk, and all the gear and furniture of this horse was of silver and of white samite embellished with silver. So from this you can see how nobly that young acolyte was provided with all that beseemed his future greatness. For, as you may have guessed, this youth was Launcelot, King Ban's son of Benwick, who shortly became the greatest knight in the world. Launcelot guards his armor at night. Now there was in that part of the forest border a small abbey of monks, and in the chapel of that abbey Launcelot watched his armor for that night, and Sir Ewain was with him for all that time. Meantime, King Arthur and Sir Ector de Maris slept each in a silken pavilion provided for them by the Lady of the Lake. In the morning, Sir Ewain took Launcelot to the bath and bathed him, for such was the custom of those who were being prepared for knighthood. Now, whilst Sir Ewain was bathing the youth, he beheld that on his shoulder was a mark in the likeness of a golden star, and he marveled very much thereat, but he made no mention of it at that time, but held his peace concerning what he saw, only he marveled very greatly thereat. King Arthur creates Sir Launcelot a knight royal. Then, after Sir Ewain had bathed Launcelot, he clothed him in raiment fitted for that ceremony unto which he was ordained, and when the youth was so clothed, Sir Ewain brought him to King Arthur, and King Arthur knighted Launcelot with great ceremony, and buckled the belt around him with his own hands. After he had done this, Sir Ewain and Sir Ector de Maris set the golden spurs to his heels, and Sir Ector wist not that he was performing such office for his own brother. So Sir Launcelot was made knight with great estate and ceremony, whereof I have told you all unto every particular. For it is fitting that all things should be told concerning that most great and famous knight. After King Arthur had so dubbed Sir Launcelot knight, it was time that those 2 parties should part company, to wit, the party of the Lady of the Lake and the party of King Arthur. But when they were about to leave one another, the Lady of the Lake took Sir Launcelot aside, and she spake to him after this manner. The Lady of the Lake gives Sir Launcelot good advice.
Launcelot, forget not that you are a king's son, and that your lineage is as noble as that of anyone upon earth, for so I have often told you aforetime. Wherefore, see to it that your worthiness shall be as great as your beauty, and that your courtesy and gentleness shall be as great as your prowess. Today you shall go unto Camelot with King Arthur, to make yourself known unto that famous court of chivalry. But do not tarry there, but ere the night cometh, depart and go forth into the world to prove your knighthood as worthily as God shall give you grace to do. For I would not have you declare yourself to the world until you have proved your worthiness by your deeds. Wherefore, do not yourself proclaim your name, but wait until the world proclaimeth it. For it is better for the world to proclaim the worthiness of a man than that the man should proclaim his own worthiness. So hold yourself ready to undertake any adventure whatsoever that God sendeth to you to do, but never let any other man complete a task unto which you yourself have set your hand.
Then, after the Lady of the Lake had so advised Sir Launcelot, she kissed him upon the face, and therewith gave him a ring, curiously wrought and set with wonderful purple stone, which ring had such power that it would dissolve every enchantment. Then she said, "Launcelot, wear this ring, and never let it be from off your finger." And Launcelot said, "I will do so." So Sir Launcelot set the ring upon his finger, and it was so that it never left his finger whilst he drew the breath of life. Then King Arthur and Sir Ewain and Sir Ector de Maris and the young Sir Launcelot laid their ways toward Camelot, and as they journeyed so together, Sir Ewain communicated privily to Sir Ector de Maris how that the youth had a mark as of a golden star upon the skin of his shoulder, and upon this news Sir Ector fell silent. For Sir Ector knew that that sign was upon his own brother's shoulder, and he did not know how it could be upon the shoulder of any other man. Wherefore he wist not what to think that it should be upon the shoulder of this youth. But he said naught of those thoughts to Sir Ewain, but held his peace. Sir Launcelot cometh to Camelot. So they reached Camelot, whilst it was still quite early in the morning, and all they who were there made great joy at the coming of so wonderfully fair and noble a young knight as Sir Launcelot appeared to be. Wherefore there was great sound of rejoicing at his coming. Then after a while King Arthur said, "Let us go and see if, haply, this youth's name is marked upon any of the seats of the Round Table, for I think it should be." So all they of the court went to that pavilion afore described, where the Round Table was established, and they looked, and lo, upon the seat that King Pellinore had one time occupied was this name, the Knight of the Lake. So the name stood at first, nor did it change until the name of Sir Launcelot of the Lake became so famous in all the world. Then it became changed to this, Sir Launcelot of the Lake. Sir Launcelot becometh Knight of the Round Table. So Sir Launcelot remained at Camelot for that entire day, and was made acquainted with a great many of the lords and ladies and knights and dames of King Arthur's court. And all that while he was like one that walked in a dream, for he had never before beheld anything of the world of mankind since he had been carried away into the lake, wherefore he wist not very well whether what he saw was real, or whether he beheld it in a vision of enchantment. For it was all very new and wonderful to him, and he took great delight in it, because that he was a man, and because this world was the world of mankind. Wherefore, though that castle of the lake was so beautiful, yet he felt his heart go forth to this other and less beautiful land, as it did not go forth to that, because he was human, and this was human. Nevertheless, though that was so joyful a day for him, yet Sir Launcelot did not forget what the Lady of the Lake had said concerning the time he was to abide there. Wherefore, when it drew toward evening, he besought leave of King Arthur to depart from that place in search of adventures, and King Arthur gave him leave to do as he desired. So Sir Launcelot prepared to depart, and whilst he was in his chamber making ready, there came in unto him Sir Ector de Maris, and Sir Ector said unto him, "Sir, I prithee, tell me, is it true that you bear upon your right shoulder a mark like unto a golden star?" And Sir Launcelot made reply, "Yea, that is true." Then Sir Ector said, "I beseech you to tell me if your name is Launcelot." And Sir Launcelot said, "Yea, that is my name." Of the brotherhood of Sir Ector and Sir Launcelot. Upon this, Sir Ector broke out into great weeping, and he catched Sir Launcelot in his arms, and he cried out, "Launcelot, thou art mine own brother, for thy father was my father, and my mother was thy mother, for we are both sons unto King Ban of Benwick, and Queen Helen was our mother." Therewith he kissed Sir Launcelot with great passion upon the face, and Sir Launcelot, upon his part, kissed Sir Ector with a great passion of joy that he had found a brother in this strange world into which he had so newly come. But Sir Launcelot charged Sir Ector that he should say nothing of this to any man, and Sir Ector pledged his knightly word to that effect, nor did he ever tell anyone who Sir Launcelot was until Sir Launcelot had performed such deeds that all the world spake his name. For when Sir Launcelot went out into the world in that wise, he undertook several very weighty achievements, and brought them all to a successful issue, so that his name very quickly became known in every court of chivalry. Of sundry adventures of Sir Launcelot. First, he removed an enchantment that overhung a castle, hight Dolorous Guard, and he freed that castle and liberated all the sad, sorry captives that lay therein. And this castle he held for his own, and changed the name from Dolorous Guard to Joyous Guard, and the castle became very famous afterward as his best-loved possession. For this was the first of all his possessions that he won by the prowess of his arms, and he loved it best of all, and considered it always his home. After that, Sir Launcelot, at the bidding of Queen Guinevere, took the part of the Lady of Nohan against the King of Northumberland, and he overcame the King of Northumberland, and made him subject unto King Arthur. Then he overcame Sir Galahaut, King of the Marches, and sent him captive to the court of King Arthur, and afterward Sir Galahaut and Sir Launcelot became great friends for aye. So, in a little while all the world spoke of Sir Launcelot, for it was said of him, and truly, that he had never been overcome by any other knight, whether upon horseback or upon foot, and that he always succeeded in every adventure which he undertook, whether that adventure were great or whether it were small. So it was as the Lady of the Lake desired it to be, for Sir Launcelot's name became famous, not because he was his father's son, but because of the deeds which he performed upon his own account. So Sir Launcelot performed all these famous adventures, and after that he returned again to the court of King Arthur, crowned with the glory of his successful knighthood, and there he was received with joy and acclaim, and was duly installed in that seat of the Round Table that was his. And in the court he was held in the greatest honor and esteem of all the knights who were there. For King Arthur spake many times concerning him to this effect, that he knew not any honor or glory that would belong to a knight greater than having such a knight for to serve him as was Sir Launcelot of the Lake. For a knight like Sir Launcelot came hardly ever into the world, and when he did come, his glory must needs illuminate with its effulgence the entire reign of that king whose servant he was. So it was that Sir Launcelot was greatly honored by everybody at the court of King Arthur, and he thereafter abided at that court for the most part of his life. Of Sir Launcelot and Queen Guinevere. And now I must needs make mention of that friendship that existed betwixt Sir Launcelot and Queen Guinevere, for after he thus returned to the court of the king, they two became such friends that no two people could be greater friends than they were. Now, I am aware that there have been many scandalous things said concerning that friendship, but I do not choose to believe any such evil sayings. For there are always those who love to think and say evil things of others. Yet though it is not to be denied that Sir Launcelot never had for his lady any other dame than the Lady Guinevere, still no one hath ever said with truth that she regarded Sir Launcelot otherwise than as her very dear friend. For Sir Launcelot always avouched with his knightly word unto the last day of his life that the Lady Guinevere was noble and worthy in all ways, wherefore I choose to believe his knightly word, and to hold that what he said was true. For did not he become an hermit, and did not she become a nun in their latter days? And were they not both broken of heart when King Arthur departed from this life in so singular a manner as he did? Wherefore I choose to believe good of such noble souls as they, and not evil of them. How Sir Launcelot dwelt at Camelot. Yet though Sir Launcelot thus abided at the court of the king, he ever loved the open world and a life of adventure above all things else. for he had lived so long in the lake that these things of the sturdy life of out of doors never lost their charm for him. So, though he found for a while great joy in being at the court of the king, for there were many jousts held in his honor, and whithersoever he rode forth, men would say to one another, "Yonder goeth that great knight Sir Launcelot, who is the greatest knight in the world." Yet he longed ever to be abroad in the wide world again. So one day he besought King Arthur for leave to depart thence, and to go forth for a while in search of adventures. And King Arthur gave him leave to do as he desired. So now shall be told of several excellent adventures that Sir Launcelot undertook, and which he carried through with entire success, and to the great glory and renown of the Round Table, of which he was the foremost knight. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michael Piotrosz. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. Chapter 2. How Sir Launcelot and Sir Lionel rode forth errant together, and how Sir Lionel met Sir Turquine to his great dole. Also, how Sir Ector grieved for the departure of his brother Launcelot, and so, following him, fell into a very sorry adventure. Now, after King Arthur had thus given Sir Launcelot leave to go errant, and whilst Sir Launcelot was making himself ready to depart, there came to him Sir Lionel, who was his cousin germain, and Sir Lionel besought leave to go with him as his knight companion, and Sir Launcelot gave him that leave. So when King Arthur confirmed Sir Launcelot's permission, Sir Lionel also made himself ready very joyfully, and early in the morning of the next day they two took their leave of the court, and rode away together, the day being very fair and gracious, and all the air full of the joy of that season which was in the flower of the springtime. So, about noontide, they came to a certain place where a great apple tree stood by a hedge, and by that time they had grown an hungered. So they tied their horses near by in a cool and shady place, and straightway sat them down under the apple tree in the soft tall grass, which was yet fresh with the coolness of the morning. Sir Launcelot sleepeth beneath an apple tree. Then, when they had ended their meal, Sir Launcelot said, "Brother, I have a great lust to sleep for a little space, for I find myself so drowsy that mine eyelids are like scales of lead." Unto which Sir Lionel made reply, "Very well. Sleep thou for a while, and I will keep watch, and after that thou shalt watch, and I will sleep for a little space." So Sir Launcelot put his helmet beneath his head, and turned upon his side, and in a little had fallen into a sleep which had neither dream nor thought of any kind, but which was deep and pure like a clear well of water in the forest. And whilst he slept thus, Sir Lionel kept watch, walking up and down in the shade of a hedge near by. Sir Lionel perceives how one knight pursues 3 knights. Where they were was upon the side of a hill, and beneath them was a little valley, and a road ran through the valley, very white and shining in the sunlight, like a silken ribbon, and the road lay between growing fields of corn and pasture land. Now as Sir Lionel walked beside the hedge, he beheld 3 knights come riding into that valley and along that road with very great speed, and in several clouds of dust, and behind them came a 4th knight, who was very huge of frame, and who was clad altogether in black armor. Moreover, this knight rode upon a black horse, and his shield was black, and his spear was black, and the furniture of his horse was black, so that everything appertaining to that knight was as black as any raven. And Sir Lionel beheld that the sable knight smote the fleeing knight a great buffet with his sword, so that that knight fell headlong from his horse and rolled over 2 or 3 times upon the ground, and then lay as though he were dead. Then the Black Knight catched the second of the three, and served him as he had served his fellow. Then the third of the three, finding that there was no escape for him, turned as if to defend himself, but the Black Knight drave at him, and smote him so terrible a blow, that I believe had a thunderbolt smitten him, he would not have fallen from his horse more suddenly than he did. For though the combat was full 3 furlongs away, yet Sir Lionel heard the sound of that blow as clearly as though it had been close by. Then, after the Black Knight had thus struck down those 3 knights, he went to each in turn, and tied his hands behind his back. Then, lifting each man with extraordinary ease, he laid him across the saddle of that horse from which he had fallen, as though he were a sack of grain. And all this Sir Lionel beheld with very great wonder, marvelling much at the strength and prowess of the Black Knight. "Ha!" quoth he to himself, "I will go and inquire into this business, for it may haply be that yonder Black Knight shall not find it so easy to deal with a knight of the Round Table as with those other 3 knights." So with this, Sir Lionel loosed his horse very quietly, and went his way so softly that Sir Launcelot was not awakened. And after he had gone some way, he mounted his steed, and rode off at a fast gallop down into that valley. Sir Lionel addresses the Sable Knight. When Sir Lionel had come to that place where the knight was, he found that he had just bound the last of the 3 knights upon the saddle of his horse as aforetold. So Sir Lionel spoke to the Sable Knight in this wise: "Sir, I pray you tell me your name and degree, and why you treat those knights in so shameful a fashion as I behold you to do." "Messire," said the Black Knight very fiercely, "this matter concerns you not at all. Yet I may tell you that those knights whom I have overthrown are knights of King Arthur's court, and so I serve all such as come into this place. So will I serve you too, if you be a knight of King Arthur's." "Well," said Sir Lionel, "that is a very ungracious thing for you to say, and as for that, I too am a knight of King Arthur's court, and I do not believe that you will serve me as you have served those 3. Instead of that, I have great hope that I shall serve you in such a fashion that I shall be able to set these knights free from your hands." The Sable Knight overcomes Sir Lionel. Thereupon, without more ado, he made him ready with spear and shield, and the Black Knight, perceiving his design, also made him ready. Then they rode a little distance apart, so as to have a fair course for a tilt upon the roadway. Then each set spur to his horse, and the 2 drave together with such violence that the earth shook beneath them. So they met fair in the middle of the course, but lo, in that encounter the spear of Sir Lionel broke into as many as 30 or 40 pieces. But the spear of the Black Knight held, so that Sir Lionel was lifted clean out from his saddle and over the crupper of his horse with such violence that when he smote the ground he rolled 3 times over ere he ceased to fall. And because of that fierce, terrible blow he swooned away entirely, and all was black before his eyes, and he knew nothing. Therewith the Black Knight dismounted and tied Sir Lionel's arms behind his back, and he laid him across the saddle of his horse, as he had laid those others across the saddles of their horses, and he tied them there very securely with strong cords, so that Sir Lionel could not move. And all this while Sir Launcelot slept beneath the apple tree upon the hillside, for he was greatly soothed by the melodious humming of the bees in the blossoms above where he lay. Of Sir Turquine, the Sable Knight. Now you are to know that he who has thus taken Sir Lionel and those 3 knights prisoner was one Sir Turquine, a very cruel, haughty knight, who had a great and strong castle out beyond the mouth of that valley in which these knights took combat as foretold. Moreover, it was the custom of Sir Turquine to make prisoner all the knights and ladies who came that way, and all the knights and ladies who were not of King Arthur's court he set free when they had paid a sufficient ransom unto him. But the knights who were of King Arthur's court, and especially those who were of the Round Table, he held prisoner for aye within his castle. The dungeon of that castle was a very cold, dismal, and unlovely place, and it was to this prison that he proposed to take those 4 knights whom he had overcome, with intent to hold them prisoner as aforetold. And now turn we to King Arthur's court, and consider what befell there after Sir Launcelot and Sir Lionel had left it in search of adventures. Sir Ector follows Sir Launcelot and Sir Lionel. When Sir Ector found that Sir Launcelot and Sir Lionel had gone away in that fashion, he was very much grieved in spirit, wherefore he said to himself, "Meseems my brother might have taken me with him, as well as our cousin." So he went to King Arthur and besought his leave to quit the court, and to ride after those other two, and to join in their adventures. And King Arthur very cheerfully gave him that leave. So Sir Ector made him ready with all despatch, and rode away at a great gait after Sir Launcelot and Sir Lionel. And ever as Sir Ector rode, he made diligent inquiry, and he found that those two knights had ridden before him. So he said to himself, "By and by I shall overtake them, if not today, at least by night, or by tomorrow day." Sir Ector seeks adventure. But after a while he came to a crossroads, and there he took a way that Sir Launcelot and Sir Lionel had not taken, so that after he had gone a distance, he found that he had missed them by taking that road. Nevertheless, he went on until about the prime of the day, what time he met a forester, to whom he said, "Sirrah, saw you two knights ride this way, one knight clad in white armor, with a white shield upon which was depicted the figure of a lady, and the other knight clad in red armor with the figure of a red griffin upon his shield?"
"Nay," said the forester, "I saw not such folk."
Then said Sir Ector, "Is there any adventure to be found hereabouts?" Upon this the forester fell to laughing in great measure.
"Yea," he said, "there is an adventure to be found hard by, and it is one that many have undertaken, and not one yet hath ever fulfilled."
Then Sir Ector said, "Tell me what that adventure is, and I will undertake it."
"Sir," said the forester, "if you will follow along yonder road for a distance, you will find a very large, strong castle surrounded by a broad moat. In front of that castle is a stream of water with a fair, shallow ford, where the roadway crosses the water. Upon this side of that ford there groweth a thorn tree, very large and sturdy, and upon it hangs a basin of brass. Strike upon that basin with the butt of your spear, and you shall presently meet with that adventure concerning which I have just now spoken."
"Fellow," said Sir Ector, "gramercy for your news." And therewith straightway he rode off in search of that adventure. He rode a great distance at a very fast gait, and by he came to the top of a hill, and therewith he saw before him the mouth of a fair valley. Across from where he stood was another hill, not very large or high, but exceedingly steep and rocky. Upon this farther hill was builded a tall, noble castle of grey stone, with many towers and spires, and tall chimneys, and with several score of windows, all shining bright in the clear weather. A fair river ran down into the mouth of that valley, and was as bright and as smooth as silver, and on each side of it were smooth, level meadowlands, very green, and here and there shady groves of trees and plantations of fruit trees. And Sir Ector perceived that the road upon which he travelled crossed the aforesaid river by a shallow ford, and he wist that this must be the ford whereof the forester had spoken. So he rode down unto that ford, and when he had come nigh, he perceived the thorn tree of which the forester had told him, and he saw that a great basin of brass hung to the thorn tree, just as the forester had said. Sir Ector smites upon the brazen basin. Then Sir Ector rode to that thorn tree, and he smote upon that basin of brass with the butt of his spear, so that the basin rang with a noise like thunder, and he smote it again and again, several times over. But though he was aware of a great commotion within that fair castle, yet no adventure befell him, although he smote the brazen basin several times. Now his horse being athirst, Sir Ector drove him into the ford that he might drink, and whilst he was there he was suddenly aware where, on the other side of the stream, was a singular party coming along the roadway. For first of all there rode a knight entirely clad in black, riding upon a black horse, and all the harness and furniture of that horse entirely black. Behind him that knight led 4 horses as though they were pack horses, and across each one of those 4 horses was a knight in full armor, bound fast to the saddle like to a sack of grain, whereat Sir Ector was very greatly astonished. As soon as that sable knight approached the castle, several came running forth and relieved him of those horses he led, and took them into the castle, and as soon as he had been thus relieved, the sable knight rode very violently up to where Sir Ector was. As soon as he had come to the water's edge, he cried out, "Sir Knight, come forth from out of that water, and do me battle." "Very well," said Sir Ector, "I will do so, though it will, I think, be to thy very great discomfort." Sir Ector essays battle with the sable knight. Now with that he came quickly out from the ford, the water whereof was all broken and churned into foam at his passing. And straightway he cast aside his spear, and drew his sword, and, driving against that sable knight, he smote him such a buffet that his horse turned twice about. "Ha!" said the Black Knight, "that is the best blow that ever I had struck me in all of my life." Therewith he rushed upon Sir Ector, and without using a weapon of any sort, he catched him about the body, underneath the arms, and dragged him clean out of his saddle, and flung him across the horn of his own saddle. Thereupon, having accomplished this marvellous feat, and with Sir Ector still across his saddle-bow, he rode up unto his castle, nor stopped until he had reached the courtyard of the keep. There he set Sir Ector down upon the stone pavement. Then he said, "Messire, thou hast done to me this day what no other knight hath ever done to me before. Wherefore, if thou wilt promise to be my man from henceforth, I will let thee go free, and give thee great rewards for thy service as well." But Sir Ector was filled very full of shame, wherefore he cried out fiercely, "Rather I would lie within a prison all my life, than serve so caitiff a knight as thou, who darest to treat other knights as thou hast just now treated me." "Well," said the Black Knight very grimly, "thou shalt have thy choice." Therewith he gave certain orders, whereupon a great many fierce fellows set upon Sir Ector, and stripped him of all his armor, and immediately haled him off half naked to that dungeon aforementioned. The Sable Knight makes prisoner of Sir Ector. There he found many knights of King Arthur's court, and several of the Round Table, all of whom he knew, and when they beheld Sir Ector flung in unto them in that fashion, they lifted up their voices in great lamentation that he should have been added to their number, instead of freeing them from their dolorous and pitiable case. "Alas," said they, "there is no knight alive may free us from this dungeon, unless it be Sir Launcelot, for this Sir Turquine is, certes, the greatest knight in all the world, unless it be Sir Launcelot." End of chapter 2nd. Chapter 3rd of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording by Michael Piotrasz. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. Chapter 3rd. How Sir Launcelot was found in a sleep by Queen Morgana le Fay and 3 other queens who were with her, and how he was taken to a castle of Queen Morgana's, and what befell him there. 4 queens and their courts pass by where Sir Launcelot lies sleeping. So Sir Launcelot lay in deep slumber under that apple tree, and knew neither that Sir Lionel had left him, nor what ill fortune had befallen that good knight. Whilst he lay there sleeping in that wise, there came by along the road, and at a little distance from him, a very fair procession of lordly people making a noble parade upon the highway. The chiefest of this company were 4 ladies, who were 4 queens. With them rode 4 knights, and because the day was warm, the 4 knights bore a canopy of green silk by the 4 corners upon the points of their lances, in such wise as to shelter those queens from the strong heat of the sun. And those 4 knights rode all armed a cap-a-pie on 4 noble war horses, and the 4 queens, bedight in great estate, rode on 4 white mules, richly caparisoned with furniture of divers colours, embroidered with gold. After these lordly folk there followed a very excellent court of esquires and demoiselles, to the number of 80 or more, some riding upon horses, and some upon mules that ambled very easily. Now all of these folks of greater or lesser degree were entirely unaware that Sir Launcelot lay sleeping so nigh to them as they rode by, chattering very gaily together in the springtime weather, taking great pleasure in the warm air, and in growing things, and the green fields, and the bright sky. And they would have had no knowledge that the knight was there, had not Sir Launcelot's horse neighed very lustily. Thereupon they were aware of the horse, and then they were aware of Sir Launcelot, where he lay asleep under the apple-tree, with his head lying upon his helmet. Now foremost of all those queens was Queen Morgana le Fay, who was King Arthur's sister, and a potent, wicked enchantress, of whom much hath been told in the book of King Arthur. And besides Queen Morgana, there was the Queen of North Wales, and the Queen of Eastland, and the Queen of the Outer Isles. Now when this party of queens, knights, esquires, and ladies heard the war-horse neigh, and when they beheld Sir Launcelot where he lay, they drew rein and marvelled very greatly to see a knight sleeping so soundly at that place, maugre of all the noise and tumult of their passing. So Queen Morgana called to her one of the esquires who followed after them, and she said to him, "Go softly, and see if thou knowest who is yonder knight, but do not wake him." An esquire knoweth Sir Launcelot. So the esquire did as she commanded. He went unto that apple-tree, and he looked into Sir Launcelot's face, and by hap he knew who it was, because he had been to Camelot erstwhiles, and he had seen Sir Launcelot at that place. So he hastened back to Queen Morgana, and he said to her, "Lady, I believe that yonder knight is none other than the great Sir Launcelot of the Lake, concerning whom there is now such report, for he is reputed to be the most powerful of all the knights of King Arthur's Round Table, and the greatest knight in the world, so that King Arthur loves him and favours him above all other knights." Now when Queen Morgana le Fay was aware that the knight who was asleep there was Sir Launcelot, it immediately entered her mind for to lay some powerful malignant enchantment upon him to despite King Arthur, for she knew how dear Sir Launcelot was to King Arthur, and so she had a mind to do him mischief for King Arthur's sake. So she went softly to where Sir Launcelot lay, with intent to work some spell upon him. But when she had come to Sir Launcelot, she was aware that this purpose of mischief was not possible whilst he wore that ring upon his finger which the Lady of the Lake had given him, wherefore she had to put by her evil design for a while. Queen Morgana le Fay sets a mild enchantment upon Sir Launcelot. But though she was unable to work any malign spell upon him, she was able to cause it by her magic that sleep in which he lay should remain unbroken for 3 or 4 hours. So she made certain movements of her hands above his face, and by that means she wove the threads of his slumber so closely together that he could not break through them to awake. After she had done this, she called to her several of the esquires who were of her party, and these at her command fetched the shield of Sir Launcelot and laid him upon it. Then they lifted him and bore him away, carrying him in that manner to a certain castle in the forest that was no great distance away. And the name of that castle was Chateau Bras, and it was one of Queen Morgana's castles. Sir Launcelot awakens in a fair chamber. And all that while Sir Launcelot wist nothing, but lay in a profound sleep, so that when he awoke and looked about him, he was so greatly astonished that he knew not whether he was in a vision or whether he was awake. For whilst he had gone asleep beneath that apple-tree, here he now lay in a fair chamber upon a couch spread with a coverlet of flame-coloured linen. Then he perceived that it was a very fair room in which he lay, for it was hung all about with tapestry hangings representing fair ladies at court and knights at battle, and there were woven carpets upon the floor, and the couch whereon he lay was of carved wood, richly gilt. There were 2 windows to that chamber, and when he looked forth, he perceived that the chamber where he was very high from the ground, being built so loftily upon the rugged rocks at its foot that the forest lay far away beneath him like a sea of green, and he perceived that there was but one door to this chamber, and that the door was bound with iron and studded with great bosses of wrought iron, and when he tried that door, he found that it was locked. So Sir Launcelot was aware from these things that he was a prisoner, though not a prisoner in a hard case, and he wist not how he had come thither, nor what had happened to him. A fair damsel beareth light and food unto Sir Launcelot. Now when the twilight of the evening had fallen, a porter, huge of frame and very forbidding of aspect, came and opened the door of the chamber where Sir Launcelot lay, and when he had done so, there entered a fair damsel, bearing a very good supper upon a silver tray. Moreover, she bore upon the tray 3 tapers of perfumed wax set in 3 silver candlesticks, and these gave a fair light to the entire room. But when Sir Launcelot saw the maiden coming thus, with intent to serve him, he rose and took the tray from her, and set it himself upon the table, and for this civility the damsel made acknowledgment to him. Then she said to him, "Sir Knight, what cheer do you have?"
"Ah, damsel," said Sir Launcelot, "I do not know how to answer you that, for I wist not what cheer to have until I know whether I be with friends or with enemies. For though this chamber wherein I lie is very fair and well bedight, yet meseems I must have been brought here by some enchantment, and that I am a prisoner in this place, wherefore I know not what cheer to take." The damsel has pity on Sir Launcelot. Then the damsel looked upon Sir Launcelot, and she was very sorry for him.
"Sir,"
quoth she,
"I take great pity to see you in this pass, for I hear tell you are the best knight in the world, and of a surety you are of a very noble appearance. I must tell you that this castle wherein you lie is a castle of enchantment, and they who dwell here mean you no good, wherefore I would advise you to be upon your guard against them."
"Maiden," said Sir Launcelot, "I give you gramercy for your kind words, and I will be upon my guard as you advise me."
Then the damsel would have said more, but she durst not for fear that she should be overheard, and that evil should befall her, for the porter was still without the door. So in a little she went away, and Sir Launcelot was left alone. But though the damsel bade Sir Launcelot have good cheer, yet he had no very good cheer for that night, as anyone may well suppose, for he wist not what was to befall him upon the morrow. Queen Morgana appears unto Sir Launcelot. Now when the morning had come, Sir Launcelot was aware of some one at his chamber door, and when that one entered, it was Queen Morgana le Fay. How Queen Morgana cometh to Sir Launcelot. She was clad in all the glory of her command, and her appearance was so shining and radiant that when she came into that room, Sir Launcelot knew not whether it was a vision his eyes beheld, or whether she was a creature of flesh and blood. For she came with her golden crown upon her head, and her hair, which was as red as gold, was bound around with ribbons of gold, and she was clad all in cloth of gold, and she wore golden rings with jewels upon her fingers, and golden bracelets upon her arms, and a golden collar around her shoulders. Wherefore, when she came into the room, she shone like an extraordinary splendor, as if she were a marvelous statue, made all of pure gold, only that her face was very soft and beautiful, and her eyes shone exceedingly bright, and her lips, which were as red as coral, smiled, and her countenance moved and changed with all the wiles of fascination that she could cause it to assume. When Sir Launcelot beheld her come thus gloriously into his room, he rose and greeted her with a very profound salutation, for he was astonished beyond measure at beholding that shining vision. Then Queen Morgana gave him her hand, and he kneeled and took her jeweled fingers in his and set her hand to his lips. "Welcome, Sir Launcelot," quoth she, "welcome to this place.
for it is indeed a great honour to have here so noble and famous a knight as you."
"Ah, lady," said Sir Launcelot, "you are gracious to me beyond measure. But I pray you tell me how I came to this place, and by what means. For when I fell asleep yesterday at noon, I lay beneath an apple tree upon a hillside, and when I awoke, lo, I found myself in this fair chamber."
Queen Morgana seeks to beguile Sir Launcelot.
To this Queen Morgana le Fay made smiling reply as follows.
"Sir, I am Queen Morgana le Fay, of whom you may have heard tell, for I am the sister of King Arthur, whose particular knight you are. Yesterday at noon, riding with certain other queens and a small court of knights, esquires, and demoiselles, we went by where you lay sleeping. Finding you lying so, alone and without any companion, I was able, by certain arts which I possess, to lay a gentle enchantment upon you so that the sleep wherein you lay would remain unbroken for 3 or 4 hours. So we brought you to this place in hopes that you would stay with us for 2 or 3 days or more, and give us the pleasure of your company. For your fame, which is very great, hath reached even as far as this place, wherefore we have made a gentle prisoner of you for this time being."
"Lady," said Sir Launcelot, "such constraint as that would be very pleasing to me at another time. But when I fell asleep, I was with my cousin Sir Lionel, and I know not what hath become of him, and haply he will not know what hath become of me should he seek me. Now, I pray you, let me go forth and find my cousin, and when I have done so, I will return to you again at this place with an easy spirit."
"Well, Messire," said Queen Morgana, "it shall be as you desire, only I require of you some pledge of your return."
Herewith she drew from her finger a golden ring set richly with several jewels.
"Now take this ring," she said, "and give me that ring which I see upon your finger, and when you shall return hither, each shall have his ring again from the other."
"Lady," said Sir Launcelot, "that may not be, for this ring was placed upon my finger with such a pledge that it may never leave where it is whilst my soul abideth in my body. Ask of me any other pledge, and you shall have it, but I cannot give this ring to you."
Queen Morgana hath anger for Sir Launcelot.
Upon this, Queen Morgana's cheeks grew very red, and her eyes shone like sparks of fire.
"Ah, Sir Knight," she said, "I do not think you are very courteous to refuse a lady and a queen so small a pledge as that. I am much affronted with you that you should have done so, wherefore I now demand of you, as the sister of King Arthur whom you serve, that you give me that ring."
"Lady," said Sir Launcelot, "I may not do that, though it grieveth me much to refuse you."
Then Queen Morgana looked at Sir Launcelot a while with a very angry countenance, but she perceived that she was not to have her will with him, wherefore she presently turned very quickly and went out of the room, leaving Sir Launcelot much perturbed in spirit, for he knew how great were the arts of Queen Morgana le Fay, and he could not tell what harm she might seek to work upon him by those arts. But he ever bore in mind how that the ring which he wore was sovereign against such malignant arts as she practised, wherefore he took what comfort he could from that circumstance. Nevertheless, he abode in that chamber in great uncertainty for all that day, and when night came, he was afraid to let himself slumber, lest they of the castle should come whilst he slept, and work some secret ill, wherefore he remained awake whilst all the rest of the castle slept. Now at the middle of the night, and about the time of the first cock-crow, he was aware of a sound without, and a light that fell through the crack of the door. Then, in a little, the door was opened, and there entered that young damsel who had served him with his supper the night before, and she bare a lighted taper in her hand. The damsel cometh again to Sir Launcelot. When Sir Launcelot perceived that damsel, he said, "Maiden, do you come hither with good intent or with evil intent?" "Sir," she said, "I come with good intent,
for I take great pity to see you in such a sorry case as this. I am a king's daughter, in attendance upon Queen Morgana le Fay, but she is so powerful an enchantress that, in good sooth, I am in great fear lest she sometime do me an ill hap. So tomorrow I leave her service and return unto my father's castle. Meantime, I am of a mind to help you in your adversity, for Queen Morgana trusts me, and I have knowledge of this castle, and I have all the keys thereof. Wherefore I can set you free, and I will set you free if you will, upon your part, serve me in a way that you can very easily do.
Well, said Sir Launcelot, provided I may serve you in a way befitting my knightly honor, I shall be glad to do so under any condition. Now, I pray you, tell me what it is you would have of me. The damsel speaketh to Sir Launcelot of her father, King Bagdemagus.
Sir, said the damsel, my father hath made a tournament betwixt him and the King of North Wales upon Tuesday next, and that is just a fortnight from this day. Now, already my father hath lost one such a tournament, for he hath no great array of knights upon his side, and the King of North Wales hath 3 knights of King Arthur's Round Table to aid his party. Because of the great help of these knights of the Round Table, the King of North Wales won the last tournament, and my father lost it. And now he feareth to lose the tournament that is to be. Now, if you will enter upon my father's side upon the day of the tournament, I doubt not that he shall win that tournament, for all men say that you are the greatest knight in the world at this time. So, if you will promise to help my father, and will seal that promise with your knightly word, then I will set you free of this castle of enchantment.
Fair maiden, said Sir Launcelot, tell me your name and your father's name, for I cannot give you my promise until I know who ye be. Sir Launcelot promises to aid King Bagdemagus.
Sir, said the demoiselle, I am called Eloise the Fair, and my father is King Bagdemagus.
Ah, quoth Sir Launcelot, I know your father, and I know he is a good king, and a very worthy knight besides. If you did me no service whatsoever, I would, at your simple asking, were I free of this place, lend him such aid as it is in my power to give. At this the damsel took great joy, and gave Sir Launcelot thanks beyond measure. So they spoke together as to how that matter might be brought about, so that Sir Launcelot should be brought to talk to King Bagdemagus. And the damsel Eloise said, Let it be this way, Sir Launcelot. Imprimis, thou art to know that somewhat of a long distance to the westward of that place where thou didst fall asleep yesterday, there standeth a very large, fair abbey, known as the Abbey of St. James the Lesser. This abbey is surrounded by an exceedingly noble estate that lieth all around about it, so that no man that haps in that part of the country can miss it if he make inquiry for it. Now I will go and take lodging at that abbey a little while after I leave this place. So when it suits thee to do so, come thou thither, and thou wilt find me there, and I will bring thee to my father. Very well, said Sir Launcelot. Let it be that way. I will come to that place in good time for the tournament. Meantime, I prithee, rest in the assurance that I shall never forget thy kindness to me this day, nor thy gracious behavior and speech unto me. Wherefore I shall deem it not a duty, but a pleasure to serve thee. The damsel bringeth Sir Launcelot to freedom. So, having arranged all these matters, the damsel Eloise opened the door of that room, and led Sir Launcelot out thence, and she led him through various passages, and down several long flights of steps, and so brought him at last unto a certain chamber where was his armor. Then the damsel helped Sir Launcelot to encase him in his armor, so that in a little while he was altogether armed, as he had been when he fell asleep under that apple tree. Thereafter the damsel brought him out past the courtyard, and unto the stable where was Sir Launcelot's horse, and the horse knew him when he came. So he saddled the horse by the light of a half-moon, which sailed like a boat high up in the sky through the silver floating clouds, and therewith he was ready to depart. Then the damsel opened the gate, and he rode out into the night, which was now drawing near the dawning of the day. Thus Eloise the Fair aided Sir Launcelot to escape from that castle of enchantment, where else great ill might have befallen him. And now it shall be told how Sir Launcelot did battle with Sir Turquine, and of what happened thereat. End of chapter 3rd. Chapter 4th of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Michael Piotrash. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. Chapter 4th. How Sir Launcelot sought Sir Lionel, and how a young damsel brought him to the greatest battle that ever he had in all his life. So Sir Launcelot rode through the forest, and whilst he rode the day began to break. About sunrise he came out into an open clearing where certain charcoal burners were plying their trade. Sir Launcelot breaks his fast in the forest. To these rude fellows he appeared out of the dark forest like some bright and shining vision, and they made him welcome, and offered him to eat of their food, and he dismounted and sat down with them, and brake his fast with them. And when he had satisfied his hunger, he gave them gramercy for their entertainment, and took horse, and rode away. Sir Launcelot cometh again to the place of the apple tree. He made forward until about the middle of the morning, what time he came suddenly upon that place where, 2 days before, he had fallen asleep beneath the blooming apple tree. Here he drew rein and looked about him for a considerable while, for he thought that haply he might find some trace of Sir Lionel thereabouts. But there was no trace of him, and Sir Launcelot wist not what had become of him. Sir Launcelot perceives a damsel upon a palfrey. Now, whilst Sir Launcelot was still there, not knowing what to do to find Sir Lionel, there passed that way a damsel riding upon a white palfrey. Unto her Sir Launcelot made salutation, and she made salutation to him, and asked him what cheer. "Maiden," said Sir Launcelot, "the cheer that I have is not very good, seeing that I have lost my companion at arms, and know not where he is." Then he said, "Did you haply meet anywhere with a knight with the figure of a red griffin upon his shield?" Whereunto the damsel answered, "Nay, I saw none such." Then Sir Launcelot said, "Tell me, fair damsel, dost thou know of any adventure hereabouts that I may undertake? For, as thou seest, I am errant and in search of such." Upon this the damsel fell a-laughing. "Yea, Sir Knight," said she, "I know of an adventure not far away, but it is an adventure that no knight yet that ever I heard tell of hath accomplished. I can take thee to that adventure if thou hast a desire to pursue it." "Why should I not pursue it?" said Sir Launcelot, "seeing that I am here for that very cause, to pursue adventure." "Well," said the damsel, "then come with me, Sir Knight. I will take thee to an adventure that shall satisfy thee." The damsel leads Sir Launcelot to an adventure. So Sir Launcelot and that damsel rode away from that place together, he upon his great war-horse, and she upon her ambling palfrey beside him. And the sun shone down upon them very pleasant and warm, and all who passed them turned to look after them, for the maiden was very fair and slender, and Sir Launcelot was of so noble and stately a mien that few could behold him even from a distance without looking twice or 3 times upon him. And as they travelled in that way together, they fell into converse, and the damsel said to Sir Launcelot, "Sir, thou appearest to be a very good knight, and of such a sort as may well undertake any adventure with great hope of success. Now I prithee to tell me thy name, and what knight thou art." "Fair maiden," said Sir Launcelot, "as for telling you my name, that I will gladly do. I am called Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and I am a knight of King Arthur's court, and of his Round Table." Sir Launcelot and the maiden discoursed together. At this the damsel was very greatly astonished, and filled with admiration.
"Ah," quoth she, "it is a great pleasure to me to fall in with you, Sir Launcelot, for all the world now bespeaketh your fame. Little did I ever think to behold your person, much less speak with you, and ride in this way with you. Now I will tell you what this adventure is on which we are set. It is this: there is, some small distance from this, a castle of a knight, hight Sir Turquine, who hath in his person a great many knights of King Arthur's court, and several knights of his round table. These knights he keepeth there in great dole and misery, for it is said that their groans may be heard by the passers along the high road below the castle. This Sir Turquine is held to be the greatest knight in the world, unless it be thou, for he hath never yet been overcome in battle, whether a horseback or afoot. But indeed I think it to be altogether likely that thou wilt overcome him."
"Fair damsel," quoth Sir Launcelot, "I too have hope that I shall hold my own with him when I meet him, and to that I shall do my best endeavor. Yet this and all matters are entirely in the hands of God."
Then the damsel said, "If you should overcome this Sir Turquine, I know of still another adventure which, if you do not undertake it, I know of no one else who may undertake to bring it to a successful issue."
Quoth Sir Launcelot, "I am glad to hear of that or of any other adventure, for I take great joy in such adventuring. Now tell me, what is this other adventure?" The maiden tells Sir Launcelot of the savage forest knight.
"Sir," said the damsel, "a long distance to the west of this there is a knight who hath a castle in the woods, and he is the evilest disposed knight that ever I heard tell of, for he lurks continually in the outskirts of the woods, whence he rushes forth at times upon those who pass by. Especially he is an enemy to all ladies of that country, for he hath taken many of them prisoners to his castle, and hath held them in the dungeon thereof for ransom, and sometimes he hath held them for a long while. Now I am fain that thou undertake that adventure for my sake."
"Well," said Sir Launcelot, "I believe it would be a good thing for any knight to do to rid the world of such an evil-disposed knight as that. So if I have the good fortune to overcome this Sir Turquine, I give my knightly word that I will undertake this adventure for thy sake. If so be thou wilt go with me for to show me the way to his castle."
"That I will do with all gladness," said the damsel, "for it is great pride for any lady to ride with you upon such an adventure."
Thus they talked, and all was arranged betwixt them, and thus they rode very pleasantly through that valley for the distance of 2 leagues or little more, until they came to that place where the road crossed the smooth stream of water aforetold of, and there was the castle of Sir Turquine as aforetold of, and there was the thorn bush and the basin hanging upon the thorn bush as aforetold of. Then the maiden said, "Sir Launcelot, beat upon that basin, and so thou shalt summon Sir Turquine to battle with thee." Sir Launcelot smites upon the basin. So Sir Launcelot rode to that basin where it hung, and he smote upon it very violently with the butt of his spear, and he smote upon that basin again and again, until he smote the bottom from out it, but at that time immediately no one came. Then, after a while, he was ware of one who came riding toward him, and he beheld that he who came riding was a knight very large of frame, and long and strong of limb, and he beheld that the knight was clad entirely in black, and that the horse upon which he rode, and all the furniture of the horse, was black, and he beheld that the knight drave before him another horse, and that across the saddle of that other horse there lay an armed knight, bound hand and foot, and Sir Launcelot wist that the sable knight who came riding was that Sir Turquine whom he sought. The sable knight bringeth Sir Gaheris captive. So Sir Turquine came very rapidly along the highway toward where Sir Launcelot sat, driving that other horse and the captive knight before him all the while. And as they came nearer and nearer, Sir Launcelot thought that he should know who the wounded knight was, and when they came right close, so that he could see the markings of the shield of that captive knight, he wist that it was Sir Gaheris,
the brother of Sir Gawain, and the nephew of King Arthur, whom Sir Turquine brought thither in that wise. At this Sir Launcelot was very wroth, for he could not abide seeing a fellow knight of the Round Table treated with such disregard as that which Sir Gaheris suffered at the hands of Sir Turquine. Wherefore Sir Launcelot rode to meet Sir Turquine, and he cried out,
Sir Knight, put that wounded man down from his horse, and let him rest for a while, and we two will prove our strength, the one against the other, for it is a shame for thee to treat a noble knight of the Round Table with such despite as thou art treating that knight. Sir Launcelot doeth battle with Sir Turquine. Sir, said Sir Turquine, as I treat that knight, so treat I all knights of the Round Table, and so will I treat thee if thou be of the Round Table. Well, said Sir Launcelot, as for that, I am indeed of the Round Table, and I have come hither for no other reason than for to do battle with thee. Sir Knight, said Sir Turquine, thou speakest very boldly. Now I pray thee to tell me what knight thou art, and what is thy name. Messire, said Sir Launcelot, I have no fear to do that. I am called Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and I am a knight of King Arthur's, who made me knight with his own hand. Ha, said Sir Turquine, that is very good news to me, for of all knights in the world, thou art the one I most desire to meet, for I have looked for thee for a long while with intent to do battle with thee. For it was thou who didst slay my brother Sir Caradus at Dolorous Gard, who was held to be the best knight in all the world. Wherefore, because of this, I have the greatest despite against thee of any man in the world, and it was because of that despite that I waged particular battle against all the knights of King Arthur's court. And in despite of thee, I now hold 68 knights, who are thy fellows, in the dismalest dungeon of my castle. Also, I have to tell thee that among those knights is thine own brother, Sir Ector, and thy kinsman, Sir Lionel. For I overthrew Sir Ector and Sir Lionel only a day or two ago, and now they lie almost naked in the lower parts of that castle yonder. I will put down this knight as thou bidst me, and when I have done battle with thee, I hope to tie thee on his saddle horn in his place. So Sir Turquine loosed the cords that bound Sir Gaheris, and set him from off the horse's back, and Sir Gaheris, who was sorely wounded and very weak, set him down upon a slab of stone near by. Sir Launcelot and Sir Turquine do battle together. Then Sir Launcelot and Sir Turquine made themselves ready at all points, and each took such stand as seemed to him to be best, and when each was ready for the assault, each set spurs to his horse, and rushed the one against the other with such terrible violence that they smote together like a clap of thunder. So fierce was that onset that each horse fell back upon the ground, and only by great skill and address did the knight who rode him void his saddle so as to save himself from a fall. And in that meeting the horse of Sir Turquine was killed outright, and the back of Sir Launcelot's horse was broken, and he could not ride, but lay like dead upon the ground. Then each knight drew his sword, and set his shield before him, and they came together with such wrath that it appeared as though their fierce eyes shot sparks of fire through the oculariums of their helmets. So they met and struck, and they struck many scores of times, and their blows were so violent that neither shield nor armor could withstand the strokes they gave. For their shields were cleft, and many pieces of armor were hewn from their limbs, so that the ground was littered with them. And each knight gave the other so many grim wounds that the ground presently was all sprinkled with red where they stood. Now that time of day had waxed very hot, for it was come high noontide. So presently Sir Turquine cried out, "Stay thee, Sir Launcelot, for I have a boon to ask." At this Sir Launcelot stayed his hand and said, "What is it thou hast to ask, Sir Knight?" Sir Turquine said, "Messire, I am athirst. Let me drink." And Sir Launcelot said, "Go and drink." So Sir Turquine went to that river and entered into that water, which was presently stained with red all about him, and he stooped where he stood, and drank his fill, and presently came forth again altogether refreshed. Therewith he took up his sword once more and rushed at Sir Launcelot and smote with double strength, so that Sir Launcelot bent before him and had much ado to defend himself from these blows. Then by and by Sir Launcelot waxed faint upon his part, and was athirst, and he cried out, "I crave of thee a boon, Sir Knight." "What wouldst thou have?" said Sir Turquine. "Sir Knight," said Sir Launcelot, "bide while I drink, for I am athirst." "Nay," said Sir Turquine, "thou shalt not drink until thou quenchest thy thirst in paradise." "Ha!" cried Sir Launcelot, "thou art a foul churl, and no true knight. For when thou wert athirst, I let thee drink, and now I am athirst, thou deniest me to quench my thirst." Therewith he was filled with such anger that he was like one gone woad, wherefore he flung aside his shield, and took his sword in both hands, and rushed upon Sir Turquine, and smote him again and again, and the blows he gave were so fierce that Sir Turquine waxed somewhat bewildered, and bore aback, and held his shield low for faintness. Sir Launcelot overcometh Sir Turquine. Then when Sir Launcelot beheld that Sir Turquine was faint in that wise, he rushed upon him, and catched him by the beaver of his helmet, and pulled him down upon his knees, and Sir Launcelot rushed Sir Turquine's helmet from off his head, and he lifted his sword, and smote Sir Turquine's head from off his shoulders, so that it rolled down upon the ground. Then for a while Sir Launcelot stood there panting, for to catch his breath after that sore battle, for he was nearly stifled with the heat and fury thereof. Then he went down into the water, and he staggered like a drunken man as he went, and the water ran all red at his coming. And Sir Launcelot stooped and slaked his thirst, which was very furious and hot. Thereafter he came up out of the water again, all dripping, and he went to where the damsel was, and he said to her, "Damsel, lo, I have overcome Sir Turquine. Now I am ready to go with thee upon that other adventure, as I promised thee I would." At this the damsel was astonished beyond measure, wherefore she cried, "Sir, thou art sorely hurt, and in need of rest for 2 or 3 days, and maybe a long time more until thy wounds are healed." "Nay," said Sir Launcelot, "no need to wait. I will go with thee now." Then Sir Launcelot went to Sir Gaheris, for Sir Gaheris had been sitting for all that while upon that slab of stone. Sir Launcelot said to Sir Gaheris, "Fair lord, be not angry if I take your horse, for I must presently go with this damsel, and you see mine own horse hath broke his back." "Sir Knight," said Sir Gaheris, "this day you have saved both me and my horse, wherefore it is altogether fitting that my horse, or anything that is mine, should be yours to do with as you please. So I pray you take my horse, only tell me your name, and what knight you are, for I swear by my sword that I never saw any knight in all the world do battle so wonderfully as you have done today." Sir Launcelot makes himself known to Sir Gaheris. "Sir," said Sir Launcelot, "I am called Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and I am a knight of King Arthur's. So it is altogether fitting that I should do such service unto you as this, seeing that you are the brother of that dear knight Sir Gawain. For if I should not do this battle that I have done for your sake, I should do it yet for the sake of my lord King Arthur, who is your uncle and Sir Gawain's uncle." Now when Sir Gaheris heard who Sir Launcelot was, he made great exclamation of amazement. "Ha! Sir Launcelot," he cried, "and it is thou! Often I have heard of thee and thy prowess at arms. I have desired to meet thee more than any knight in the world, but never did I think to meet thee in such a case as this." Therewith Sir Gaheris arose and went to Sir Launcelot, and Sir Launcelot came to him, and they met and embraced and kissed one another upon the face, and from that time forth they were as brethren together. Sir Launcelot bids Sir Gaheris to free the castle captives. Then Sir Launcelot said to Sir Gaheris, "I pray you, lord, for to go up unto yonder castle, and bring succour to those unfortunates who lie therein, for I think you will find there many fellow knights of the Round Table, and I believe that you will find therein my brother Sir Ector, and my cousin Sir Lionel, and if you find any other of my kindred, I pray you to set them free, and to do what you can for to comfort them, and to put them at their ease. And if there is any treasure in that castle, I bid you give it unto those knights who are prisoners there, for to compensate them for the pains they have endured. Moreover, I pray you tell Sir Ector and Sir Lionel not to follow me, but to return to court and wait for me there, for I have 2 adventures to undertake, and I must essay them alone." Then Sir Gaheris was much astonished, and he cried out upon Sir Launcelot, "Sir, sir, surely you will not go forth upon another adventure at this time, seeing that you are so sorely wounded." But Sir Launcelot said, "Yea, I shall go now, for I do not think that my wounds are so deep that I shall not be able to do my devoirs when my time cometh to do them." At this Sir Gaheris was amazed beyond measure, for Sir Launcelot was very sorely wounded, and his armor was much broken in that battle, wherefore Sir Gaheris had never beheld a person who was so steadfast of purpose as to do battle in such a case. Sir Launcelot departs with the damsel. So Sir Launcelot mounted Sir Gaheris's horse and rode away with that young damsel, and Sir Gaheris went to the castle as Sir Launcelot had bidden him to do. Sir Gaheris frees the castle captives. In that castle he found 68 prisoners in dreadful case, for some who were there had been there for a long time, so that the hair of them had grown down upon their shoulders, and their beards had grown down upon their breasts, and some had been there but a short time, as was the case of Sir Lionel and Sir Ector, but all were in a miserable sorry plight, and all of those sad prisoners but 2 were knights of King Arthur's court, and 8 of them were knights of the Round Table. All these crowded around Sir Gaheris, for they saw that he was wounded, and they deemed that it was he had set them free, wherefore they gave him thanks beyond measure. "Not so," said Sir Gaheris. "It was not I who set you free. It was Sir Launcelot of the Lake. He overcame Sir Turquine in such a battle as I never before beheld. For I saw that battle with mine own eyes, being at a little distance, seated upon a stone slab, and wounded as you see. And I make my oath that I never beheld so fierce and manful a combat in all my life. But now your troubles are over and done, and Sir Launcelot greets you all with words of good cheer, and bids me tell you to take all ease and comfort that you can in being free. And in especial, he bids me greet you, Sir Ector, and you, Sir Lionel, and to tell you that you are to follow him no further, but to return to court and bide there until he cometh, for he goeth upon an adventure which he must undertake by himself." Sir Lionel and Sir Ector and Sir Kay follow after Sir Launcelot. "Not so," said Sir Lionel. "I will follow after him and find him." And so said Sir Ector likewise, that he would go and find Sir Launcelot. Then Sir Kay the seneschal said that he would ride with those 2, so the 3 took horse and rode away together to find Sir Launcelot. As for those others, they ransacked throughout the castle of Sir Turquine, and they found 12 treasure chests full of treasure, both of silver and of gold, together with many precious jewels, and they found many bales of cotton, of silk, and of cloth of gold. So, as Sir Launcelot had bid them do so, they divided the treasure among themselves, setting aside a part for Sir Ector, and a part for Sir Lionel, and a part for Sir Kay. Then, whereas before they had been mournful, now they were joyful at having been made so rich with those precious things. Thus happily ended the great battle with Sir Turquine, which was very likely the fiercest and most dolorous fight that ever Sir Launcelot had in all his life, for, unless it was Sir Tristram, he never found any other knight so big as Sir Turquine, except Sir Galahad, who was his own son. And now it shall be told how Sir Launcelot fared upon that adventure which he had promised the young damsel to undertake. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5th of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Blikstad, Portland, Oregon. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard PYLE. Chapter 5th. how Sir Launcelot went upon an adventure with the damsel Croisette as companion, and how he overcame Sir Paris of the Forest Sauvage. Now after Sir Launcelot had finished that battle with Sir Turquine, as foretold, and when he had borrowed the horse of Sir Gaheris, he rode away from that place of combat with the young damsel, with intent to carry out the other adventure which he had promised her to undertake. How Sir Launcelot's wounds pain him. But though he rode with her, yet, for a little while, he said very little to her, for his wounds ached him sorely, and he was in a great deal of pain. So, because of this, he had small mind to talk, but only to endure what he had to endure, with as much patience as he might command. But though he rode with her, yet for a while, he said very little to her, for his wounds ached him sorely, and he was in a great deal of pain. So, because of this, he had small mind to talk, but only to endure what he had to endure with as much patience as he might command. And the damsel, upon her part, was somewhat aware of what Sir Launcelot was suffering, and she was right sorry for him. Wherefore she did not trouble him with idle discourse at that moment, but waited for a while before she spake. Then, by and by, she said to him, Monsieur, I would that thou wouldst rest for some days, and take thine ease, and have thy wounds searched and dressed, and have thy armor looked to and redded. Now there is a castle at some distance from this, and it is my brother's castle, and thither we may go in a little pass. There thou mayst rest for this night, and take thine ease. For I know that my brother will be wonderfully glad to see thee, because thou art so famous. Then Sir Launcelot turned his eyes upon the damsel. Fair maiden, quoth he, I make confession that I do in sooth ache a very great deal, and that I am somewhat aweary with the battle I have endured this day. Wherefore I am very well content to follow thy commands in this matter. But, I prithee, damsel, tell me what is thy name, for I know not yet how thou art called. Sir, she said, I am called Croisette of the Dale, and my brother is called Sir Hilaire of the Dale, and it is to his castle that I am about to take thee to rest for this time. Then Sir Launcelot said, I go with thee, damsel, wherever it is thy will to take me. Of how Sir Launcelot and the damsel ride together. So they two rode through that valley at a slow pace and very easily, and toward the waning of the afternoon they left the valley by a narrow side way, and so in a little while came into a shallow dale, very fertile and smiling, but of no great size. For the more part that dale was all spread over with fields and meadowlands, with here and there the plantation of trees in full blossom, and here and there a farm croft. A winding river flowed down through the midst of this valley, very quiet and smooth, and brimming its grassy banks, where were alder and sedge and long rows of pollard willows overreaching the water. Sir Launcelot and Croisette come to a fair valley. At the farther end of the valley was a castle of very comely of appearance, being built part of stone and part of bright red bricks, and the castle had many windows of glass and tall chimneys, some a smoke. About the castle and nigh to it was a little village of thatched cottages, with many trees in blossom and some without blossom, shading the gables of the small houses that took shelter beneath them. Now when Sir Launcelot and Croisette came into that little valley, it was at the declining of the day, and the sky was all alight with the slanting sun, and the swallows were flying above the smooth shining surface of the river in such multitudes that it was wonderful to behold them. And the lowing herds were winding slowly along by the river in their homeward way, and all was so peaceful and quiet that Sir Launcelot drew rein for pure pleasure, and sat for some while looking down upon that fair, happy dale. Then by and by he said, Croisette, meseems I have never beheld so sweet and fair a country as this, nor one in which it would be so pleasant to live. Upon this Croisette was very much pleased, and she smiled upon Sir Launcelot. Think you so, Sir Launcelot? Quoth she. Well, in sooth, I am very glad that this valley pleasures you, for I love it beyond any other place in all the world. For here I was born, and here I was raised, in that castle yonder. For that is my brother's castle, and it was my father's castle before his time. Wherefore, meseems that no place in all the world can ever be so dear to my heart as this dale. Croisette bringeth Sir Launcelot to her brother's house. Thereupon they went forward up that little valley, and along by the smoothly flowing river. And the further they went, the more Sir Launcelot took pleasure in all that he beheld. Thus they came through the pretty village, where the folk stood and watched with great admiration how that noble knight rode that way. And so they came to the castle and rode into the courtyard thereof. Then presently there came the lord of that castle, who was Sir Hilaire of the Dale. And Sir Hilaire greeted Sir Launcelot, saying, Welcome, Sir Knight. This is great honor you do me to come into this quiet dale with my sister, for we do not often have with us travellers of such quality as you. Brother, said Croisette, You may well say that it is an honor to have this knight with us, for this is none other knight than the great Sir Launcelot of the Lake. This day I beheld him overcome Sir Turquine in fair and honorable battle. So he doth indeed do great honor for us to visit us in this wise." Then Sir Hilaire looked at Sir Launcelot very steadily, and he said, "Sir Launcelot, your fame is so great that it hath reached even unto this peaceful outland place. Wherefore it shall not soon be forgotten here how you came hither. Now, I pray you, come in and refresh yourself, for I see that you are wounded, and I doubt not you are weary." Sir Launcelot is made at ease. Upon this several attendants came, and they took Sir Launcelot and led him to a pleasant chamber. There they unarmed him and gave him a bath in tepid water, and there came a leech and searched his wounds and dressed them. Then those in attendance upon him gave him a soft robe of cloth of velvet, and when Sir Launcelot had put it on he felt much at ease, and in great comfort of body. By and by, when evening had fallen, a very good excellent feast was spread in the hall of the castle, and there sat down thereto Sir Launcelot and Sir Hilaire and the damsel Croisette. As they ate, they discoursed of various things, and Sir Launcelot told many things concerning his adventures, so that all who were there were very quiet, listening to what he said. For it was as though he were a visitor come to them from some other world, very strange and distant, of which they had no knowledge. Wherefore they all listened so as not to lose a single word of what he told them. So that evening passed very pleasantly, and Sir Launcelot went to his bed with great content of spirit. How Sir Launcelot abides at the castle of Sir Hilaire. So Sir Launcelot abided for several days in that place, until his wounds were healed. Then one morning, after they had all broken their fast, he made request that he and the damsel might be allowed to depart upon that adventure which he had promised her to undertake, and unto this Sir Hilaire gave his consent. Now during this while, Sir Launcelot's armor had been so pieced and mended by the armorsmiths of that castle, that when he donned it, it was, in a measure, as sound as it had ever been, and of that Sir Launcelot was very glad. So having made ready in all ways, he and Croisette took leave of that place, and all they who were there bade them adieu, and gave Sir Launcelot God-speed upon that adventure. Now some while after they left that dale, they rode through a very ancient forest, where the sod was exceedingly soft underfoot, and silent to the tread of the horses, and where it was very full of bursting foliage overhead. And as they rode at an easy pace through that woodland place, they talked of many things in a very pleasant and merry discourse. Sir Launcelot and Croisette discoursed together. Quoth the damsel unto Sir Launcelot, "Monsieur, I take very great wonder that thou hast not some special lady for to serve in all ways, as a knight should serve a lady." "Ha, damsel," said Sir Launcelot, "I do serve a lady in that manner, and she is peerless above all other ladies. For that lady is the Lady Guinevere, who is King Arthur's queen. Yet though I am her servant, I serve her from a very great distance. For in serving her, I am like one who standeth upon the earth, yet looketh upward ever toward the bright and morning star. For though such a one may delight in the star from a distance, yet may he never hope to reach an altitude whereon that star standeth." "Hey day," quoth Croisette, "for that matter, there are other ways of serving a lady than that wise. Were I a knight, meseems I would rather serve a lady nearer at hand than at so great a distance as that of which thou speakest. For in most cases a knight would rather serve a lady who may smile upon him nigh at hand, and not stand so far off from him as a star in the sky." But to this Sir Launcelot made no reply, but only smiled. Then, in a little, Croisette said, "Dost thou never think of a lady in that wise, Sir Launcelot?" Sir Launcelot speaketh of the Lady Guinevere. "Nay," said Sir Launcelot, "and neither do I desire so to serve any lady. For it is thus with me, Croisette. For all that while of my life, until I was 18 years of age, I lived in a very wonderful land beneath a magical lake, of which I may not tell thee. Then I came out of that lake and into this world, and King Arthur made me a knight. Now because I was so long absent from this world of mankind, and never saw aught of it until I was grown into a man, meseems I love that world so greatly that I cannot tell thee how beautiful and wonderful it seems to me. For it is so wonderful and so beautiful that methinks my soul can never drink its fill of the pleasures thereof. Yea, methinks I love every blade of grass upon the fields, and every leaf upon every tree, and that I love everything that creepeth or that flieth, so that when I am abroad under the sky and behold those things about me, I am whiles like to weep for the very joy of them. Wherefore it is, Croisette, that I would rather be a knight errant of this world, which I love so greatly, than to be a king seated upon a throne with a golden crown upon my head and all men kneeling unto me. Yea, meseems that because of my joy in these things I have no room in my heart for such a love of a lady as thou speakest of, but only for the love of knight-errantry, and a great wish for to make this world in which I now live the better and the happier for my dwelling in it. Thus it is, Croisette, that I have no lady for to serve in the manner thou speakest of, nor will I ever have such, saving only the Lady Guinevere, the thought of whom standeth above me like that bright star afore spoken of. Ha, quoth Croisette, then I am sad for the sake of some lady, I know not who. For if thou wert of another mind, thou mightest make some lady very glad to have so great a knight as thou art to serve her. Upon this Sir Launcelot laughed with a very cheerful spirit, for he and the damsel were grown to be exceedingly good friends, as you may suppose from such discourse as this. Sir Launcelot perceives the castle of Sir Peris. So they wended their way in this fashion until somewhat after the prime of day, and by that time they had come out of the forest and into a very rugged country. For this place into which they were now come was a sort of rocky valley, rough and bare and in no wise beautiful. When they had entered into it they perceived, a great way off, a castle built up upon the rocks. And that castle was built very high, so that the roofs and the chimneys thereof stood wonderfully sharp and clear against the sky. Yet the castle was so distant that it looked like a toy which you might easily take into your hand and hold betwixt your fingers. Then Croisette said to Sir Launcelot, Yonder is the castle of that evil-minded knight of whom I spake to thee yesterday, and his name is Sir Peris of the Forest Sauvage. Below that castle, where the road leads into that woodland, there doth he lurk to seize upon wayfarers who come thitherward. And indeed he is a very caitiff knight, for though he is strong and powerful, he doth not often attack other knights, but only ladies and damoiselles who come hither. For these he may take captive without danger to himself. For I believe that though he is so big of frame, yet he is a coward in his heart. Sir Launcelot advises Croisette what to do. Then Sir Launcelot sat for a while and regarded that castle and fell into thought. And he said, Damsel, if so be this knight is such a coward as thou sayest, meseems that if I travel with thee, I shall have some ado to come upon him. Because, if he sees me with thee, he may keep himself hidden in the thicket of the forest from my sight. Now I will have it this way. Do thou ride along the highway in plain sight of the castle, and I will keep within the woodland skirts, where I may have thee in sight, and still be hidden from the sight of others. Then, if this knight assail thee, as I think it likely he may do, I will come out and do battle with him ere he escapes. So it was arranged as Sir Launcelot said, and they rode in that wise. Croisette rode along the highway, and Sir Launcelot rode under the trees in the outskirts of the forest, where he was hidden from the eyes of anyone who might be looking that way. So they went on for a long pass until they came pretty nigh to where the castle was. Sir Peris attacks Croisette. Then, as they came to a certain part of the road that dipped down toward a small valley, they were suddenly aware of a great noise, and immediately there issued out from the forest a knight, large and strong of frame, and followed close behind by a squire dressed altogether in scarlet from head to foot. This knight bore down with great speed upon where Croisette was, and the esquire followed close behind him. When these two had come near to Croisette, the esquire leaped from off his horse and caught her palfrey by the bridle, and the knight came close to her and catched her as though to drag her off from her horse. With that, Croisette shrieked very loud, and immediately Sir Launcelot broke out from the woods and rode down upon where all this was toward with a noise like to thunder. As he came, he cried aloud in a great and terrible voice, Sir Knight, let go that lady, and turn thou to me and defend thyself. Sir Launcelot overthrows Sir Peris. Then Sir Peris of the Forest Sauvage looked this way and that with intent to escape, but he was aware that he could not escape from Sir Launcelot, wherefore he took his shield in his hand, and drew his sword, and put himself into a position of defence. For, whereas he could not escape, he was perforce minded to do battle. Then Sir Launcelot threw aside his spear, and he set his shield before him, and he took his sword in his hand, and he drave his horse against Sir Peris. And when he had come nigh to Sir Peris, he raised himself in his stirrups, and struck him such a buffet that I believe nothing in the world could withstand its force. For though Sir Peris raised his shield against that blow, yet the sword of Sir Launcelot smote through the shield, and it smote down the arm that held the shield, and it smote with such a terrible force upon the helm of Sir Peris that Sir Peris fell down from his horse and lay in a swoon without any motion at all. Then Sir Launcelot leaped down from his horse and rushed off the helm of Sir Peris, and lifted his sword with intent to strike off his head. Upon that the senses of Sir Peris came somewhat back to him, and he set his palms together, and he cried out, though in a very weak voice, Spare me, Sir Knight, I yield myself to thee. Why should I spare thee? Said Sir Launcelot. Sir, said Sir Peris, I beseech thee by thy knighthood to spare me. Well, said Sir Launcelot, since thou hast besought me upon my knighthood, I cannot do else than spare thee. But if I do spare thee, Thou shalt have to endure such shame that any true knight in thy stead would rather die than to be spared in such a manner." "Sir Knight," said Sir Peris, "I am content with anything thou mayest do, so be that thou wilt spare my life." Upon this Sir Launcelot bade Sir Peris to rise, and he took the halter of Sir Peris's horse, and he bound Sir Peris's arms behind his back, and when he had done this he drove him up to his castle at the point of his lance. And when they came to the castle he bade Sir Peris have open the castle, and Sir Peris did so. And thereupon Sir Launcelot and Sir Peris entered the castle, and the damsel and the squire followed after them. Sir Launcelot liberates the captive ladies. In that castle were 14 ladies of high degree held captive for ransom, and some of these had been there for a considerable time, to their great discomfort. All these were filled with joy when they were aware that Sir Launcelot had set them free. So they came to Sir Launcelot and paid their court to him, and gave him great thanks beyond measure. Sir Launcelot gives the castle treasure to the captive ladies. Sir Launcelot and Croisette abode in that castle all that night, and when the next morning had come, Sir Launcelot made search all over that castle, and he found a considerable treasure of silver and gold, which had been gathered there by the ransom of the ladies and the damsels of degree whom Sir Peris had made prisoner aforetime. All this treasure Sir Launcelot divided among those ladies who were prisoners, and a share of the treasure he gave to the damsel Croisette, because that they two were such good friends, and because Croisette had brought him thither to that adventure, and thereof Croisette was very glad. But Sir Launcelot kept none of the treasure for himself. Then Croisette said, "How is this, Sir Launcelot? You have not kept any of this treasure for yourself, yet you won it by your own force of arms, wherefore it is altogether yours to keep if you will to do so." "Croisette," said Sir Launcelot, "I do not care for such things as this treasure, for when I lived within that lake of which I have spoken to thee, such things as this treasure were there as cheap as pebbles which you may gather up at any river bed, wherefore it has come to pass that such things have no value to me." Sir Launcelot makes Sir Peris a dishonored captive. Now after all this had been settled, Sir Launcelot had Sir Peris of the Forest Sauvage hailed before him, and Sir Launcelot said, "Caitiff knight, now it is time for thy shame to come upon thee." Therewith he had Sir Peris stripped of all armor and raiment, even to his jerkin and his hose, and he had his arms tied behind his back, and he had a halter set about his neck, and Sir Launcelot tied the halter that was about the neck of Sir Peris to the horn of the saddle of his own horse, so that when he rode away with Croisette, Sir Peris must needs follow behind him at whatever gait the horse of Sir Launcelot might take. Sir Hilaire sendeth Sir Peris to King Arthur. So Sir Launcelot and Croisette rode back to the manor of Sir Hilaire of the Dale, with Sir Peris running behind them. And when they had come there, Sir Launcelot delivered Sir Peris unto Sir Hilaire, and Sir Hilaire had Sir Peris bound upon a horse's back with his feet underneath the belly of the horse, and sent him to Camelot for King Arthur to deal with him as might seem to the king to be fit. But Sir Launcelot remained with Sir Hilaire of the Dale all the next day, and he was very well content to be in that pleasant place. And upon the day after that, which was Sunday, he set forth at about the prime of the day to go to that abbey of monks where he had appointed to meet the damsel Eloise the Fair, as aforetold. And now you shall hear how Sir Launcelot behaved at the tournament of King Bagdemagus, if it please you to read that which herewith immediately followeth. End of chapter 5th. Chapter 6th of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Blikstad, Portland, Oregon. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard PYLE. Chapter 6th. How Sir Launcelot took part in the tournament between King Bagdemagus and the King of North Wales, and how he won that battle for King Bagdemagus. How Sir Launcelot rode to find Eloise the Fair. Sir Launcelot rode by many highways and many byways at a very slow pace, stopping now and then when it pleased him to do so, for he took great joy in being free in the open air again. For the day was warm, and that time the clouds were very thick, drifting in great abundance across the sky, and anon there would fall a sudden shower of rain, and anon the sun would shine forth again, very warm and strong, so that all the world sparkled as if with incredible myriads of jewels. Then the cock crowed lustily because the shower was past, and another cock answered him far away, and all the world suddenly smiled, and the water trickled everywhere, and the little hills clapped their hands for joy. So Sir Launcelot took great pleasure in the day, and he went his way at so easy a pace that it was night time ere he reached that abbey of monks where he was to meet Eloise the Fair. Now that evening Eloise was sitting in a certain apartment of the abbey overlooking the courtyard, and a maiden was reading to her by the light of several waxen tapers from a book of painted pictures. And the maiden read in a voice that was both high and clear. Meanwhile Eloise sat very still and listened to what she read. Now while Eloise the Fair sat so, there was of a sudden the sound of a great horse coming on the stone pavement of the court below. Therewith Eloise arose hastily, and ran to the window, and looked down into that courtyard. Then she saw who he was that came, and that it was Sir Launcelot of the Lake, for the light was not yet altogether gone from the sky, which was all shining with grey, so that she could see who it was who came there. Then Eloise gave great exclamation of joy, and clapped her hands, and she ran down to the court where Sir Launcelot was, and several of her maidens went with her. Eloise the Fair gives welcome to Sir Launcelot. When she had come to the court, she gave great welcome to Sir Launcelot, and she summoned many attendants, and she bade them look to Sir Launcelot. So some of them aided Sir Launcelot to dismount, and some took his horse, and some brought him up to a chamber that had been set apart for him, and there unarmed and served him, and set him at his ease. Then Eloise sent to him a soft robe of purple cloth of velvet, lined with fur, and Sir Launcelot put it upon him, and took great comfort in it. After that Sir Launcelot descended to where Eloise was, and he found that a fair supper had been set for his refreshment. So he sat and ate, and Eloise the Fair herself served him. Eloise sends for King Bagdemagus. Meanwhile she had sent for her father, King Bagdemagus, who was at that time no great distance away. And a little after Sir Launcelot had finished his supper, King Bagdemagus came to that place, much wondering why Eloise had sent for him. When King Bagdemagus came, Eloise took him by the hand and led him to Sir Launcelot, and she said, "Sire, here is a knight who, for my sake, is come to help you in this tournament upon Tuesday." Now King Bagdemagus had never before seen Sir Launcelot, so he knew not who that knight was. Wherefore he said to him, "Monsieur, I am much beholden to you for coming to my aid in this battle. Now I pray you that you tell me your name and what knight you are." "Lord," said Sir Launcelot, "I am hight Launcelot, and am surnamed He of the Lake." Now when King Bagdemagus heard this, he was astonished beyond measure, wherefore he cried out, "This is wonderful, that you who are the very flower of knighthood should be here, and that you should come to aid me in my battle." Sir Launcelot talks with King Bagdemagus. "Sire," said Sir Launcelot, "I know not how much aid I may be to thee, until that matter is proven. But of a surety I owe it to this damsel to do what I am able at her request, in return for all that she hath done for me to aid me in my time of great peril. So it is a very small repayment for me to aid thee, her father, in thy time of difficulties. Wherefore if, by good hap, I may be of use to thee in this battle which is nigh at hand, then I shall be glad beyond measure that I have paid some part of that debt which I owe to this lady." "Monsieur," said King Bagdemagus, "I give thee gramercy for thy good will in this matter. I am sure that, with thy aid, I shall be successful in this battle, and that it will always be most renowned in the history of chivalry because thou hast taken part in it." So spake they with great courtesy to one another. Then, by and by, Sir Launcelot said, "Sir, I pray you tell me who are those knights of King Arthur's court who are upon the part of the King of North Wales? For I would fain know against who I am to do battle." To which King Bagdemagus said, "Monsieur, those 3 knights of the Round Table are as follows. There is Sir Mordred, nephew unto King Arthur, and there is Sir Galahantine, and there is Sir Mador de la Porte." "Ha!" quoth Sir Launcelot, "these are 3 very good knights indeed, and I am not at all astonished that the King of North Wales should have had such good fortune aforetime in that other tournament with you, seeing that he had 3 such knights as they to do battle upon his side." Sir Launcelot arranges the order of battle with King Bagdemagus. After this they fell into discourse as to the manner in which they should do battle upon the morrow. And Sir Launcelot advised in this wise, "Lord, let me take 3 knights of yours, such as you trust, and such as you hold to be the strongest knights of your party. Let these 3 knights paint their shields altogether white, and I will paint mine white, and then no man will know who we are. For I would have it so that I should not be known to be in this battle, until I shall have approved myself in it. Now, when you have chosen those 3 knights, we 4 will take hiding in some wood or glade, nigh to the place of combat, and when you are most busily engaged, and when you begin to be hard pressed, then we will come forth and fall upon the flank of the party of the King of North Wales, with intent to throw them into confusion. Then you will push your assault very hard, and I doubt not by the grace of God that we shall betwixt us be able to bear back their array in confusion." This advice seemed very good to King Bagdemagus, and so he did as Sir Launcelot said. He chose him 3 very strong, worthy, honorable knights, and these made their shields white, as Sir Launcelot directed. Thus, all things being arranged as Sir Launcelot willed, it came to be the eve before the battle. So a little after sunset, Sir Launcelot and those 3 knights whom King Bagdemagus had chosen rode over toward the place of tourney, which was some 12 miles from the abbey where the damsel Eloise was lodged. There they found a little woodland of tall, leafy trees fit for Sir Launcelot's purpose, and that wood stood to one side of the meadow of battle, and at about the distance of 3 furlongs from it. In this little wood Sir Launcelot and the 3 knights companion whom King Bagdemagus had chosen laid themselves down upon the ground, and wrapped, each man, his cloak about him. So they slept there until the morrow, when the battle was ordained to be. Now there had been very great preparation made for this tournament, for on 3 sides of the meadow of battle scaffolds had been built, and rows of seats had been placed. These were covered over with tapestries and hangings of diverse colors, some of figured and some of plain weaving, so that the green and level meadowland was hung all about with these gay and gaudy colors. Now when the morning had come, the folk who came to witness that tournament began to assemble from all directions, lords and ladies of high degree, esquires and damsels of lesser rank, burghers and craftsmen with their wives, townspeople from the town, yeomen from the woodlands, and freeholders from the farm crofts. With these came many knights of the 2 parties in contest, and with the knights came their esquires in attendance. Now these knights were all in full armor, shining very bright, and their esquires were clad in raiment of many textures and various colors, so that they were very gay and debonair. So, with all this throng moving along the highway toward the meadow of battle, it seemed as though the entire world was alive with gay and moving figures. Sir Launcelot and his companions lie near the place of tournament. Now the place where Sir Launcelot and those 3 knights who were with him lay hidden was not far from the highway, so, whence they lay, they could see all that goodly procession of folk taking their way towards the lists, and they could look down upon the meadow of battle, which, as hath been said, was not more than 3 furlongs distant, and they could see the crowds of people of high and low degree taking their places upon those seats according to their rank and station. And they could see how the knights contestant arrayed themselves upon this side of the field and upon that, and how the esquires and attendants hurried hither and thither, busying themselves in making their lords ready for the encounter that was soon to befall. Yea, all this they could see plainly as though it lay upon the palm of a hand. So they saw that about noontide all those who had come thither had taken their places, and that the field was clean, and that the 2 parties of combat were arrayed in order for battle. Then Sir Launcelot perceived that the party of the King of North Wales was very much greater than the party of King Bagdemagus. For while the party of the King of North Wales had nigh 80 of helms, the party of King Bagdemagus had hardly 80 of helms. So Sir Launcelot perceived that the party of King Bagdemagus would have much labor to do if it was to win in the battle. How the battle began. Now, all being prepared, the marshal stood forth and blew upon his trumpet, and therewith those 2 parties of knights rushed the one against the other, each in so great a cloud of dust that one could hardly see the knights in their passage. Therewith they met in the midst of the meadow of battle, with such a crash and uproar of splintered lances as was terrible to hear. And for a while no man could see what was toward, so great was the dust in the tumult. But by and by the dust raised itself a little, and then Sir Launcelot perceived that the party of King Bagdemagus had been pushed back by that other party, as might have been supposed in such a case. So Sir Launcelot looked upon the battle for some while, and he saw that the party of King Bagdemagus was pushed farther and farther back. Then by and by Sir Launcelot said to his knight's companion, Messieurs, methinks now is our time to enter this engagement. Therewith he and they rode forth out of that woods, and they rode down the hill and across the fields, and so came into that meadow of battle. Sir Launcelot and his companions enter the battle. At that time the party of the King of North Wales was so busily engaged in its assault upon the party of King Bagdemagus that very few of those knights engaged were aware of those 4 knights coming, and those who were aware of them thought but very little of the coming of so small a number. So no one interfered with their coming, wherefore they were able to bear down with great speed upon the flank of the party of the King of North Wales. Therewith they struck that flank with such force that both horses and horsemen were overturned by their assault. In that encounter Sir Launcelot carried a spear that was wonderfully strong and tough. With it he ran with great fierceness into the very thickest of the press, and before he was checked he struck down 5 knights with that one spear. and likewise those 3 knights that were with him did such good service that all that flank of the party of the King of North Wales was thrown into great confusion, and wist not what to do for to guard themselves against that furious onset. Then Sir Launcelot and his 3 companions bore back a little, and when they got their distance they ran again into the press. And this time Sir Launcelot overthrew the King of North Wales himself, and that with such violence that the bone of his thigh was broken, and he had to be carried away out of that field by his attendants. And in this second assault Sir Launcelot and the 3 knights who were with him overthrew 11 knights besides the King of North Wales. Wherefore all that part of the press began to break away from them, and to seek some place where they could defend themselves from such another assault. Now when the party of King Bagdemagus saw into what confusion the other party were thrown by these 4 knights champion, they began a very fierce and furious attack, and with such vehemence that in a little the party of King of North Wales began to bear back before them. So that, with those who withdrew before Sir Launcelot's assault, and what with those who withdrew from the assault of King Bagdemagus, there was a great deal of confusion in the ranks of the party of the King of North Wales. Sir Launcelot overthrows Sir Mordred. Now those 3 knights who were of King Arthur's court perceived how Sir Launcelot and his knights companion were throwing the ranks of the party of the King of North Wales into confusion, and they knew that unless the onset of Sir Launcelot was checked, the day would of a surety be lost unto them. Wherefore said Sir Mador de la Porte, Yonder is a very strong and fierce fighting knight. If we do not check his onset, we will very likely be brought to shame in this battle. Yea, said Sir Mordred, that is so. Now I will take it upon me to joust with that knight and to overthrow him. Upon that those other 2 knights bade him go and do as he said. So Sir Mordred made way to where Sir Launcelot was, coming forward very fiercely and with great violence, and Sir Launcelot was aware of Sir Mordred's coming and made him ready for that assault. So the 2 came together with terrible violence, and Sir Launcelot struck Sir Mordred such a buffet that the breastband of Sir Mordred's saddle brake, and both the saddle and Sir Mordred flew over his horse's tail. Therewith Sir Mordred fell upon his head and struck with such violence upon the ground that his neck was nigh broken, and he lay altogether in a dead swoon, and had to be carried out of the lists by his attendants. Sir Launcelot overthrows Sir Mador. This saw Sir Mador de la Porte, and he cried out, Ha! See what hath befallen Sir Mordred! And therewith he also bare down upon Sir Launcelot with all his might and main, with intent to overthrow him. And Sir Launcelot ran against him, and they struck together so fiercely that it was terrible to behold. But the spear of Sir Mador de la Porte burst into pieces, while the spear of Sir Launcelot held, so that both Sir Mador and his horse were overthrown, the horse rolling upon the man. And in that encounter Sir Mador's shoulder went out of place, and he also had to be borne away by his attendants. Sir Launcelot strikes Sir Galahantine a sad blow. Then Sir Galahantine took a great spear from his esquire, who was nigh him, and he also ran against Sir Launcelot with all his might. And Sir Launcelot met him in full course, and that onset was more terrible than either of the other 2. For the spear of each knight was burst into splinters, even to the butt thereof. Then each threw away the butt of his spear and drew out his sword. And Sir Galahantine struck Sir Launcelot such a blow that the legs of Sir Launcelot's horse trembled under him because of the weight of that stroke. And at this Sir Launcelot waxed wroth beyond measure, and he rose in his stirrups, and he smote Sir Galahantine such a buffet that the blood burst out from his nose and his ears, and all his senses so went away from him that he might hardly behold the light of day because of the swimming of his sight. Therewith Sir Galahantine's head hung down upon his breast, and he had no power to guide his horse. Wherefore his horse made way out of the press and galloped off, bearing Sir Galahantine away, whether he would or no. And after the horse had galloped a little distance, Sir Galahantine could not any longer sit upon his saddle, but he fell off of his horse and rolled over upon the ground, and had not strength to rise therefrom. Then Sir Launcelot catched another spear, great and strong, from the esquire who followed him, and before ever that spear broke, he overthrew 16 knights therewith. Wherefore all who beheld him were amazed and terrified at what he did. Sir Launcelot wins the battle for King Bagdemagus. By now the party of the King of North Wales began to bear more and more aback, and in a little they broke, and then the party of King Bagdemagus pursued them hither and thither, and those who did not surrender were overthrown, so that it was not possible for them to make any new order of battle. Then that party surrendered itself as conquered, one and all, and so King Bagdemagus won that tournament with the greatest glory that it was possible for him to have. For it had never been heard of before that a party of 80 knights should overcome in that way a party of 80 knights, with 3 knights of the Round Table to champion them. Nor would such a victory have been possible only for what Sir Launcelot did in that battle. So Sir Launcelot won that tournament for King Bagdemagus, and after the battle was over and done, King Bagdemagus came to Sir Launcelot and said to him, Monsieur, Thou hast brought me the greatest glory this day that ever fell to my lot in all of my life. Now I prithee, come with me and refresh thyself with me, so that I may give thee fitting thanks for all thou hast done, and so that I may reward thee in such a way as is fit for a king to reward a knight champion such as thou art. Sir Launcelot departs without reward. Unto this Sir Launcelot made reply, Lord, I give you thanks for your courtesy, but I need no reward, for it is meet that I should have done what I could for the sake of the demoiselle Eloise the Fair, seeing that she rescued me from the mischiefs that Queen Morgana had intent to do me. Then King Bagdemagus besought Sir Launcelot that he would tarry a while and rest, but Sir Launcelot would not do so, but would be going upon his way without any tarrying. But he said to King Bagdemagus, I prithee, greet your daughter for me, and say to her that if ever she hath need of my services again, let her send to me, and I will come to her even if it be to the end of the earth, for I have not yet repaid her for what she hath done for me. Therewith Sir Launcelot went his way from that meadow of battle, and, coming to the skirts of the forest, he entered therein, and those who were there at the meadow of battle did not see him any more. So endeth the history of that famous tournament betwixt King Bagdemagus and the King of North Wales. End of Chapter 6th. Chapter 7th of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tim Blikstad, Portland, Oregon. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard PYLE. Chapter 7th. How Sir Launcelot fell into the greatest peril that ever he encountered in all his life. Also, how he freed a misfortunate castle and town from the giants who held them, and how he released the lord thereof from a dungeon. Now Sir Launcelot wandered errant for many days, meeting no adventure of any moment, but taking great joy in all that he beheld of the wide world about him, and in that time he found lodging wheresoever he chanced to be, if not in house, then beneath the skies. And he endured all sorts of weather, both wet and dry. Sir Launcelot cometh to a fair valley with a castle. Upon a certain day, in the prime of the morning, he came across a hilltop, and beneath him a valley, very fertile and well tilled, with fields and meadowlands spread all over it like to a fair green carpet woven in divers patterns. And in the midst of the valley was a very large and noble castle, with many towers and tall steep roofs, and clustering chimneys. So Sir Launcelot descended into that valley, and the road which he took ended in front of the castle, and under the shade of the tall grey walls thereof. But he did not stop at that castle, but went on by it. Now after Sir Launcelot had passed by that castle, it seemed to him that he heard very delicate silver bells ringing sweetly in the air above him, and when he looked up, he beheld that a falcon was flying over his head toward a high elm tree that stood at a little distance, and he wist that it was the bells upon the cap of the falcon that rang so sweetly. And Sir Launcelot beheld that long lunes hung from the feet of the falcon as she flew, wherefore he was aware that the falcon had slipped her lunes and had flown from her owner. Sir Launcelot beholdeth a falcon entangled. So Sir Launcelot watched the falcon, and he beheld that she lit in a tall elm tree, where she took her perch and rested, balancing with her wings part spread. Then by and by she would have taken her flight again, but the lunes about her feet had become entangled around the bough on which she sat, so that when she would have flown she could not do so. Now Sir Launcelot was very sorry to see the falcon beating herself in that wise, straining to escape from where she was prisoner, but he knew not what to do to aid her, for the tree was very high, and he was no good climber of trees. While he stood there watching that falcon, he heard the portcullis of the castle lifted, with a great noise, and the drawbridge let fall, and therewith there came a lady riding out of the castle very rapidly upon a white mule, and she rode toward where Sir Launcelot watched the falcon upon the tree. When that lady had come nigh to Sir Launcelot, she cried out to him, Sir Knight, didst thou see a falcon fly this way? Sir Launcelot said, Yea, lady, and there she hangs, caught by her lunes in yonder elm tree. Then when that lady beheld how that her falcon hung there, she smote her hands together, crying out, Alas, alas, what shall I do? That falcon is my lord's favourite hawk. While I was playing with her a while since, she slipped from me and took flight, and has sped out, as thou dost see. Now when my lord findeth that I have lost his hawk in that wise, he will be very angry with me, and will haply do me some grievous hurt. The lady beseeches Sir Launcelot to get her the falcon again. Quoth Sir Launcelot, Lady, I am very sorry for you. Sir, she said, it boots nothing for you to be sorry for me unless you can aid me. "How may I aid you in this?" said Sir Launcelot. "Monsieur," quoth she, "how otherwise could you aid me than by climbing up into this tree for my hawk? For if you aid me not in such a fashion, I know not what I shall do, for my lord hath a very hot and violent temper, and he is not likely to brook having his favourite hawk lost to him, as it is like to be." Upon this Sir Launcelot was put to a great pass, and knew not what to do, for he had no good mind to climb that tree. "Lady," quoth he, "I prithee tell me what is thy lord's name." "Monsieur," she replied, "he is hight Sir Felot, and he is a knight of the court of the King of North Wales." "Well, lady," said Sir Launcelot, "thou dost put upon me a very sore task in this, for God knoweth I am no climber of trees. Yea, I would rather do battle with 20 knights than to climb one such tree as this. Nevertheless, I cannot find it in me to refuse the asking of any lady, if so be it lieth at all in my power to perform her will. Now if you will aid me to unarm myself, I will endeavour to climb this tree and get your hawk." Sir Launcelot climbs the tree. So the lady dismounted from her mule, and Sir Launcelot dismounted from his horse, and the lady aided Sir Launcelot to unarm himself. And when he had unarmed himself, he took off all his clothes, saving only his hosen and his doublet. Then he climbed that tree, though with great labour and pain to himself, and with much dread lest he should fall. So he, at last, reached the falcon where it was, and he loosened the loons from where they were entangled about the branch, and he freed the bird. Then he brake off a great piece of rotten bough of the tree, and he tied the loons of the falcon to it, and he tossed the falcon down to where the lady was. And the lady ran with great joy, and caught the falcon, and loosed it from the piece of branch, and tied the loons to her wrist, so that it could not escape again. Then Sir Launcelot began to descend the tree with as great labour and pain as he had climbed into it. Sir Felot threatened Sir Launcelot's life. But he had not come very far down when he perceived a knight who came riding very rapidly toward that tree, and he saw that the knight was in full armour. When this knight came to the tree, he drew rein and bespoke the lady who was there, though Sir Launcelot could not hear what he said. So after he had spoken for a little, the knight dismounted from his horse and went to Sir Launcelot's shield and looked upon the face of it very carefully. Then presently he looked upward toward Sir Launcelot, and he said, "Art thou Sir Launcelot of the Lake?" And Sir Launcelot said, "Yea." "Very well," said the knight, "I am pleased beyond measure at that, for I am Sir Felot, the lord of this castle, and the brother of that Sir Peris of the Forest Sauvage, whom thou didst treat so shamefully after thou hadst overcome him in battle." "Sir," said Sir Launcelot, "I treated him no wise differently from what he deserved." "No matter for that," said Sir Felot, "he was my brother, and thou didst put great despite and shame upon him. So now I will be revenged upon thee, for now I have thee where I would have thee, and I will slay thee as shamefully as thou didst put shame upon him. So say thy prayers where thou art, for thou shalt never go away from this place alive." "Sir Knight," said Sir Launcelot, "I do not believe that thou wouldst really assault a naked and armless man, for it would certainly be a great shame to thee to do me a harm in that wise. For lo, thou art armed and full, and I am a naked man, and to slay me as I am would be both murder and treason." "No matter for that," said Sir Felot. "As for the shame of it, I take no thought of it. I tell thee thou shalt have no grace nor mercy from me. Wherefore, make thy peace with heaven, for thine hour is come." "Sir Knight," said Sir Launcelot, "I ask only one boon of thee. If thou art of a mind to take so much shame upon thee, as appears to be the case, let me not, at least, die like a felon without any weapon. Let me have my sword in my hand, even if I have no other defence. For if a knight must die, it is a shame for him to die without weapons. So hang my sword upon yonder bow, where I may reach it, and then thou mayst slay me." "Nay," said Sir Felot, "I will not do that, for I know very well how wonderful is thy prowess. Wherefore, I believe that even if thou wert otherwise unarmed, thou mightst overcome me if thou hadst thy sword. So I will give thee no such chance, but I will have my will of thee as thou art." Sir Launcelot is put to a sad pass to escape. Then Sir Launcelot was put to a great pass of anxiety, for he wist not what to do to escape from that danger in which he lay. Wherefore he looked all about him, and above him, and below him, and at last he beheld a great branch of the elm tree just above his head, very straight and tough. So he catched this branch, and broke it off from the tree, and shaped it into a club of some sort. Then he came lower, and the knight waited to strike him with his sword when he was low enough, but Sir Launcelot did not come low enough for that. Then Sir Launcelot perceived that his horse stood below him, and a little to one side. So of a sudden he ran out along the branch whereon he stood, and he leaped quickly down upon the earth upon the farther side of his horse from where the knight stood. Sir Launcelot overcomes Sir Phelot with a strange weapon. At this, Sir Phelot ran at him and lashed at him with his sword, thinking to slay him before he had recovered from his leap. But Sir Launcelot was quicker than he, for he recovered his feet and put away the blow of Sir Phelot with his club, which he held. Then he ran in upon Sir Phelot under his sword arm, and before he could use his sword, he struck Sir Phelot with all his might upon the side of his head. And he struck him very quickly again, and he struck him the third time, all in the space while one might count 2. And those blows he struck were so direful that Sir Phelot fell down upon his knees, all stunned and bedazed, and the strength went out of his thews because of faintness. Then Sir Launcelot took the sword out of the hand of Sir Phelot, and Sir Phelot did not have strength to deny him. And Sir Launcelot plucked off Sir Phelot's helm, and catched him by the hair, and dragged his neck forward so as to have ease to strike his head from off his body. Now all this while the lady had been weeping and watching what befell, but when she saw the great danger Sir Phelot was in, she ran and clasped her arms about him, and cried out in a very loud and piercing voice upon Sir Launcelot to spare Sir Phelot and to slay him not. But Sir Launcelot, still holding him by the hair of the head, said, Lady, I cannot spare him, for he has treated me more treacherously than any other knight with whom I ever had dealings. But the lady cried out all the more vehemently, Sir Launcelot, thou good knight, I beseech thee of thy knighthood to spare him. Sir Launcelot spares Sir Phelot's life. Well, said Sir Launcelot, it hath yet to be said of me that I have denied anything that I was able to grant unto any lady that hath asked it of me upon my knighthood. And yet I know not how to trust either of ye. For thou didst not say one word on my behalf when I was in danger of being slain so treacherously just now. As for this knight, I perceive that he is every whit as great a traitor and a coward as was his brother, Sir Peris of the Sauvage Forest. So I will spare him, but I will not trust him, lest he turn against me ere I arm myself again. Wherefore, give me hither the halter rein of your mule. So the lady gave Sir Launcelot the halter rein, weeping amain as she did so. And Sir Launcelot took the halter rein, and he tied the arms of Sir Phelot behind him. Then he bade the lady of Sir Phelot to help him arm himself from head to foot, and she did so, trembling a very great deal. Then, when she had done so, quoth Sir Launcelot, Now I fear the treachery of no man. Therewith he mounted his horse and rode away from that place, and he looked not behind him at all, but rode away as though he held too much scorn of that knight and of that lady to give any more thought to them. So after that Sir Launcelot travelled for a while through the green fields of that valley, till by and by he passed out of that valley, and came into a forest through which he travelled for a very long time. Sir Launcelot cometh to a marish country. For it was about the slanting of the afternoon ere he came forth out of that forest and under the open sky again. And when he came out of the forest he beheld before him a country of perfectly level marish, very lush and green, with many ponds of water and sluggish streams bordered by rushes and sedge, and with pollard willows standing in rows beside the waters. In the midst of this level plain of green, which was like to the surface of a table for flatness, there stood a noble castle, part built of brick and part of stone, and a town of no great size, and a wall about the town. And this castle and town stood upon an island surrounded by a lake of water, and a long bridge built upon stone buttresses reached from the mainland to the island. And this castle and town were a very long distance away, though they appeared very clear and distinct to the sight across the level marish, like, as it were, to a fine bit of very small and cunning carving. Now the way that Sir Launcelot travelled led somewhat toward that town, wherefore he went along that way with intent to view the place more near by. So he conveyed by that road for some time without meeting any soul upon the way. But at last he came of a sudden upon an archer hiding behind an osier tree, with intent to shoot the waterfowl that came to the pond that was there, for he had several such fowl hanging at his girdle. To him Sir Launcelot said, Good fellow, what is that town yonder way? Sir, said the yeoman, that is called the town of the Marish, because it stands in those fenlands, and that castle is called the castle of the fenlands for the same reason. Sir Launcelot talks with the yeoman. Quoth Sir Launcelot, What manner of place is that? Is it a good place, or is it otherwise? Sir, said the archer, that place was one while a very good, happy place. For in times gone by there was a lord who dwelt there, who was both just and noble, and kind to all folk, wherefore he was loved by all the people. But one night there came 2 very grim and horrible giants thither from the Welsh mountains, and these entered into the castle by treachery, and made prisoner of the lord of the castle. Him they cast into the dungeon of the castle, where they held him prisoner as a hostage. For they threatened that if friends of that lord's should send force against them to dispossess them, they will slay him. As for any other rescue, there is no knight who dareth to go against them because of their terrible size, and their strength, and their dreadful, horrible countenances. "Well," said Sir Launcelot, "that is a pity, and I am sorry for that noble lordling. Now, since there is no other single knight who dareth to undertake this adventure, I myself will go and encounter these giants." "Nay, Sir Knight," said the yeoman, "do not do so, for they are not like mortal men, but rather like monsters that are neither beast nor man. Wherefore anyone who beholdeth them feareth them." "Gramercy for thy thought of me, good fellow," quoth Sir Launcelot. "But if I shall refuse an adventure because I find it perilous, then I am not like to undertake any adventure at all." Therewith he bade good den to that yeoman, and rode upon his way, directing his course toward that town at an easy pass. So he came at last to the long bridge that reached from the land to the island, and he saw that at the farther end of the bridge was the gateway of the town, and through the arch thereof he could perceive a street of the town, and the houses upon either side of the street, and the people thereof coming and going. Sir Launcelot crosses the bridge to the town. So he rode forth upon the bridge, and at the noise of his coming, for the hoofs of his horse sounded like thunder upon the floor of the bridge, the people of the town came running to see who it was that dared to come so boldly into their town. These, when Sir Launcelot came nigh, began to call on him on high, crying, "Turn back, Sir Knight, turn back! Else you will meet your death at this place." But Sir Launcelot would not turn back, but advanced very steadfastly upon his way. Now somewhat nigh the farther end of that bridge there stood a little lodge of stone, built to shelter the warden of the bridge from the stress of the weather. When Sir Launcelot came nigh to this lodge, there started suddenly out from it a great churl, above 7 feet high, who bore in his hand a huge club, shod with iron, and with great spikes of iron at the top. This churl ran to Sir Launcelot, and catched his horse by the bridle rein, and thrust it back upon its haunches, crying out in a great hoarse voice, "Whither goest thou, Sir Knight, for to cross this bridge?" Sir Launcelot said, "Let go my horse's rein, Sir Churl." Whereunto the churl made answer, "I will not let go thy horse's rein, and thou shalt not cross this bridge." Sir Launcelot slays the huge churl. At this Sir Launcelot waxed very angrily, and he drew his sword and struck the churl a blow with the flat thereof upon the shoulder, so that he dropped the rein very quickly. Therewith that churl drew back, and took his great iron-shod club in both hands, and struck at Sir Launcelot a blow that would have split a millstone. But Sir Launcelot put by the blow with his sword, so that it did him no harm. But therewith he waxed so wroth that he ground his teeth together with anger, and rising in his stirrups, he lashed that churl so woeful a blow that he cleft through his iron cap and his head, and his breast even to the paps. The folk warned Sir Launcelot. Now when the people of the town beheld that terrible blow, they lifted up their voices in a great outcry, crying out, "Turn back, Sir Knight, turn back! For this is a very woeful thing for thee that thou hast done." And some cried out, "Thou hast killed the giant's warder of the bridge." And others cried, "Thou art a dead man, and thus thou make haste away from this." But to all this Sir Launcelot paid no heed, but wiped his sword and thrust it back into its sheath. Then he went forward upon his way across the bridge, as though nothing had befallen, and so came to the farther side. Then, without paying any heed to all the people who were there, he rode straight to the castle, and into the gate of the castle, and into the courtyard thereof. Now by this time all the castle was astir, and in great tumult, and many people came running to the windows and looked down upon Sir Launcelot. And Sir Launcelot sat his horse and looked all about him. So he perceived that beyond the courtyard was a fair space of grass, very smooth and green, well fitted for battle. Wherefore he dismounted from his horse and tied it to a ring in the wall, and then he went to that green field and made him ready for whatever might befall. Meantime all those people who were at the windows of the castle cried out to him, as the people of the town had done, "Go away, Sir Knight! Go away whilst there is still time for you to escape, or else you are a dead man!" But Sir Launcelot replied not, but stood there and waited very steadfastly. Then the great door of the castle hall opened, and there came forth therefrom those 2 giants of whom he had heard tell. 2 giants attack Sir Launcelot. And in truth Sir Launcelot had never beheld such horrible beings as they, for they were above 10 feet high, and very huge of body and long of limb. And they were clad in armor of bull hide, with iron rings upon it, and each was armed with a great club, huge and thick, and shod with iron, and studded with spikes. These came toward Sir Launcelot, swinging their clubs, and laughing very hideously, and gnashing their long white teeth, for they thought to make easy work of him. How Sir Launcelot slays the first giant. Then Sir Launcelot, seeing them coming thus, set his shield before him, and made ready for that assault with great calmness of demeanor. Then the giants rushed suddenly upon him and struck at him, the both of them together, for they deemed that by doing so the enemy could not escape both blows, but if one failed the other would slay him. But Sir Launcelot put aside the blow of one giant with his sword and of the other with his shield, with marvellous dexterity. Thereupon, ere they could recover themselves, he turned upon that giant who was upon his left hand, and he struck him so terrible a blow upon the shoulder that he cut through the armor and through the shoulder and halfway through the body, so that the head and one arm of the giant leaned one way, and the other arm and the shoulder leaned toward the other way. Therewith the giant fell down upon the ground bellowing, so that it was most terrible to hear, and in a little he had died where he had fallen. How Sir Launcelot slays the second giant. Now when the fellow of the giant beheld that dreadful horrible stroke, he was so possessed with terror that he stood for a while trembling, and like one in amaze. But when he saw Sir Launcelot turn upon him, with intent to make at him also, he let fall his club and ran away with great and fearful outcry. Therewith he ran toward the castle and would have entered therein, but those within the castle had closed the doors and the gates against him, so that he could not escape in that way. So the giant ran around and around the court with great outcry, seeking for some escape from his pursuer, and Sir Launcelot ran after him. And Sir Launcelot struck him several times with his sword, so that at last, what with terror and pain and weariness, that giant stumbled and fell upon the ground. Therewith Sir Launcelot ran at him, and ere he could rise, he took his sword in both hands, and smote off his head, so that it rolled down upon the ground like a ball. Then Sir Launcelot stood there panting for breath, for he had raced very hard after the giant, and could hardly catch his breath again. As he stood so, many of those of the castle, and many of those who were of the town, came to him from all sides, and they crowded around him and gave him great acclaim for ridding that place of those giants. Then Sir Launcelot said to them, Where is your lord? Whereunto they made reply, Sir, he lieth in the dungeon of the castle under the ground, chained to the walls thereof, and there he hath been for 3 years or more, and no one hath dared to bring him succour until you came hither. Go find him, said Sir Launcelot, and set him free, and lose no time in doing so, and put him all at ease that you can. Sir Launcelot departs without refreshments. They say, Will you not stay and see him, monsieur, and receive his acknowledgments for what you have done? But Sir Launcelot replied, Nay, not so. Then they say, Will you not have some refreshment after this battle? Whereunto Sir Launcelot said, I do not need such refreshment. Then they say, But will you not rest a little? Nay, said Sir Launcelot, I may not tarry, for I have far to go and several things to do, so that I do not care to stay. So he loosed his horse from the ring in the wall, and mounted upon it, and rode away from the castle, and from that town, and across the bridge whence he had came. And all the people followed after him, giving him great acclaim. So Sir Launcelot left the castle, not because he needed no rest, but because he could not endure to receive the thanks of those whom he benefited. For though he loved to bring aid to the needy, yet he did not love to receive their thanks and their praise. Wherefore, having freed the lord of that castle from that brood of giants, he was content therewith, and went his way without resting or waiting for thanks. For so it was with those noble gallant knights of those days, that whilst they would perform signal service for mankind, yet they were not pleased to receive thanks or reward for the same, but took the utmost satisfaction, not in what they gained by their acts, but in the doing of knightly deeds, for they found all their reward in their deeds, because that thereby they made the world in which they lived better, and because they made the glory of the king, whose servants they were, the more glorious. And I hold that such behavior upon the part of anyone makes him the peer of Sir Launcelot, or Sir Tristram, or Sir Lamorak, or Sir Percival, yea, of Sir Galahad himself. For it does not need either the accolade or the bath to cause a man to be a true knight of God's making, nor does it need that a mortal king should lay sword upon shoulder to constitute the man the fellow of such knightly company as that whose history I am herewith writing. It needs only that he should prove himself at all times worthy in the performance of his duty, and that he shall not consider the hope of reward, or of praise of others in the performance of that duty. So look to it that in all your services you take example of the noble Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and that you do your uttermost with might and main, and that you therewith rest content with having done your best, maugre any praise. So you shall become a worthy fellow of Sir Launcelot and of his fellows. End of chapter 7th.
Chapter 8th of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard PYLE. The Story of Sir Launcelot, Chapter 8th. How Sir Launcelot rescued Sir Kay from a perilous pass. Also how he changed armor with Sir Kay, and what befell. One day Sir Launcelot came at early nightfall to a goodly manor house, and there he besought lodging for the night, and lodging was granted to him very willingly. Now there was no lord of that manor, but only an old gentlewoman of very good breeding and address. She made Sir Launcelot right welcome, and gave such cheer as she could, setting before him a very good supper, hot and savoury, and a great beaker of humming mead wherewith to wash it down. Whilst Sir Launcelot ate, the gentlewoman inquired of him his name, and he told her it was Sir Launcelot of the Lake. "Ah," quoth she, "I never heard that name before, but it is a very good name." At this Sir Launcelot laughed. "I am glad," said he, "that my name belikes thee. As for thy not having heard of it, well, I am a young knight as yet, having had but 3 years of service, yet I have hopes that by and by it may be better known than it is at this present." "Thou sayest well," quoth she, "for thou art very young yet, wherefore thou mayst not know what thou canst do till thou hast tried." And therewith Sir Launcelot laughed again and said, "Yea, that is very true." Now after Sir Launcelot had supped, his hostess showed him to the lodging she had provided for him wherein to sleep, and the lodging was in a fair garret over the gateway of the court. So Sir Launcelot went to his bed, and being very weary with journeying, he presently fell into a deep and gentle sleep. Now about the middle of the night there fell of a sudden the noise of someone beating upon the gate, and calling in a loud voice, and demanding immediate admittance thereat. This noise awoke Sir Launcelot, and he arose from his couch and went to the window, and looked out to see who it was that shouted so loudly, and made such an uproar. The moon was shining at that time, very bright and still, and by the light thereof Sir Launcelot beheld that there was a knight in full armour, seated upon horseback, without the gate, and that the knight beat upon the gate with the pommel of his sword, and shouted that they should let him in. But ere anyone could run to answer his call, there came a great noise of horses upon the high road, and immediately over there appeared 3 knights riding very fiercely that way. And these 3 knights were plainly pursuing that one knight. For when they perceived him, they rode very violently to where he was, and fell upon him fiercely, all 3 at one time. Wherefore, though that one knight defended himself as well as he could, yet he was in a very sorry way, and altogether likely to be overborne. For those 3 surrounded him so close to the gate that he could do little to shift himself away from their assaults. Now when Sir Launcelot beheld how those 3 knights attacked that one knight, he said to himself, "Of a surety yonder knight is in a very sorry way. I will do what I can to help him, for it is a shame to behold 3 knights attack one knight in that way. And if he be slain in this assault, meseems I shall be a party to his death." Therewith he ran and put his armour upon him, and made ready for battle. Then he drew the sheet from his bed, and he tied the sheet to the bar of the window, and by it he let himself down quickly to the ground, not far from where those knights were doing battle. So being safely arrived in that way, he cried out in a very loud voice, "Messires, leave that knight whom ye assail, and turn to me, for I have a mind to do battle with you myself." Then one of those knights, speaking very fiercely, said, "Who are you, and what business have you here?" "It matters not who I am," said Sir Launcelot, "but I will not have it that you 3 shall attack that one without first having had to do with me." "Very well," said the knight who had spoken, "you shall presently have your will of that." Therewith he and his fellows immediately descended from their horses, and drew their swords, and came at Sir Launcelot upon 3 sides at once. Then Sir Launcelot set his back against the gate and prepared to defend himself. Therewith that knight whom he would defend immediately got down from his horse with intent to come to the aid of Sir Launcelot, but Sir Launcelot forbade him very fiercely, saying, "Let be, Sir Knight, this is my quarrel, and you shall not meddle in it." Upon this those 3 knights rushed upon him very furiously, and they struck at him all at once, smiting at him wherever they could, and with all their might and main. So Sir Launcelot had much ado to defend himself from their assault, but he made shift that they should not all rush in upon him at once, and by he found his chance with one of them. Whereupon he turned suddenly upon that one, and suddenly he lashed so terrible a buffet at him that the knight fell down and lay as though he had been struck dead with the force thereof. Then, ere those other two had recovered themselves, he ran at a second and struck him so fierce a blow that his wits left him, and he staggered like a drunken man, and ran around and around in a circle, not knowing whither he went. Then he rushed upon the third, and thrust him back with great violence. And as he went back, Sir Launcelot struck him too, as he had struck his companions, and therewith that knight dropped his sword, and fell down upon his knees, and had not the power to raise himself up. Then Sir Launcelot ran to him, and snatched off his helmet, and catched him by the hair, with intent to cut off his head. But at that the fallen knight embraced Sir Launcelot about the knees, crying out, "Spare my life!" "Why should I spare you?" said Sir Launcelot. "Sir," cried the knight, "I beseech you of your knighthood to spare me." "What claim have you upon knighthood," said Sir Launcelot, "who would attack a single knight, 3 men against 1 man?" Then the other of those knights who had been staggered by Sir Launcelot's blow, but who had by now somewhat recovered himself, came and kneeled to Sir Launcelot and said, "Sir, spare his life, for we all yield ourselves unto you, for certes you are the greatest champion in all the world." Then Sir Launcelot was appeased, but he said, "Nay, I will not take your yielding unto me, for as you 3 assaulted this single knight, so shall you all 3 yield to him." "Messire," said the knight who kneeled, "I am very loth to yield us to that knight, for we chased him hither, and he fled from us, and we would have overcome him had you not come to his aid." "Well," said Sir Launcelot, "I care nothing for all that, but only that you do as I will. And if you will not do it, then I must perforce slay your companions and you two. Wherefore you may take your choice." Then said that knight who kneeled, "Messire, I see no other thing to do than to yield us as you would have. Wherefore we submit ourselves unto this knight whom you have rescued from us." Then Sir Launcelot turned to that knight to whom he had brought aid in that matter, and he said, "Sir Knight, these knights yield themselves unto you to do as you command them. Now I pray you of your courtesy to tell me your name and who you are." "Sir," said that knight, "I am Sir Kay the Seneschal, and I am King Arthur's foster brother, and a knight of the Round Table. I have been errant now for some time in search of Sir Launcelot of the Lake. Now I deem either that you are Sir Launcelot, or else that you are the peer of Sir Launcelot." "Thou art right, Sir Kay," said Sir Launcelot. "I am Sir Launcelot of the Lake." So thereat they two made great joy over one another, and embraced one another as brothers in arms should do. Then Sir Kay told Sir Launcelot how it was with those 3 knights who had assailed him, that they were 3 brethren, and that he had overthrown the 4th brother in an adventure at arms, and had hurt him very sorely thereby. So those 3 had been pursuing him for 3 days with intent to do him a harm. Now Sir Kay was very loath to take submission of those 3 knights, but Sir Launcelot would have it so and no other way. So Sir Kay consented to let it be as Sir Launcelot willed. Thereupon those 3 knights came and submitted themselves to Sir Kay. And Sir Kay ordained that they should go to Camelot and lay their case before King Arthur, and that King Arthur should adjudge their case according to what he considered to be right and fitting. Then those 3 knights mounted upon their horses and rode away, and when they had done so, the gates of the manor were opened, and Sir Launcelot and Sir Kay entered in. But when the old lady who was his hostess beheld Sir Launcelot come in, she was very greatly astonished, for she wist he was still asleep in his bedchamber, when she said, "Sir, methought you were in bed and asleep." "So indeed I was," said Sir Launcelot, "but when I saw this knight in peril of his life against 3 knights, I leapt out of my window and went to his aid." "Well," said his hostess, "meseems that you will sometime be a very good knight, if you have so much courage whilst you are so young." And at that both Sir Launcelot and Sir Kay laughed a great deal. Then the chatelaine set bread and wine before Sir Kay, and he ate and refreshed himself, and thereafter he and Sir Launcelot went to that garret above the gate, and there fell asleep with great ease of body. Now before the sun arose Sir Launcelot awoke, but Sir Kay still slept very soundly. Then Sir Launcelot beheld how Sir Kay slept, and he had a mind for a jest. So he clad himself in Sir Kay's armour altogether from head to foot. And he took Sir Kay's shield and spear, and he left his armour and shield and spear for Sir Kay to use. Then he went very softly from that room, and left Sir Kay still sleeping. And he took Sir Kay's horse and mounted upon it and rode away. And all that while Sir Kay knew nothing of what had befallen, but slept very deeply. Now after a while Sir Kay awoke, and he found that Sir Launcelot was gone. And when he looked and found that his own armour was gone, and that Sir Launcelot's armour was left, then he wist that Sir Launcelot had done, and he said, "Ha! What a noble courteous knight is the gentleman, for he hath left me his armour for my protection, and whilst I wear it and carry his shield and ride his horse, it is not likely that any one will assail me upon my way. As for those who assail him, I do not believe that they will be likely to find great pleasure in their battle." Therewith he arose and clad himself in Sir Launcelot's armour. And after he had broken his fast and thanked his hostess for what she had given him, he rode upon his way with great content of spirit. And it was as Sir Kay had said, for when he met other knights upon the road, and when they beheld the figure upon his shield, they all said, "It is not well to meddle with that knight, for that is Sir Launcelot." And so he came to Camelot without having to do battle with any man. As for Sir Launcelot, he rode upon his way with great cheerfulness of spirit, taking no heed at all of any trouble in the world, but chanting to himself as he rode in the pleasant weather. But ever he made his way towards Camelot, for he said, "I will return to Camelot for a little, and see how it fares with my friends at the court of the king." So by and by he entered into the country round about Camelot, which is a very smooth and fertile country, full of fair rivers and meadows, with many cots and hamlets, and with fair hedge-bordered highways, wonderfully pleasant to journey in. So travelling he came to a very large meadow, where there were several groves of trees standing here and there by a river. And as he went through this meadow he saw before him a long bridge, and at the farther side of the bridge were 3 pavilions of silk of divers colours, which pavilions had been cast in the shade of a grove of beech trees. In front of each pavilion stood a great spear thrust in the earth, and from the spear hung the shield of the knight to whom the pavilion belonged. These shields Sir Launcelot read very easily, and so knew the knights who were there, to wit that they were Sir Gunther, Sir Guilmere, and Sir Reynold, who were 3 brothers of the court of King Arthur. As Sir Launcelot passed their pavilions, he saw that the 3 knights sat at feast in the midmost pavilion of the 3, and that a number of esquires and pages waited upon them and served them. For those knights were of very high estate, and so they were established as high lords should be. The 3 knights bid Sir Launcelot come to feast with them. Now when those knights perceived Sir Launcelot, they thought it was Sir Kay because of the armour he wore. And Sir Gunther, who was the eldest of the 3 brothers, cried out, "Come hither, Sir Kay, and eat with us." But to this Sir Launcelot made no reply, but rode on his way. Then said Sir Gunther, "Meseems Sir Kay has grown very proud this morning. Now I will go and bring him back with me, or else I will bring down his pride to earth." So he made haste, and donned his helmet, and ran and took his shield and his spear, and mounted his horse, and rode after Sir Launcelot at a hard gallop. As he drew nigh to Sir Launcelot, he cried out, "Stay, Sir Knight, turn again and go with me." "Why should I go with you?" said Sir Launcelot. Quoth Sir Gunther, "Because you must either return with me or do battle with me." "Well," said Sir Launcelot, "I would rather do battle than return against my will." And at that Sir Gunther was astonished, for Sir Kay was not wont to be so ready for a battle. So Sir Launcelot set his shield and his spear, and took his stand. And Sir Gunther took his stand. Then when they were in all ways prepared, each set spur to his horse and rushed together with terrible speed. So each knight struck the other in the midst of his shield. But the onset of Sir Launcelot was so terrible that it was not to be withstood, wherefore both Sir Gunther and his horse were overthrown in such a cloud of dust that nothing at all was to be seen of them until that cloud lifted. At this both Sir Reynold and Sir Guilmere were astonished beyond measure, for Sir Gunther was reckoned to be a much better knight than Sir Kay. Wherefore they wist not how it was that Sir Kay should have overthrown him in that fashion. So straightway Sir Guilmere, who was the second of those brothers, called out to Sir Launcelot to tarry and do battle. "Very well," said Sir Launcelot. If I cannot escape thee, I must needs do battle. Only make haste, for I would fain be going upon my way." So Sir Gilmere donned his helm in haste, and ran and took his shield and spear, and mounted upon his horse. So when he had made himself ready in all ways, he rushed upon Sir Launcelot with all his might, and Sir Launcelot rushed against him. In that encounter each knight struck the other in the midst of his shield, and the spear of Sir Gilmere burst into pieces, but Sir Launcelot's spear held. So the breast strap of Sir Gilmere's saddle bursting, both saddle and knight were swept entirely off the horse and to the earth, where Sir Gilmere lay altogether stunned. Then Sir Raynold came against Sir Launcelot in like manner as the others had done, and in that encounter Sir Launcelot overthrew both horse and man, so that, had not Sir Raynold voided his horse, he would likely have been very sadly hurt. Then Sir Raynold drew his sword, and cried out in a loud voice, "Come, Sir Knight, and do me battle afoot." But Sir Launcelot said, "Why will you have it so, Sir Knight? I have no such quarrel with you as to do battle with swords." "Ha," said Sir Raynold, "you shall fight with me. For though you wear Sir Kay's armour, I wot very well that you are not Sir Kay, but a great deal bigger man than ever Sir Kay is like to be." "Nay," said Sir Launcelot, "I will not do any more battle with you." And therewith he drew rein and rode away, leaving Sir Raynold standing very angry in the middle of the highway. After that Sir Launcelot rode very easily at a quiet gait, with no great thought whither he rode, until after a while he came to a place where a road went across a level field, with 2 rows of tall poplar trees, one upon either side of the highway. Then Sir Launcelot perceived where, beneath the shade of those poplar trees, were 4 knights standing each by his horse, and these 4 knights were conversing very pleasantly together. Now as Sir Launcelot drew nigh, he perceived that those were 4 very famous noble knights of the Round Table. To wit, one of those knights was his own brother, Sir Ector de Maris, another was Sir Gawain, another was Sir Ewain, and the 4th was Sir Sagramore le Desirous. Now as Sir Launcelot drew nigh, Sir Gawain said, "Look, yonder cometh Sir Kay the Seneschal." Unto this Sir Sagramore le Desirous said, "Yea, this is he. Now bide you here for a little while I go and take a fall of him." So straightway he mounted upon his horse, and he rode toward Sir Launcelot, and he cried out, "Stay, Sir Knight, you cannot go farther until you have had to do with me." "What would you have of me?" quoth Sir Launcelot. "Sir," said Sir Sagramore, "I will have a fall of you." "Well," said Sir Launcelot, "I suppose I must pleasure you, since it cannot be otherwise." Therewith he dressed his shield and his spear, and Sir Sagramore dressed his shield and his spear, and when they were in all ways prepared, they ran together at full tilt. In that encounter Sir Sagramore's spear broke, but Sir Launcelot struck so powerful a blow that he overthrew both horse and man into a ditch of water that was near by. Then Sir Ector de Maris said, "Ha, surely some very ill chance has befallen Sir Sagramore for to be overthrown by Sir Kay. Now I will go and have ado with him. For if the matter rests here, there will be no living at court with the jests which will be made upon us." So he took horse and rode to where Sir Launcelot was, and he went at a very fast gallop. When he had come near Sir Launcelot, he cried out, "Have at thee, Sir Kay, for it is my turn next." "Why should I have at thee?" said Sir Launcelot. "I have done thee no harm." "No matter," said Sir Ector. "You can go no farther until you have had to do with me." "Well," said Sir Launcelot, "if that is so, the sooner I have to do with thee, the sooner shall I be able to go upon my way." Therewith each knight made himself ready, and when they were in all ways prepared, they came together with such force that Sir Launcelot's spear went through Sir Ector's shield and smote him upon the shoulder, and Sir Ector was thrown down upon the ground with such violence that he lay where he had fallen, without power to move. Then said Sir Ewain to Sir Gawain, where they stood together, "That is the most wonderful thing ever I beheld. For never did I think to behold Sir Kay bear himself in battle in such a fashion as that. Now bide thee here, and let me have a try at him." Therewith Sir Ewain mounted his horse, and rode at Sir Launcelot. And there were no words spoken this time, but each knight immediately took his stand to do battle. Then they ran their horses together, and Sir Launcelot gave Sir Ewain such a buffet that he was astonished, and for a little he knew not where he was, for his spear fell down out of his hand, and he bore his shield so low that Sir Launcelot might have slain him where he stood, if he had been minded to do so. Then Sir Launcelot said, "Sir Knight, I bid thee yield to me." And Sir Ewain said to him, "I yield me, for I do not believe that thou art Sir Kay, but a bigger man than he shall ever be. Wherefore I yield me." "Then that is well," said Sir Launcelot. "Now stand thou a little aside, where thou mayest bring succour to these other two knights, for I see that Sir Gawain has a mind to tilt with me." And it was as Sir Launcelot said, for Sir Gawain also had mounted his horse, and had made himself ready for that encounter. So Sir Gawain and Sir Launcelot took stand at such place as suited them. Then each knight set spurs to his horse, and rushed together like thunder. And each knight smote the other knight in the midst of his shield. And in that encounter the spear of Sir Gawain brake in twain, but the spear of Sir Launcelot held. And therewith he gave Sir Gawain such a buffet that Sir Gawain's horse reared up into the air, and it was with much ado that he was able to void his saddle ere his horse fell over backward. For if he had not leapt to the earth, the horse would have fallen upon him. Then Sir Gawain drew his sword and cried very fiercely, "Come down and fight me, Sir Knight, for thou art not Sir Kay." "Nay, I will not fight thee that way," said Sir Launcelot, and therewith he passed on his way without tarrying further. But he laughed to himself behind his helmet as he rode, and he said, "God give Sir Kay joy of such a spear as this, for I believe that there came never so good a spear as this into my hand, for with it I have overthrown 7 famous knights in this hour." As for those 4 knights of the Round Table, they comforted one another as best they could, for they knew not what to think of that which had befallen them. Only Sir Ector said, "That was never Sir Kay who served us in this wise, but such a man as is better than 10 Sir Kays, or twice 10 Sir Kays, for the matter of that." Now Sir Launcelot came to Camelot about eventide, what time King Arthur and his court were assembled at their supper. Then there was great joy when news was brought of his coming, and they brought him into the court, and set him beside the king and the Lady Guinevere, all armed as he was. Then King Arthur said, "Sir Launcelot, how is it with thee?" And Sir Launcelot said, "It is well." Then King Arthur said, "Tell us what hath befallen thee." And Sir Launcelot told all that had happened in that month since he had left court. And all they who were there listened, and were much astonished. But when Sir Launcelot told how he had encountered those 7 knights in the armour of Sir Kay, all laughed beyond measure, excepting those of the 7 who were there, for they took no very good grace to be laughed at in that wise. So now I hope I have made you acquainted with Sir Launcelot of the Lake, who is the greatest knight in the world. For not only have I told you how he was created a knight at the hands of King Arthur, but I have also led you errant along with him, so that you might see for yourself how he adventured his life for other folk, and what a noble and generous gentleman he was, and how pitiful to the weak and suffering, and how terrible to the evildoer. But now I shall have to leave him for a while. But after a while, in another book that shall follow this, I shall return to him to tell you a great many things concerning other adventures of his. For meantime, it is necessary that I should recount the history of another knight, who was held by many to be nearly as excellent a knight as Sir Launcelot was himself. Conclusion. Here endeth the story of Sir Launcelot. That which followeth is the story of Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, who was knit with Sir Launcelot into such close ties of friendship, that if they had been brothers of the same blood, with the same father and mother, they could not have loved one another more than they did. End of chapter 8.
Sir Tristram, Part 1 First, of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maggie Travers. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1, First. So King Mauldin grieved very bitterly for the Lady Elizabeth for the space of 7 years, and in that time he took but little pleasure in life, and still less pleasure in that son who had been born to him in that wise. Then one day a certain counsellor who was in great favour with the king came to him and said, Lord, it is not fitting that you should live in this wise and without a mate, for you should have a queen, and you should have other children besides Tristram. Else all the fate of this kingdom shall depend upon the life of that one small child. And King Mauldin took this counsel to heart, and after a while he said, What you tell me is true, and so I shall take another queen, even though it is not in me to love any other woman in all of the world but that dear one who is dead and gone. So a while after that he took to wife the Lady Moya, who was the daughter of King Howell of Britain. Now Queen Moya had been married to an Earl of Britain, and by him she had a son who was about the age of Tristram. So she brought this son to Lyonesse with her, and he and Tristram were very good companions. But the Lady Moya took great hatred of Tristram, for she said in her heart, Except for this Tristram, mayhap my son might be king and overlord of this land. And these thoughts brooded with her, so that after a while she began to meditate how she might make away with Tristram, so that her own son might come into his inheritance. Now at that time Tristram was about 13 years of age, and very large and robust of form, and of extraordinary strength of body and beauty of countenance. But the son of Queen Moya was not of such a sort, so the more beautiful and noble Tristram was the more the queen hated him. So one day she called to her a very cunning chemist, and she said to him, Give me a drink of such and such a sort, so that he who drinks thereof shall certainly die, maugre help of any kind. And the chemist gave her what she desired, and it was in a phial, and was of a golden colour. Now Tristram and the son of the Lady Moya were wont to play ball in a certain court of the castle, and when they would play there, they would wax all of a heat with their sport. This the Lady Moya was well aware of. So one day she took that phial of poison, and she poured a part of it into a chalice, and she filled the chalice with clear water, and she set the chalice upon a bench where those two would play at ball. For she said to herself, When they grow warm with their play, Tristram will certainly drink of this water to quench his thirst, and then my son maybe enter into his inheritance. So the two youths played very fiercely at their game, and they waxed exceedingly hot, and presently were both very violently athirst. Then Tristram said, I would I had somewhat to drink. And his stepbrother said, Look, yonder is a chalice of water. Drink, and when thou hast quenched thy thirst, then I will drink also. But Tristram said, Nay, brother, drink thou first, for thou art more athirst than I. Then at first the son of the Lady of Moya would not have it so, but would have Tristram drink. But afterward he did as Tristram bade him, and, taking the chalice in both hands, he drank freely of that poison which his own mother had prepared. Then, when he had drunk his fill, Tristram took the chalice and would have drunk too, but the other said, Stay, Tristram, there is great bitterness in that chalice. And then he said, Methinks I feel a very bitter pang within my vitals. And then he cried out, Woe is me! I am in great pain. Therewith he fell down upon the ground, and lay there in a great passion of agony. Then Tristram cried aloud for help in a piercing voice, but when help came thither it was too late, for the son of the Lady Moya was dead. Then the Lady Moya was in great torment of soul, and beat her breast, and tore her hair, and King Mauldin had much ado for to comfort her. And after this she hated Tristram worse than ever before, for she would say to herself, Except for this Tristram, my own son would yet be alive. So she brooded upon these things until she could not rest, whether by day or night. Then one day she took the rest of the poison that was in the phial and poured it into a goblet of yellow wine. This goblet she gave to one of her pages, saying, "Take this to Tristram and offer it to him when I shall tell you to do so." Therewith she went down to the hall where Tristram was, and she said, "Tristram, let there be peace betwixt us." And Tristram said, "Lady, that meets my wishes, for I have never had in my heart aught but loving kindness towards you, and so I would have it in your heart towards me." With this the page came in the hall with that goblet of yellow wine. Then the Lady Moya took the goblet and said, "Take this cup, and drink of the wine that is in it, and so there shall be peace betwixt us forever." And as she said that, she looked very strangely upon Tristram. But Tristram was altogether innocent of any evil against him, so he reached out his hand to take the cup which the page brought him. Now at that moment King Meliadus came into the hall fresh from the chase, and he was much heated and greatly athirst. Therefore, when he saw that cup of wine, he said, "Stay, Tristram, let me drink, for I am greatly athirst. After I have quenched my thirst, then thou shalt drink." Therewith he took the goblet of wine and made to lift it to his lips. But at that the Lady Moya cried out in a very loud and piercing voice, "Do not drink of that wine!" The king said, "Why should I not drink of it?" "No matter," said the Lady Moya. "Thou shalt not drink of it, for there is death in it." Therewith she ran to the king and catched him by the hand, and she plucked away the goblet so that the wine was spilt out of it upon the ground. Then King Meliadus gazed at the Lady Moya, and he thought of many things in very little time. Thereupon he seized her by the hair and dragged her forward, so that she fell down upon her hands and knees to the pavement of the hall. And King Meliadus drew his great sword so that it flashed like lightning, and he cried, "Tell me what thou hast done, and tell me quickly, or thou shalt not be able to tell me at all." Then the Lady Moya clutched King Meliadus about the thighs, and she cried out, "Do not slay me with thine own hand, or else my blood will stain thee with dishonor. I will tell thee all, and then thou mayst deal with me according to the law, for indeed I am not fit to live." So therewithal the Lady Moya confessed everything to the king. Then King Meliadus shouted aloud and called the attendants and said, "Take this woman and cast her into prison, and see that no harm befall her there. For the lords of this country shall adjudge her, and not I." And therewith he turned away and left her. And thereafter, in due season, the Lady Moya was brought to trial, and was condemned to be burned at the stake. Now when the day came that she was to be burnt, Tristram was very sorry for her. So when he beheld her tied fast to the stake, he came to where King Meliadus was, and he kneeled before him, and he said, "Father, I crave a boon of thee." Thereupon King Meliadus looked upon Tristram, and he loved him very tenderly, and he said, "My son, ask what thou wilt, and it shall be thine." Then Tristram said, "Father, I pray thee, spare the life of this lady, for methinks she hath repented her of her evil, and surely God hath punished her very sorely for the wickedness she had tried to do." Then King Meliadus was very wroth that Tristram should interfere with the law, but yet he had granted that boon to his son and could not withdraw. So after a while of thought he said, "Well, I have promised, and so I will perform my promise. Her life is thine. Go to the stake and take her. But when thou hast done so, I bid thee go forth from this place and show thy face here no more. For thou hast interfered with the law, and hast done ill that thou, the son of the king, should save this murderess. So thou shalt leave this place, for I mistrust that between you two some murder will befall in this country." So Tristram went weeping to where the queen was bound to the stake, and he cut her bonds with his dagger and set her free. And he said, "Lady, thou art free. Now go thy way, and may God forgive thee as I do." Then the queen wept also and said, "Tristram, thou art very good to me." And because she was barefoot and in her shift, Tristram took his cloak and wrapped it about her. After that Tristram straightway left Lyonesse, and King Meliadus appointed that a noble and honorable lord of the court, Knight Gouvernail, should go with him. They too went to France, and there they were made very welcome at the court of the king. So Tristram dwelt in France till he was 18 years old, and everyone at the court of the king of France loved him and honored him, so that he dwelt there as though he were of the blood of France. During that time he was in France, he became the greatest hunter in the world, and he wrote many books on the venery that were read and studied long after he had ceased to live. Also he became so skillful with the harp that no minstrel in the world was his equal, and ever he waxed more sturdy of frame and more beautiful a countenance, and more well taught in all the worship of knighthood. For during that time he became so wonderfully excellent in arms that there was no one in France who was his equal. Thus Tristram dwelt at peace in that land for 5 years. But even he longed for his own home with all the might and main of his heart. So one day he said to Gouvernail, "Gouvernail, I cannot deny myself any longer from seeing my father and my own country, for I feel that I must see them, or else my heart will certainly break because of its great longing." Nor would he listen to anything that Gouvernail might say contrary to this. So they two took their departure from France, and Tristram travelled as a harper, and Gouvernail as his attendant. Thus they came to Lyonesse in that wise. One day, whilst King Meliadus sat at meat, they two came into the hall, and Gouvernail wore a long white beard which altogether disguised him, so that no one knew him. But Tristram shone with such a great radiance of beauty and of youth that all who looked upon him marvelled at him. And the heart of King Meliadus went out to Tristram very strongly, and he said before all of his court, "Who art thou, fair youth, and whence comest thou?" To which Tristram made reply, "Lord, I am a harper, and this is my man, and we have come from France." Then King Meliadus said to Tristram, "Sir, have you seen a youth in France whom men call Tristram?" And Tristram replied, "Yea, I have seen him several times." King Meliadus said, "Doth he do well?" "Yea," said Tristram, "he doth very well, though at times he is sore oppressed with a great desire for his own country." At this King Meliadus turned away his face, for his heart went very strongly out at that thought of his son. Then by and by he said to Tristram, "Wilt thou play upon thy harp?" And Tristram said, "Yea, if it will please thee to hear me." Therewith he took his harp, and he set it before him, and he struck the strings and played upon it, and he sang in such a wise that no one who was there had ever heard the like thereof. Then King Meliadus' heart was melted at Tristram's minstrelsy, and he said, "That is wonderful harping. Now ask what thou wilt of me, and it shall be thine, whatever it may be." To this Tristram said, "Lord, that is a great thing that thou sayest." "Nevertheless," said King Meliadus, "it shall be as I say." Then Tristram left his harp, and he came to where King Meliadus sat, and he kneeled down before him, and he said, "Lord, if so be that it the case, then that which I ask of thee is this, that thou wilt forgive me, and bring me back into thy favor again." At that King Meliadus was filled with a great wonder, and he said, "Fair youth, who art thou, and what have I to forgive thee?" "Lord," said Tristram, "I am thy son, and ask thee to forgive me that I should have saved the life of that lady who is thy queen." At this King Meliadus cried out with joy, and he came down from where he sat, and he took Tristram into his arms and kissed him upon the face. And Tristram wept and kissed his father upon the face. So they were reconciled. After that Tristram abode in peace in Lyonesse for some while, and during that time he made peace betwixt King Meliadus and Queen Moya, and the queen loved him because he was so good to her. Now after the return of Tristram, as aforesaid, King Meliadus would have made him a knight, but Tristram would not suffer the honor of knighthood to be bestowed upon him at that time, but always said, "Lord, think not ill of me if I do not accept knighthood at this time, for I would fain wait until the chance for some large adventure cometh. Then I would be made a knight to meet that adventure, so that I might immediately win renown. For what credit could there be to our house if I should be made knight, only that I might sit in hall and feast, and drink and make merry? So spoke Sir Tristram, and his words sounded well to King Meliadus, wherefore from thenceforth King Meliadus refrained from urging knighthood upon him. Now the way that Sir Tristram achieved knighthood shall be told in that which followeth, and also it shall then be told how he fought his first battle, which was one of the most famous that he ever fought in all his life. End of Part 1 first. Recording by Maggie Travers in Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Part 1. Second of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard PYLE. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1, 2nd. Chapter 2nd. How Sir Tristram was made knight by the King of Cornwall, and how he fought a battle with a famous champion. Now first of all, it is to be here said that at that time there was great trouble come to King Mark of Cornwall, who, as aforesaid, was uncle to Sir Tristram, and the trouble was this. The King of Cornwall and the King of Ireland had great debate concerning an island that lay in the sea betwixt Cornwall and Ireland. For though that island was held by Cornwall, yet the King of Ireland laid claim to it, and demanded that the King of Cornwall should pay him truage for the same. This King Mark refused to do, and there was great contention betwixt Cornwall and Ireland, so that each country made ready for war. But the King of Ireland said, Let there not be war betwixt Ireland and Cornwall concerning this disagreement, but let us settle this affair in some other way. Let us each choose a champion, and let those two champions decide the rights of this case by a combat at arms, for so the truth shall be made manifest. Now you are to know that at that time the knights of Cornwall were held in great disregard by all courts of chivalry, for there was not in those days any knight of repute in all the court of Cornwall. Wherefore King Mark knew not where he should find him a champion to meet that challenge from the King of Ireland. Yet he must needs meet it, for he was ashamed to refuse such a challenge as that, and so to acknowledge that Cornwall had no knight champion to defend it. So he said it should be as the King of Ireland would have it, and that if the King of Ireland would choose a champion, he also would do the same. Thereupon the King of Ireland chose for his champion Sir Marhaus of Ireland, who was one of the greatest knights in the world. For in the book of King Arthur, which I wrote aforetime, you may there read in the story of Sir Pelleas how great and puissant a champion Sir Marhaus was, and how he overthrew Sir Gawain and others with the greatest ease. Wherefore at that time he was believed by many to be the greatest knight in the world, it being before the days of Sir Launcelot of the Lake. And even in the days of Sir Launcelot it was doubted whether he or Sir Launcelot were the greater champion. So King Mark could not find any knight in Cornwall to stand against Sir Marhaus, nor could he easily find any knight outside of Cornwall to do battle with him. For Sir Marhaus, being a knight of the Round Table, no other knight of the Round Table would fight against him, and there were no other knights so great as that famous brotherhood of the Table Round. Accordingly, King Mark knew not where to turn to find him a champion to do battle in his behalf. In this strait, King Mark sent a letter by a messenger to Lyonesse, asking if there was any knight at Lyonesse who would stand his champion against Sir Marhaus, and he offered great reward if such a champion would undertake his cause against Ireland. Now when young Tristram heard this letter of his uncle King Mark, he straightway went to his father and said, Sire, some whiles ago you desired that I should become a knight. Now I would that you would let me go to Cornwall upon this occasion. For when I come there I will beseech my uncle King Mark to make me a knight, and then I will go out against Sir Marhaus. For I have a great mind to undertake this adventure in behalf of King Mark, and to stand his champion against Sir Marhaus. For though Sir Marhaus is so great a knight and so famous a hero, yet if I should have the good fortune to overcome him in battle, there would certes be great glory to our house through my knighthood. Then King Meliadus looked upon Tristram and loved her very dearly, and he said, Tristram, thou hast assuredly a very great heart to undertake this adventure, which no one else will essay. So I bid thee go, in God's name, if so be thy heart bids thee go. For maybe God will lend the strength necessary to carry this adventure through to a successful issue. So that very day Tristram departed from Lyonesse for Cornwall, taking with him only Gouvernail as his companion. So by ship he reached Cornwall, and the castle of Tintagel, where King Mark was then holding court. And it was at the sloping of the afternoon when he so came, and at that time King Mark was sitting in hall with many of his knights and lords about him. And the king was brooding in great trouble of spirit. Unto him came an attendant, saying, Lord, there are 2 strangers who stand without, and crave to be admitted to your presence. One of them hath great dignity and sobriety of demeanour, and the other, who is a youth, is of so noble and stately an appearance that I do not believe his like is to be found in the entire world. To this the king said, Show them in. So those 2 were immediately admitted into the hall, and came and stood before King Mark, and the one of them was Gouvernail, and the other was young Tristram. So Tristram stood forth before Gouvernail, and Gouvernail bore the harp of Tristram, and the harp was of gold, and shone most brightly and beautifully. Then King Mark looked upon Tristram, and marvelled at his size and beauty, for Tristram stood above any man in that place, so that he looked like a hero amongst them. His brow was as white as milk, and his lips were red like to coral, and his hair was as red as gold, and as plentiful as the mane of a young lion. And his neck was thick and sturdy and straight like to a round pillar of white stone, and he was clad in garments of blue silk embroidered very cunningly with threads of gold, and set with a countless multitude of gems of divers colours. So because of all this he glistened with a singular radiance of richness and beauty. So King Mark marvelled at the haughtiness of Tristram's appearance, and he felt his heart drawn toward Tristram with love and admiration. Then, after a little, he spoke, saying, Fair youth, who are you, and whence come you, and what is it you would have of me? Lord, said Tristram, my name is Tristram, and I come from the country of Lyonesse, where your own sister was one time queen. Touching the purpose of my coming hither, it is this. Having heard that you are in need of a champion to contend for your rights against the champion of Ireland, I come hither to say that if you will make me a knight with your own hand, I will take it upon me to stand your champion and to meet Sir Marhaus of Ireland upon your behalf. Then King Mark was filled with wonder at the courage of Tristram, and he said, Fair youth, are you not aware that Sir Marhaus of Ireland is a knight well set in years and of such great and accredited deeds of arms, that it is supposed that excepting Sir Launcelot of the Lake, there is not his peer in any court of chivalry in all of the world? How then can you, who are altogether new to the use of arms, hope to stand against so renowned a champion as he? Lord, quoth Tristram, I am well aware of what sort of knight Sir Marhaus is, and I am very well aware of the great danger of this undertaking. Yet, if one who covets knighthood shall fear to face a danger, what virtue would there then be in the chivalry of knighthood? So, Messire, I put my trust in God, his mercies, and I have great hope that he will lend me both courage and strength in my time of need. Then King Mark began to take great joy, for he said to himself, Maybe this youth shall indeed bring me forth in safety, out of these dangers that menace my honour. So he said, Tristram, I do believe that you will stand a very excellent chance of success in this undertaking, wherefore it shall be as you desire. I will make you a knight, and besides that I will fit you with armour and accoutrements in all ways becoming to the estate of a knight royal. Likewise, I will provide you a Flemish horse of the best strain, so that you shall be both furnished and horsed as well as any knight in the world hath ever been. So that night Tristram watched his armour in the chapel of the castle, and the next day he was made knight with all the circumstances appertaining to a ceremony of such solemnity as that. And upon the afternoon of the day upon which he was thus made knight, King Mark purveyed a ship in all ways befitting the occasion, and in the ship Tristram and Gouvernail set sail for that island where Sir Marhaus was known to be abiding at that time. Now upon the second day of their voyaging, and about the middle of the day, they came to a land which they knew must be the place which they were seeking, and there the sailors made a safe harbour. As soon as they were at anchor, a gangway was set from the ship to the shore, and Sir Tristram and Gouvernail drave their horses across the gangway and so to the dry land. Thereafter they rode forward for a considerable distance, until about the first slanting of the afternoon they perceived in the distance 3 very fair ships drawn up close to the shore. And then they were aware of a knight, clad in full armour and seated upon a noble horse under the shadow of those ships, and they wist that that must be he whom Sir Tristram sought. Then Gouvernail spake to Sir Tristram, saying, Sir, that knight resting yonder beneath the shelter of the ships must be Sir Marhaus. "Yea," said Sir Tristram, "that is assuredly he." So he gazed very steadily at the knight for a long while, and by he said, "Gouvernail, yonder seems to me to be a very great and haughty knight for a knight so young as I am to have to do with in his first battle. Yet if God will lend me his strong aid in this affair, I shall assuredly win me great credit at his hands." Then, after another short while, he said, "Now go, Gouvernail, and leave me alone in this affair, for I do not choose for anyone to be by when I have to do with yonder knight. For either I shall overcome him in this combat, or else I will lay down my life at this place. For the case is thus, Gouvernail, if Sir Marhaus should overcome me, and if I should yield me to him as vanquished, then mine uncle must pay truage to the King of Ireland for the land of Cornwall. But if I died without yielding me to mine enemy, then he must yet do battle with another champion at another time, if my uncle the king can find such an one to do battle in his behalf. So I am determined either to win this battle or to die therein." Now when Gouvernail heard this, he fell a-weeping in great measure, and he cried out, "Sir, let not this battle be of that sort." To him Sir Tristram said very steadfastly, "Say no more, Gouvernail, but go as I bid thee." Whereupon Gouvernail turned and went away, as he was bidden to do, weeping very bitterly as he went. Now by this Sir Marhaus had caught sight of Sir Tristram, where he stood in that field, and so presently he came riding thitherward to meet Sir Tristram. When he had come nigh, Sir Marhaus said, "Who art thou, Sir Knight?" Unto these Sir Tristram made reply, "Sir, I am Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, son of King Meliadus of that land, and nephew of King Mark of Cornwall. I am come to do battle upon behalf of the King of Cornwall, to release him from the demands of truage made by the King of Ireland." Quoth Sir Marhaus, "Messire, are you a knight of approval and of battles?" "Nay," said Sir Tristram, "I have only been created knight these 3 days." "Alas," said Sir Marhaus, "I am very sorry for thee, and for thy noble courage that hath brought thee hither to this place. Thou art not fit to have to do with me, for I am one who hath fought in more than 20 battles, each one of which was, I believe, greater than this is like to be. Also I have matched me with the very best knights in the world, and have never yet been overcome. So I advise thee, because of thy extreme youth, to return to King Mark, and bid him send me another champion in thy stead, who shall be better seasoned than thou art." "Sir," said Sir Tristram, "I give thee gramercy for thy advice. But I may tell thee that I was made knight for no other purpose than to do battle with thee, so I may not return without having fulfilled mine adventure. Moreover, because of thy great renown and thy courage and prowess, I feel all the more desirous to have to do with thee, for if I should die at thy hand, then there will be no shame to me, but if I should win this battle from thee, then I shall have very great renown in the courts of chivalry." "Well," said Sir Marhaus, "it is not likely that thou shalt die at my hand, for because of thy youth I will not have it that this battle shall be so desperate as that." "Say not so," said Sir Tristram, "for either I shall die at thy hand, or else I shall overcome thee in this battle, for I make my vow to God that I will not yield myself to thee so long as there is life within my body." "Alas," said Sir Marhaus, "that is certes a great pity, but as thou hast foreordained it, so it must needs be." Therewith he saluted Sir Tristram, and drew rein and rode aside to a little distance, where he straightway made ready for that battle. Nor was Sir Tristram behind him in making preparation, albeit he was filled with doubts as to the outcome of that undertaking. Then, when they were in all ways prepared, each gave shout and drave spurs into his horse, and rushed toward the other with such fury that it was terrible to behold. And each smote the other with his spear in the centre of his shield, and in that encounter Sir Marhaus smote through Sir Tristram's shield and gave Sir Tristram a great wound in his side. Then Sir Tristram felt the blood gush out of that wound in such abundance that it filled his iron boots, so that they were sodden therewith, and he thought he had got his death wound. But in spite of that grievous, bitter stroke, he held his seat and was not overthrown. Then so soon as he had recovered himself, he voided his horse and drew his sword, and set his shield before him. And when Sir Marhaus saw his preparations, he likewise voided his horse and made ready for battle upon foot. So straightway they came together with terrible fury, lashing at each other with such fearful strength and evil will that it was dreadful to behold. And each gave the other many grievous strokes, so that whole pieces of armor were hewn off from their bodies, and each gave the other many deep wounds, so that that part of the armor that still hung to them became red as though it were painted with red. Likewise the ground was all besprinkled red where they stood, yet neither gave any thought to quitting that battle in which they were engaged. Now for a while Sir Tristram feared because of the wound which he had at first received that he would die in that battle, but by and by he perceived that he was stouter than Sir Marhaus, and better winded. Wherefore great hope came to him, and uplifted him with redoubled strength. Then presently Sir Marhaus fell back a little, and when Sir Tristram perceived that, he ran in upon him and smote him several times, such direful strokes that Sir Marhaus could not hold up his shield against that assault. Then Sir Tristram perceived that Sir Marhaus was no longer able to hold up his shield, and therewith he smote him a great blow with his sword upon the helmet. So direful was that blow that the sword of Sir Tristram pierced very deep through the helm of Sir Marhaus and into the brain-pan. And Sir Tristram's sword stuck fast in the helm and the brain-pan of Sir Marhaus, so that Sir Tristram could not pull it out again. Then Sir Marhaus, half a swoon, fell down upon his knees, and therewith a part of the edge of the blade brake off from Sir Tristram's sword, and remained in the wound that he had given to Sir Marhaus. Then Sir Marhaus was aware that he had got his death wound, wherefore a certain strength came to him, so that he rose to his feet, staggering like a drunken man. And at first he began going about in a circle and crying most dolorously. Then, as he wist all that had happened, he threw away his sword and his shield, and made away from that place, staggering and stumbling like one who had gone blind. For he was all bewildered with that mortal wound, and wist not very well what he was doing or whither he was going. Then Sir Tristram would have made after him to stop him, but he could not do so, because he himself was so sorely wounded and so weak from the loss of blood. Yet he called after Sir Marhaus, Stay, stay, Sir Knight, let us finish this battle now we are about it. But to this Sir Marhaus made no answer, but went on down to his ships, staggering and stumbling like a blind man, as aforesaid. For the sore wound which he had received still lent him a false strength of body, so that he was able to go his way. Then those who were aboard the ships, beholding him thus coming staggering toward them, came down and met him, and lifted him up, and bore him away to his own ship. Thereafter, as soon as might be, they hoisted sail and lifted anchor, and took their way from that place. Then by and by came Gouvernail and several others of Sir Tristram's party to where Sir Tristram was, and there they found him leaning upon his sword and groaning very sorely, because of the great wound in his side. So presently they perceived that he could not walk, wherefore they lifted him up upon his own shield, and bore him thence to that ship that had brought him thither. And when they had come to the ship, they laid him down upon a couch, and stripped him off his armour to search his wounds. Then they beheld what a great wound it was that Sir Marhaus had given him in the side, and they lifted up their voices in sorrow, for they all believed that he would die. So they set sail, and in 2 days brought him back to King Mark, where he sat at Tintagel in Cornwall. And when King Mark saw how pale and wan and weak Sir Tristram was, he wept and grieved very sorely for sorrow of that sight, for he too thought that Sir Tristram was certainly about to die. But Sir Tristram smiled upon King Mark, and he said, Lord, have I done well for thy sake? And King Mark said, Yea, and fell to weeping again. Then, quoth Tristram, it is time for me to tell thee who I am, who have saved thy kingdom from the shame of having to pay truage to Ireland, and that I am thine own sister's son. For my father is King Meliadus of Lyonesse, and my mother was the Lady Elizabeth, who was thine own sister till God took her soul to paradise to dwell there with his angels. But when King Mark heard this, he went forth from that place and into his own chamber. And when he had come there, he fell down upon his knees and cried out aloud, Alas, alas, that this should be! Rather, God, would I lose my entire kingdom than that my sister's son should come to his death in this wise. Now it remaineth to say of Sir Marhaus that those who were with him brought him back to Ireland, and that there in a little while he died of the wound that Sir Tristram had given him upon the head. But ere he died, and whilst they were dressing that hurt, the Queen of Ireland, who was sister to Sir Marhaus, discovered the broken piece of the blade still in that grim wound. This she drew forth and set aside, and hid very carefully, saying to herself, If ever I meet that knight, to whose sword this piece of blade fitteth, then it will be an evil day for him. Thus I have told you all the circumstances of that great battle betwixt Sir Tristram of Lyonesse and Sir Marhaus of Ireland. And now you shall hear how it befell Sir Tristram thereafter, so hearken to what followeth. End of Part 1, Second.
Part 1, Third of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Broken Altar, Cincinnati, Ohio. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1, 3rd. How Sir Tristram went to Ireland to be healed of his wound by the king's daughter of Ireland, and of how he came to love the Lady Belle Isoult. Also concerning Sir Palomides and the Lady Belle Isoult. Now that grievous hurt which Sir Tristram had received at the hands of Sir Marhaus did not heal, but instead grew even more rankled and sore, so that there were many who thought that there had been treachery practised, and that the spearhead had been poisoned to cause such a malignant disease as that which the wounded man suffered. So by and by Sir Tristram grew so grievously sick of his hurt that all those who were near him thought that he must certainly die. Then King Mark sent everywhere and into all parts for the most wise and learned leeches and chirurgeons to come to Cornwall and search the wounds of Sir Tristram, but of all these no one could bring him any ease. How Sir Tristram lieth sick in Cornwall. Now one day there came to the court of King Mark a very wise lady, who had travelled much in the world and had great knowledge of wounds of all sorts. At the bidding of the king, she went to where Sir Tristram lay, and searched the wound as so many had already done. And when she had done that, she came out of Sir Tristram's chamber and unto King Mark, where he was waiting for her. Then King Mark said to her, "Well, how will it be with yonder knight?" "Lord," quoth she, "it is thus. I can do nothing to save his life, nor do I know of any one who may save it unless it be the king's daughter of Ireland, who is known as the Belle Isoult because of her wonderful beauty. She is the most skilful leech in all of the world, and she alone may hope to bring Sir Tristram back to life and health again, for I believe that if she fail, no one else can save him." Then after the aforesaid lady had gone, King Mark went to where Sir Tristram lay, and he told him all that she had said concerning his condition. And King Mark said, "Tristram, wilt thou go to the king's daughter of Ireland and let her search thy wound?" Then Sir Tristram groaned at the thought of the weariness and pain of moving, and he said, "Lord, this is a great undertaking for one who is so sick. Moreover, it is a great risk for me, for, if I go to Ireland, and if it be found that I am he who slew Sir Marhaus, then it is hardly likely that I shall ever escape from that country again with my life. Nevertheless, I am so sorely sick of this wound that I would rather die than live as I am living. Wherefore I will go to Ireland for the sake of being healed, if such a thing is possible." Accordingly, a little while after that, King Mark provided a ship to carry Sir Tristram to Ireland. This ship he furnished with sails of silk of divers colours, and he had it hung within with fine embroidered cloth, and fabrics woven with threads of silver and gold, so that in its appearance it was a worthy vessel even for a great king to sail in. Then, when all was ready, King Mark had a number of attendants carry Sir Tristram down to the ship in a litter, and he had them lay Sir Tristram upon a soft couch of crimson satin, which was set upon the deck beneath a canopy of crimson silk, embroidered with threads of silver and garnished with fringe of silver, and Sir Tristram lay there at ease where the breezes of the ocean came pleasantly to him, and breathed upon his face and his temples, and his hair and his hands with coolness. And Gouvernail was with Sir Tristram all the while in attendance upon him. Sir Tristram sails to Ireland to have his wound searched. So they set sail for Ireland, the weather being very fair and pleasant, and on the third day, at about the time of sunset, they came to a part of the coast of Ireland where there was a castle built upon the rocks that rose out of the sea. Now there were several fishermen fishing in boats near that castle, and of these the pilot of Sir Tristram's boat made inquiry what castle that was. To him the fisherman replied, "That castle is the castle of King Angus of Ireland." And the fisherman said, "It so happens that the king and queen and their daughter, hight the Lady Belle Isoult, and all of their court are there at this very while." This Sir Tristram heard and said, "This is good news, for indeed I am very sick, and am right glad that my voyaging is ended." So he gave orders that the pilot should bring the ship close under the walls of that castle, and that he should there let go anchor. And the pilot did as Sir Tristram had commanded him. How Sir Tristram came to Ireland. Now, as aforesaid, that ship was of a very wonderful appearance, like to the ship of a king or a high prince, wherefore many people came down to the walls of the castle, and stood there and gazed at the vessel as it sailed into the harbour. And by that time the sun had set, and all the air was illuminated with a marvellous golden light. And in this sky of gold the moon hung like a shield of silver, very bright and steady above the roofs and towers of the castle. And there came from the land a pleasing perfume of blossoms, for it was then in the fullness of the springtime, and all the fruit-bearing trees were luxuriant with bloom, so that the soft air of evening was full of fragrance thereby. Then there came a great content into the heart of Sir Tristram, wherefore he said to Gouvernail, Gouvernail, either I shall soon be healed of this wound, or else I shall presently die and enter into paradise free of pain, for I am become very full of content and of peace toward all men. And then he said, Bring me hither my harp, that I may play upon it a little, for I have a desire to chant in this pleasant evening time. Sir Tristram sings. So Gouvernail brought to Sir Tristram his shining harp, and when Sir Tristram had taken it into his hands he tuned it, and when he had tuned it he struck it and sang, and, because of the stillness of the evening, his voice sounded marvellously clear and sweet across the level water, so that those who stood upon the castle walls and heard it thought that maybe an angel was singing on board of that ship. That time the Lady Belle Isoult sat at the window of her bower enjoying the pleasantness of the evening. She also heard Sir Tristram singing, and she said to those damsels who were with her, Ha! What is that I hear? Therewith she listened for a little while, and then she said, Meseems that must be the voice of some angel that is singing. They say, Nay, lady, it is a wounded knight singing, and he came to this harbour in a wonderful ship some while ago. Then the Lady Belle Isoult said to a page who was in attendance, Bid the king and queen come hither, that they may hear this singing also, for never did I think to hear such singing beyond the walls of paradise. So the page ran with all speed, and in a little the king and queen came to the bower of the Lady Belle Isoult. And she and they leaned upon the window ledge and listened to Sir Tristram whilst he sang in the soft twilight. Then by and by King Angus said, Now I will have yonder minstrel brought thither to this castle to do us pleasure, for I believe that he must be the greatest minstrel in all the world to sing in that wise. And the Lady Belle Isoult said, I pray you, sir, do so, for it would be great joy to everybody to have such singing as that in this place. So King Angus sent a barge to that ship, and besought that he who sang should be brought to the castle. At that Sir Tristram was very glad, for he said, Now I shall be brought to the lady, the Belle Isoult, and maybe she will heal me. So he had them bear him to the barge of the King of Ireland, and so they brought him to the castle of King Angus, where they laid him upon a bed in a fair room of the castle. King Angus cometh to Tristram. Then King Angus came to Sir Tristram where he lay, and he said, Messire, what can I do for you to put you more at your ease than you are? Lord, said Sir Tristram, I pray you to permit the Lady Belle Isoult to search a great wound in my side that I received in battle, for I hear that she is the most skilful leech in all the world, and so I have come hither from a great distance, being at such pain and dole from my grievous hurt that I shall die in a little while, unless it be healed. Messire, said King Angus, I perceive that you are no ordinary knight, but somebody of high nobility and estate, so it shall be as you desire. And then King Angus said, I pray you, tell me your name and whence you come. Upon this, Sir Tristram communed with his own mind, saying, An I say my name is Tristram, haply there may be someone here will know me, and that I was the cause why the brother of the queen of this place hath died. So he said, Lord, my name is Sir Tramtris, and I am come from a country called Lyonesse, which is a great distance from this. Quoth King Angus, Well, Sir Tramtris, I am glad that you have come to this place. Now it shall be done to you as you desire, for tomorrow the Lady Belle Isoult shall search your wound to heal it if possible. My Lady Belle Isoult searches the wound. And so it was as King Angus said, for the next day the Lady Belle Isoult came with her attendants to where Sir Tristram lay, and one of the attendants bare a silver basin, and another bare a silver ewer, and others bare napkins of fine linen. So the Lady Belle Isoult came close to Sir Tristram, and kneeled beside the couch whereon he lay, and said, Let me see the wound. Therewith Sir Tristram laid bare his bosom and his side, and she beheld it. Then she felt great pity for Sir Tristram because of that dolorous wound, and she said, Alas, that so young and so fair and so noble a knight should suffer so sore a wound as this. Therewith, still kneeling beside Sir Tristram, she searched the wound with very gentle, tender touch, for her fingers were like to rose leaves for softness. And lo! She found a part of the blade of a spearhead embedded very deep in the wound of Sir Tristram. This she drew forth very deftly, albeit Sir Tristram groaned with a great passion of pain. And therewith after came forth an issue of blood like a crimson fountain, whereupon Sir Tristram swooned away like one who had gone dead. But he did not die, for they quickly staunched the flow, set aromatic spices to his nostrils, so that in a little he revived in spirit, to find himself at great ease and peace in his body, albeit it was for a while like to the peace of death. Sir Tristram is healed. Thus it was that the Lady Belle Isoult saved the life of Sir Tristram, for in a little while he was able to be about again, and presently waxed almost entirely hale and strong in limb and body. And now it is to be told how Sir Tristram loved the Lady Belle Isoult, and how she loved Sir Tristram. Also how a famous knight, hight Sir Palamides the Saracen, loved Belle Isoult, and of how she loved not him. Sir Tristram loves the Lady Belle Isoult. For, as was said, it came about that in a little while Sir Tristram was healed of that grievous wound aforetold of, so that he was able to come and go whithersoever he chose. But always he would be with the Lady Belle Isoult, for Sir Tristram loved her with a wonderfully passionate regard. And so likewise the lady loved Sir Tristram, for if he loved her because she had saved his life, then she also loved him for the same reason, for she did not ever forget how she had drawn out the head of that spear from the wound at his side, and of how he had groaned when she brought it forth, and of how the blood had gushed out of that wound. Wherefore she loved him very aboundingly for the agony of pain she had one time caused him to suffer. So they two fair and noble creatures were always together in bower or in hall, and no one in all that while wist that Sir Tramtris was Sir Tristram, and that it was his hand that had slain Sir Marhaus of Ireland. So Sir Tristram was there in Ireland for a year, and in that time he grew to be altogether well and sturdy again. Sir Palamides cometh to Ireland. Now it was in those days that there came Sir Palamides the Saracen knight to that place, who was held to be one of the very foremost knights in the world. So great rejoicing was made over him because he had come thither, and great honour was shown to him by everyone. But when Sir Palamides beheld the Lady Belle Isoult, and when he saw how fair she was, he came in a short while to love her with almost as passionate a regard as that with which Sir Tristram loved her, so that he also sought ever to be with her whenever the chance offered. But Belle Isoult felt no regard for Sir Palamides, but only fear of him, for all of her love was given to Sir Tristram. Nevertheless, because Sir Palamides was so fierce and powerful a knight, she did not dare to offend him. Wherefore she smiled upon him and treated him with all courtesy and kindness, although she loved him not, dissembling her regard for him. Sir Tristram is displeased. All this Sir Tristram beheld from aside, and it displeased him a very great deal to see how Sir Palamydes was always beside the lady. But Belle Isoult beheld how Sir Tristram was displeased, wherefore she took occasion to say to him, Tramtris, be not displeased, for what am I to do? You know very well that I do not love this knight, but I am afraid of him because he is so fierce and so strong. To this Sir Tristram said, Lady, it would be a great shame to me if I, being by, should suffer any knight to come betwixt you and me, and win your regard through fear of him. She said, Tramtris, what would you do? Would you give challenge to this knight? Lo, you are not yet entirely healed of your hurt, and Sir Palamydes is in perfect strength of body. For indeed it is for you I am most of all afraid, lest you and Sir Palamydes should come to battle, and lest he should do you a harm before you are entirely healed. Sir Tristram desires to do battle. Lady, quoth Sir Tristram, I thank God that I am not at all afraid of this knight, or of any other knight, and I have to thank you that I am now entirely recovered and am as strong as ever I was. Wherefore I have now a mind to deal with this knight in your behalf. So if you will provide me with armor, I will deal with him so that maybe he will not trouble you again. Now I will devise it in this way. Tell your father, King Angus, to proclaim a great jousting. In that jousting I will seek out Sir Palamydes, and will encounter him, and I hope with God's aid that I shall overcome him, so that you shall be free from him. Belle Isoult said, Tramtris, are you able for this? He said, Yea, I am as ready as ever I shall be in all of my life. Whereat Belle Isoult said, It shall be as you will have it. Then Sir Tristram charged Belle Isoult that she should keep secret all this that had been said betwixt them, and more especially she was to keep it secret that he was to take part in such a tournament as that which they had devised. And he said to her, Lady, I lie here under a great peril to my life, though I cannot tell you what that peril is. But I may tell you that if my enemies should discover me at this place, it would go hard with me to preserve my life from them. Wherefore, if I take part in any such affair as this, it must be altogether a secret betwixt us. So therewith they parted, and Lady Belle Isoult went to her father, and besought him to proclaim a great day of jousting in honor of Sir Palamydes. And the king said that he would do so. So the king sent forth proclamation to all the courts of that nation that a great tournament was to be held, and that great rewards and great honors were to be given to the best knight thereat. And that tournament was talked about in all the courts of chivalry, where there were knights who desired to win glory in such affairs at arms. And now it shall be told concerning that tournament, and how it befell with Sir Tristram thereat, and with Sir Palamydes thereat. End of Part 1, Third. Recording by Broken Altar, Cincinnati, Ohio. Part 1, Fourth of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Broken Altar, Cincinnati, Ohio. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1, Fourth. How Sir Tristram encountered Sir Palamydes at the tournament, and of what befell. Also, how Sir Tristram was forced to leave the kingdom of Ireland. So came the time for the tournament that King Angus of Ireland had ordained, and that was a very famous affair at arms indeed, for it hath very rarely happened that so noble a gathering of knights hath ever come together as that company which there presented itself for that occasion at the court of the King of Ireland. Of the court of chivalry at Ireland. For you may know how excellent was the court of chivalry that foregathered thereat, when you shall hear that there came to that tournament the King of 100 knights, and the King of the Scots, and that there came several knights of the Round Table, to wit, Sir Gawain, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Agravain, and Sir Bagdemagus, and Sir Kay, and Sir Dodinas, and Sir Sagramore le Desirous, and Sir Gumret the Less, and Sir Griflet, and that there came besides these many other knights of great renown. These and many others gathered at the court of King Angus of Ireland, so that all those meadows and fields coadjacent to the place of battle were gay as beds of flowers with the multitude of tents and pavilions of divers colours that were there implanted. And on the day of the tournament there came great crowds of people into the lists, so that all that place was alive with movement. For it was as though a sea of people had arisen to overflow the seats and stalls thereof. Now that tournament was to last for 3 days, and upon the 3rd day there was to be a grand melee, in which all these knights contestant were to take stand upon this side or upon that. But upon the first 2 of those 3 days, Sir Tristram sat in the stall of the king, and looked down upon the jousting, for, because of the illness from which he had recovered, he was minded to save his body until the right time should come, what time he should be called upon to do his uttermost. Sir Palomides performeth wonders. And in those 2 days Sir Tristram beheld that Sir Palomides did more wonderfully in battle than he would have believed it possible for any knight to do. For Sir Palomides was aware that the eyes of the Lady Belle Isoult were gazing upon him, wherefore he felt himself uplifted to battle as with the strength of 10. Wherefore he raged about that field like a lion of battle, seeking whom he might overthrow and destroy. And upon the first day he challenged Sir Gawain to joust with him, and then he challenged Sir Gaheris, and the King of 100 knights, and Sir Griflet, and Sir Sagramore le Desirous, and 14 other knights, and all of these he met and many he overcame, and that without any mishap to himself. And upon the 2nd day he met with great success Sir Agravaine and Sir Griflet, and Sir Kay, and Sir Dodinus, and 12 other knights. Wherefore those who beheld how he did gave great shouts and outcries of applause and acclaim, saying, "Certes, there was never a knight in all of the world so great as this knight. Yea, even Sir Launcelot himself could do no more than that knight doeth." Then Belle Isoult was troubled in her mind, and she said, "Tramtris, yonder in very truth is a most fierce and terrible knight. Now somewhiles I have fear that you may not be able to overcome him." Thereat Sir Tristram smiled very grimly and said, "Lady, already I have overcome in battle a bigger knight than ever Sir Palomides has been or is like to be." But the Lady Belle Isoult wist not that the knight of whom Sir Tristram spake was Sir Marhaus of Ireland. Sir Palomides bespeaks the Lady Belle Isoult. Now upon the evening of the 2nd day of that tournament, Sir Palomides came to where the Lady Belle Isoult was, and he said, "Lady, all these things I have done for your sake, for had it not been for my love for you, I would not have been able to do a 3rd part of that which I did. Now I think you should have pity and regard for one who loves you so strongly as that. Wherefore I beseech you to bestow some part of your good will upon me." "Sir," said the Lady Belle Isoult, "you are not to forget that there is still another day of this battle, and in it you may not happen to have the same fortune that favored you today. So I will wait until you have won that battle also before I answer you." "Well," said Sir Palomides, "you shall see that I shall do even more worthily tomorrow for your sake than I have done today." But the Lady Belle Isoult was not very well pleased with that saying, for she began again to fear that maybe the will of Sir Palomides was so strong that Sir Tristram would not have any success against him. So came the 3rd day of that very famous contest at arms, and when this morning was come, there began to gather together in the 2 parties those who were to contest the one against the other. Of one of these parties Sir Palomides was the chiefest knight, and upon that side was also Sir Gawain, and several of the knights who were with him. For these said, "There shall certes be greater credit to be had with Sir Palomides than against him," and so they joined them with his party. Of the other party the chiefest knights were the King of 100 knights and the King of Scots, and both of these were very famous and well-approved champions, of high courage and remarkable achievements. Belle Isoult arms Sir Tristram. Now when the time was nigh ready for that tournament, Sir Tristram went to put on the armor that the Lady Belle Isoult had provided him. And when he was armed, he mounted very lightly upon the horse which she had given him. And the armor of Sir Tristram was white, shining like to silver, and the horse was altogether white, and the furniture and trappings thereof were all white, so that Sir Tristram glistened with extraordinary splendor. Now when he was armed and prepared in all ways, the Lady Belle Isoult came to where he was, and she said, "Tramtris, are you ready?" And he answered, "Yea." Therewith she took the horse of Sir Tristram by the bridle, and she led him to the postern gate of the castle, and put him out that way into a fair field that lay beyond. And Sir Tristram abided in the fields for some while, until the tournament should have begun. But the Lady Belle Isoult went to the tournament with her father the king, and her mother the queen, and took her station at that place assigned to her, whence she might overlook the field. How Sir Palamydes fought in the tournament. So in a little while that friendly battle began, and again Sir Palamydes was filled with the vehement fury of contest, wherefore he raged about the field, spreading terror whithersoever he came. For first he made at the King of 100 knights, and he struck that knight so direful a blow that both horse and man fell to the ground with the force thereof. Then in the same manner he struck the King of Scots with his sword, and smote him straightway out of the saddle also. Then he struck down one after another 7 other knights, all of well-proved strength and prowess, so that all those who looked thereon cried out, "Is he a man or is he a demon?" So, because of the terror of Sir Palamydes, all those in that contest bore away from him as they might do from a lion in anger. At this time came Sir Tristram riding at a free pace, shining like to a figure of silver. Then many saw him and observed him, and said to one another, "Who is this knight, and what party will he join with to do battle?" These had not long to wait to know what side he would join, for immediately Sir Tristram took stand with that party which was the party of the King of 100 knights and the King of Scots, and at that the one party was very glad, and the other party was sorry, for they deemed that Sir Tristram was certes some great champion. Sir Tristram enters the tournament. Then straightway there came against Sir Tristram 4 knights of the other party, and one of these was Sir Gaheris, and another was Sir Griflet, and another was Sir Bagdemagus, and another was Sir Kay. But Sir Tristram was possessed with a great joy of battle, so that in a very short time he had struck down or overthrown all those knights, beginning with Sir Gaheris and ending with Sir Kay the seneschal. This Sir Gawain beheld, and said to Sir Sagramore, "Yonder is certes a knight of terrible strength. Now let us go and see of what mettle he be." Therewith Sir Gawain pushed against Sir Tristram from the one side, and Sir Sagramore came against him on the other side, and so they met him both at once. Then first Sir Gawain struck Sir Tristram such a buffet that the horse of Sir Tristram turned twice about with the force of that stroke. And therewith Sir Sagramore smote him a buffet upon the other side, so that Sir Tristram wist not upon which side to defend himself. Then at those blows Sir Tristram waxed so exceedingly fierce that it was as though a fire of rage flamed up into his brains and set them into a blaze of rage. So with that he rose up in his stirrups and launched so dreadful a blow upon Sir Gawain that I believe nothing could have withstood the force of that blow, for it clave through the shield of Sir Gawain, and it descended upon the crown of his helmet, and it clave away a part of his helmet and a part of the epauliere of his shoulder. And with the force of that dreadful, terrible blow, Sir Gawain fell down upon the ground and lay there as though he were dead. Then Sir Tristram wheeled upon Sir Sagramore, who sat wonderstruck at that blow he had beheld, and thereafter he smote him too, so that he fell down and lay upon the ground in a swoon, from which he did not recover for more than 2 hours. Now Sir Palamydes also had beheld those 2 strokes that Sir Tristram had given, wherefore he said, "Ha! Yonder is a very wonderful knight. Now if I do not presently meet him, and that to my credit he will have more honor in this battle than I." Sir Palamydes rides against Sir Tristram. So therewith Sir Palamydes pushed straight against Sir Tristram, and when Sir Tristram beheld that, he was very glad, for he said, "Now it will either be Sir Palamydes his day, or else it will be mine." So he upon his part pushed against Sir Palamydes with good intent to engage him in battle, and then they two met in the midst of the field. Then immediately Sir Palamydes smote Sir Tristram such a buffet that Sir Tristram thought a bolt of lightning had burst upon him, and for a little while he was altogether bemazed and wist not where he was. But when he came to himself, he was so filled with fury that his heart was like to break therewith. Sir Tristram smites Sir Palamydes. Thereupon he rushed upon Sir Palamydes and smote him again and again and again with such fury and strength that Sir Palamydes was altogether stunned at the blows he received, and bare back before them. Then Sir Tristram perceived how that Sir Palamydes bare his shield low because of the fierceness of that assault, and thereupon he rose up in his stirrups and struck Sir Palamydes upon the crown of the helmet so dreadful a buffet that the brains of Sir Palamydes swam like water, and he must needs catch the pommel of his saddle to save himself from falling. Then Sir Tristram smote him another buffet, and therewith darkness came upon the sight of Sir Palamydes, and he rolled off from his horse into the dust beneath its feet. Then all who beheld the encounter shouted very loud and with great vehemence, for it was the very best and most notable assault at arms that had been performed in all that battle. But most of those who beheld that assault cried out, "The Silver Knight!" For at that time no one but the Lady Belle Isoult wist who that Silver Knight was. But she wist very well who he was, and was so filled with the glory of his prowess that she wept for joy thereof. Belle Isoult declares Sir Tristram. Then the King of Ireland said, "Who is yonder knight who hath so wonderfully overthrown Sir Palamydes? I had not thought there was any knight in the world so great as he, but this must be some great champion whom none of us know." Upon that the Lady Belle Isoult, still weeping for joy, could contain herself no longer, but cried out, "Sir, that is Tramtris, who came to us so nigh to death, and who hath now done us so great honor, being of our household. For I knew very well that he was no common knight, but some mighty champion when I first beheld him." At that the King of Ireland was very much astonished and overjoyed, and he said, "If that is indeed so, then it is a very great honor for us all." Now after that assault Sir Tristram took no more part in that battle, but withdrew to one side. But he perceived where the esquires attendant upon Sir Palamydes came to him and lifted him up and took him away. Then by and by he perceived that Sir Palamydes had mounted his horse again with intent to leave that meadow of battle. And in a little he saw Sir Palamydes ride away with his head bowed down, like to one whose heart was broken. All this Sir Tristram beheld, and did not try to stay Sir Palamydes in his departure. But some while after Sir Palamydes had quitted that place, Sir Tristram also took his departure, going in that same direction that Sir Palamydes had gone. Then after he had come well away from the meadow of battle, Sir Tristram set spurs to his horse, and rode at a hard gallop along that way that Sir Palamydes had taken. So he rode at such a gait for a considerable pass until, by and by, he perceived Sir Palamydes upon the road before him. And Sir Palamydes was at that time come to the edge of a woods where there were several stone windmills with great sails swinging very slowly around before a strong wind that was blowing. Sir Tristram overthrows Palamydes again. Now this was a lonely place, and one very fit to do battle in, wherefore Sir Tristram cried out to Sir Palamydes in a loud voice, "Sir Palamydes, Sir Palamydes, turn you about, for here is the chance for you to recover the honor that you have lost to me." Thereupon Sir Palamydes, hearing that loud voice, turned him about. But when he beheld that the knight who called was he who had just now wrought such shame upon him, he ground his teeth together with rage, and therewith drave his horse at Sir Tristram, drawing his sword so that it flashed like lightning in the bright sunlight. And when he came nigh to Sir Tristram, he stood up in his stirrups and lashed a blow at him with all his might and main, for he said to himself, "Maybe I shall now recover mine honour with one blow which I lost to this knight a while since." But Sir Tristram put aside that blow of Sir Palamydes with his shield with very great skill and dexterity, and thereupon, recovering himself, he lashed at Sir Palamydes upon his part. And at that first stroke Sir Tristram smote down the shield of Sir Palamydes, and gave him such a blow upon the head that Sir Palamydes fell down off his horse upon the earth. Then Sir Tristram voided his own horse very quickly, and running to Sir Palamydes where he lay, he plucked off his helmet with great violence. Therewith he cried out very fiercely, "Sir Knight, yield thee to me, or I will slay thee." And therewithal he lifted up his sword as though to strike off the head of Sir Palamydes. Then when Sir Palamydes saw Sir Tristram standing above him in that wise, he dreaded his buffets, so that he said, "Sir Knight, I yield me to thee to do thy commands, if so be thou wilt spare my life." Thereupon Sir Tristram said, "Arise," and at that Sir Palamydes got him up to his knees with some ado, and so remained kneeling before Sir Tristram. "Well," said Sir Tristram, "I believe you have saved your life by thus yielding yourself to me. Now this shall be my commandment upon you. First of all, my commandment is that you forsake the Lady Belle Isoult, and that you do not come near her for the space of an entire year. And this is my second commandment, that from this day you do not assume the arms of knighthood for an entire year and a day." "Alas," said Sir Palamydes, "why do you not slay me instead of bringing me to such shame as this? Would that I had died instead of yielding myself to you as I did." And therewith he wept for shame and despite. "Well," said Sir Tristram, "let that pass which was not done, for now you have yielded yourself to me, and these are my commands." So with that Sir Tristram set his sword back again into its sheath, and he mounted his horse and rode away, leaving Sir Palamydes where he was. Sir Palamydes disarms himself. But after Sir Tristram had gone, Sir Palamydes arose, weeping aloud, and he said, "This is such shame to me that I think there can be no greater shame." Thereupon he drew his misericordia, and he cut the thongs of his harness, and he tore the pieces of armor from off his body, and flung them away very furiously, upon the right hand and upon the left. And when he had thus stripped himself of all of his armor, he mounted his horse and rode away into the forest, weeping like one altogether broken-hearted. So Sir Tristram drave Sir Palamydes away from the Lady Belle Isoult, as he had promised to do. Now when Tristram came back to the castle of the King of Ireland once more, he thought to enter privily in by the postern gate as he had gone out. But lo! Instead of that he found a great party waiting for him before the castle, and these gave him loud acclaim, crying, "Welcome, Sir Tramtris! Welcome, Sir Tramtris!" And King Angus came forward and took the hand of Sir Tristram, and he also said, "Welcome, Sir Tramtris, for you have brought us great honour this day." Sir Tristram chides Belle Isoult. But Sir Tristram looked at the Lady the Belle Isoult with great reproach, and by, when they were together, he said, "Lady, why did you betray me who I was when you had promised me not to do so?" "Sir," she said, "I meant not to betray you, but in the joy of your victory I know not very well what I said." "Well," said Sir Tristram, "God grant that no harm come of it." She said, "What harm can come of it, messire?" Sir Tristram said, "I may not tell you, lady, but I fear that harm will come of it." Anon the Queen of Ireland came and said, "Tramtris, one so nigh to death as you have been should not so soon have done battle as you have done. Now I will have a bath prepared, and you shall bathe therein, for you are not yet hale and strong." "Lady," said Tristram, "I do not need any bath, for I believe I am now strong and well in all wise." "Nay," said the Queen, You must have that bain, so that no ill may come to you hereafter from this battle which you have fought." So she had that bain prepared of tepid water, and it was very strong and potent with spices and powerful herbs of divers sorts. And when that bain was prepared, Sir Tristram undressed and entered the bath, and the Queen and the Lady Belle Isoult were in the adjoining chamber, which was his bedchamber. The Queen of Ireland beholds Sir Tristram's sword. Now whilst Sir Tristram was in that bath, the Queen and Belle Isoult looked all about his chamber, and they beheld the sword of Sir Tristram where it lay, for he had laid it upon the bed when he had unlatched the belt to make himself ready for that bath. Then the Queen said to the Lady Belle Isoult, "See what a great huge sword this is!" And thereupon she lifted it and drew the blade out of its sheath, and she beheld what a fair, bright, glistering sword it was. Then in a little she saw where, within about 1.5 foot from the point, there was a great piece in the shape of a half-moon broken out of the edge of the sword, and she looked at that place for a long while. Then of a sudden she felt a great terror, for she remembered how even such a piece of sword as that which had been broken off from that blade she had found in the wound of Sir Marhaus, of which he had died. So she stood for a while holding that sword of Sir Tristram in her hand, and looking as she had been turned into stone. At this the Lady Belle Isoult was filled with a sort of fear, wherefore she said, "Lady, what ails you?" The Queen said, "Nothing that matters," and therewith she laid aside the sword of Sir Tristram and went very quickly to her own chamber. There she opened her cabinet and took thence the piece of sword blade which she had drawn from the wound of Sir Marhaus, and which she had kept ever since. With this she hurried back to the chamber of Sir Tristram, and fitted that piece of the blade to the blade, and lo! it fitted exactly, and without flaw. The Queen assails Sir Tristram. Upon that the Queen was seized as with a sudden madness, for she shrieked out in a very loud voice, "Traitor! Traitor! Traitor!" saying that word 3 times. Therewith she snatched up the sword of Sir Tristram, and she ran with great fury into the room where he lay in his bath, and she beheld him where he was there all naked in his bath, and therewith she rushed at him and lashed at him with his sword. But Sir Tristram threw himself to one side, and so that blow failed of its purpose. Then the Queen would have lashed at him again, or have thrust him through with the weapon. But at that Gouvernail and Sir Helles ran to her and catched her and held her back, struggling and screaming very violently. So they took the sword away from her out of her hands, and all the while she shrieked like one gone entirely distracted. Then as soon as Gouvernail and Sir Helles loosed her, she ran very violently out of that room with great outcry of screaming, and so to King Angus, and flung herself upon her knees before him, crying out, "Justice! Justice! I have found that man who slew my brother. I beseech of you that you will deal justice upon him." Then King Angus rose from where he sat, and he said, "Where is that man? Bring me to him." And the Queen said, "It is Tramtris, who hath come hither unknown unto this place." King Angus said, "Lady, what is this you tell me? I cannot believe that what you say is true." Upon this the Queen cried out, "Go yourself, Lord, and inquire, and find out how true it is." Then King Angus rose, and went forth from that place, and he went to the chamber of Sir Tristram, and there he found that Sir Tristram had very hastily dressed himself, and had armed himself in such wise as he was able. Then King Angus came to Tristram, and he said, "How is this that I find thee armed? Art thou an enemy to my house?" And Tristram wept, and said, "Nay, Lord, I am not your enemy, but your friend, for I have great love for you and for all that is yours, so that I would be very willing to do battle for you even unto death, if so be I were called upon to do so." Then King Angus said, "If that is so, how is it that I find thee here armed as if for battle, with thy sword in thy hand?" "Lord," said Sir Tristram, "although I be friends with you and yours, yet I know not whether you be friends or enemies unto me." Wherefore I have prepared myself so that I may see what is your will with me, for I will not have you slay me without defence upon my part." Then King Angus said, "Thou speakest in a very foolish way, for how could a single knight hope to defend himself against my whole household? Now I bid thee tell me who thou art, and what is thy name, and why thou earnest hither, knowing that thou hadst slain my brother." Sir Tristram confesses to King Angus. Then Sir Tristram said, "Lord, I will tell thee all the truth." And therewith he confessed everything to King Angus, to wit, who was his father and his mother, and how he was born and reared, how he fought Sir Marhaus, and for what reason, and of how he came hither to be healed of his wound, from which else he must die in very grievous pain. And he said, "All this is truth, Lord, and it is truth that I had no ill will against Sir Marhaus. For I only stood to do battle with him for the sake of mine uncle, King Mark of Cornwall, and to enhance mine own honour, and I took my fortune with him as he took his with me. Moreover, I fought with Sir Marhaus upon the same day that I was made knight, and that was the first battle which I fought, and in that battle I was wounded so sorely that I was like to die, as you very well know. As for him, he was a knight well tried and seasoned with many battles, and he suffered by no treachery, but only with the fortune of war." So King Angus listened to all that Sir Tristram said, and when he had ended, quoth he, "As God sees me, Tristram, I cannot deny that you did with Sir Marhaus as a true knight should. For it was certes your part to take the cause of your uncle upon you, if you had the heart to do so. And it was truly a real knightly thing for you who were so young to seek honour at the hands of so famous a knight as Sir Marhaus. For I do not believe that until you came his way there was any knight in the world who was greater than he, unless it were Sir Launcelot of the Lake. Wherefore, from that, and from what I saw you do at the tournament some time ago, I believe that you are one of the strongest knights in the world, and the peer of Sir Launcelot, or of anybody else. But though all this is true, nevertheless it will not be possible for me to maintain you in this country. For if I keep you here I shall greatly displease not only the queen and her kin, but many of those lords and knights who were kin to Sir Marhaus, or who were united to him in pledges of friendship. So you must even save yourself as you can, and leave here straightway, for I may not help or aid you in any way." Then Sir Tristram said, "Lord, I thank you for your great kindness unto me, and I know not how I shall repay the great goodness that my Lady Belle Isoult hath showed to me. For I swear to you upon the pommel of my sword, which I now hold up before me, that I would lay down my life for her sake. Yea, and my honour too, for she hath the entire love of my heart, so that I would willingly die for her, or give up for her all that I have in the world. Now as for my knighthood, I do believe that I shall in time become a knight of no small worship, for I feel within my heart that this shall be so. So if my life be spared, it may be that you will gain more having me for your friend and your true servant than you will by taking my life in this outland place. For whithersoever I go, I give you my knightly word that I shall be your daughter's servant, and that I shall ever be her true knight in right or in wrong, and that I shall never fail her, if I shall be called upon to do her service." Then King Angus meditated upon this for a while, and he said, "Tristram, what thou sayest is very well said, but how shall I get you away from this place in safety?" Sir Tristram said, "Lord, there is but one way to get me away with credit unto yourself. Now I beseech you of your grace that I may take leave of my lady your daughter, and that I may then take leave of all your knights and kinsmen as a right knight should. And if there be any among them who chooses to stop me or to challenge my going, then I must face that one at my peril, however great it may be." "Well," said King Angus, "that is a very knightly way to behave, and so it shall be as you will have it." So Sir Tristram went downstairs to a certain chamber where Belle Isoult was. And he went straight to her and took her by the hand, and he said, "Lady, I am to go away from this place, if I may do so with credit to my honour. But before I go I must tell you that I shall ever be your own true knight, in all ways that a knight may serve a lady. For no other lady shall have my heart but you, so I shall ever be your true knight. Even though I shall haply never see your face again, yet I shall ever carry your face with me in my heart, and the thought of you shall always abide with me whithersoever I go." At this the Lady Belle Isoult fell to weeping in great measure, and thereat the countenance of Sir Tristram also was all writhed with passion, and he said, "Lady, do not weep so." She said, "Alas, I cannot help it." Then he said, "Lady, you gave me my life when I thought I was to lose it, and you brought me back from pain unto ease, and from sorrow unto joy. Would God I were suffering all those pains as aforetime, so that there might be no more tears upon your face." Sir Tristram parts from Belle Isoult. Then King Angus being by, he took her face into his hands and kissed her upon the forehead and the eyes and the lips. Therewith he turned and went away, all bedazed with his sorrow, and feeling for the latch of the door ere he was able to find it and go out from that place. After that Sir Tristram went straight unto the hall of the castle, and there he found a great many of the lords of the castle and knights attendant upon the king. For the news of these things had flown fast, and many of them were angry and some were doubtful. But Tristram came in very boldly, clad all in full armor, and when he stood in the midst of them, he spoke loud and with great courage, saying, "If there be any man here whom I have offended in any way, let him speak, and I will give him entire satisfaction, whoever he may be. But let such speech be now or never, for here is my body to make good my knighthood against the body of any man, whomsoever he may be." At this all those knights who were there stood still and held their peace, and no man said anything against Sir Tristram, although there were several knights and lords who were kin to the queen. For the boldness of Tristram overawed them, and no one had the heart to answer him. So after a little while Sir Tristram left that place, without turning his head to see if any man followed him. Sir Tristram departs from Ireland. So he left that castle, and Gouvernail went with him, and no one stopped him in his going. After that he and Gouvernail came to the shore, and took a boat, and they came to the ship of Sir Tristram, and so they sailed away from Ireland. But the heart of Sir Tristram was so full of sorrow that he wished a great many times that he was dead. So Sir Tristram, though as to his body he was very whole and sound, was, as to his spirit, very ill at ease. For though he was so well and suffered no pain, yet it appeared to him that all the joy of his life had been left behind him, so that he could never more have any more pleasure in this world which lieth outside of the walls of paradise. End of Part 1, Fourth. Recording by Broken Altar, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Sir Tristram, Part 1/5 of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1/5. How Sir Tristram was sent by command of King Mark to go to Ireland to bring the Lady the Belle Isoult from Ireland to Cornwall, and how it fared with him. So Sir Tristram came back again to Cornwall, and King Mark and all the knights and lords of the court of the king gave him great welcome, and made much joy over him because he had returned safely. But Sir Tristram took no joy in their joy, because he was filled with such heavy melancholy that it was as though even the blue sky had turned to sackcloth to his eyes, so that he beheld nothing bright in all the world. But though he had no great pleasure in life, yet Sir Tristram made many very good songs about Belle Isoult, about her beauty and her graciousness, about how he was her sad, loving knight, about how he was pledged unto her to be true to her all of his life, even though he might never hope to see her again. These like words he would sing to the music of his shining golden harp, and King Mark loved to listen to him. And sometimes King Mark would sigh very deeply, and maybe say, Messire, that lady of thine must in sooth be a very wonderful, beautiful, gracious lady. And Sir Tristram would say, Yea, she is all that. So it was at that time that King Mark had great love for Sir Tristram. In a little while all that was very different, and his love was turned to bitter hate, as you shall presently hear tell. Now in those days the knights of Cornwall were considered to be the least worthy of all knights in that part of the world, for they had so little skill and prowess at arms, that they were a jest and a laughing-stock to many courts of chivalry. It was said of them that a knight champion of Cornwall was maybe a knight, but certes was no champion at all, and this was great shame to all those of Cornwall, more especially as that saying was in a great measure true. One day there came to the court of Cornwall a very noble, haughty knight, hight Sir Bleoberis de Ganys, who was brother to Sir Blomer de Ganys and right cousin to Sir Launcelot of the Lake. This knight was a fellow of King Arthur's Round Table, and so he was received with great honour at Cornwall, and much joy was taken of his being there, for it was not often that knights of such repute as he came to those parts. At that time Sir Tristram was not present at the court, having gone hunting into the forest. But a messenger was sent to him with news that Sir Bleoberis was present at the court of the king, and that King Mark wished him to be at court also. Now whilst Sir Tristram was upon his way to return to the court in obedience to these commands, there was held a feast at the castle of the king in honour of Sir Bleoberis. There was much strong wine drunk at that feast, so that the brains of Sir Bleoberis and of others grew very much heated therewith. Then, what with the heat of the wine and the noise and tumult of the feast, Sir Bleoberis waxed very hot-headed and boastful. So being in that condition and not knowing very well how he spake, he made great boast of the prowess of the knights of King Arthur's court above those of Cornwall. And in this boastful humour he said, It is perfectly true that one single knight of the Round Table is the peer of 20 knights of Cornwall, for so it is said, and so I maintain it to be. Upon that there fell a silence over all that part of the feast, for all the knights and lords who were there heard what Sir Bleoberis said, and yet no one knew how to reply to him. As for King Mark, he looked upon Sir Bleoberis, smiling very sourly, as though with great distaste of his words, and he said, Messire, inasmuch as thou art our guest, and sitting here at feast with us, it is not fit that we should take thy words seriously, else what thou sayest might be very easily disproved. Upon this the blood rushed with great violence into the face and head of Sir Bleoberis, and he laughed very loud. Then he said, Well, lord, it need not be that I should be a guest here very long, and as for what I say, you may easily put the truth thereof to the proof. Therewith Sir Bleoberis arose and looked about him, and he perceived that there was near by where he stood a goblet of gold, very beautifully chased and cunningly carved. This Sir Bleoberis took into his hand, and it was half full of red wine. So he stood up before them all, and he cried out in a very loud voice, Messires, and all you knights of Cornwall, here I drink to your more excellent courage and prowess, and wish that you may have better fortune in arms than you have hitherto proved yourselves to have. And therewith he drank all the wine that was in the goblet. Then he said, Now I go away from here, and take this goblet with me, and if any knight of Cornwall may take it away from me, and bring it back again to the king, then I am very willing to own that there are better knights in this country than I supposed there to be. Therewith he turned and went out from that place, very haughtily and scornfully, taking that goblet with him, and not one of all those knights who were there made any move to stay him, or to reprove him for his discourteous speech. Now after he had come out of the hall and into the cool of the air, the heat of the wine soon left him, and he began to repent him of what he had done, and he said, Alas, meseems I was not very courteous to King Mark, who was mine host. So for a while he was minded to take that goblet back again and make amends for what he had said, but afterwards he could not do this because of his pride. So he went to the chamber that had been allotted to him, and clad himself in his armour, and after that he rode away from the court of King Mark, carrying the goblet with him. Now some while after he had gone, Sir Tristram came into the hall where the others were, and there he found them all sitting with ill countenances, and no man daring, for shame, to look at his fellow. So Sir Tristram came to King Mark and said, Where is Sir Bleoberis? And King Mark said, He is gone away. Sir Tristram said, Why did he go? Thereupon King Mark told Sir Tristram of what had befallen, and how Sir Bleoberis had taken away that goblet to the great shame and scorn of all who were there. Upon this the blood flew very violently into Sir Tristram's face, and he said, "Was there no knight here with spirit enough to call reproof upon Sir Bleoberis, or to stay him in his going?" Therewith he looked all about that hall, and he was like a lion standing among them, and no man dared to look him in the face, or to reply to him. Then he said, "Well, if there is no knight in Cornwall who hath the will to defend his king, then is there a knight of Lyonesse who will do so, because he received knighthood at the hands of the King of Cornwall." And therewith he turned and went away, and left them very haughtily, and they were all still more abashed than they had been before. Then Sir Tristram went to his chamber, and had himself armed in all wise, and he took his horse and mounted, and rode away in the direction that Sir Bleoberis had gone, and Gouvernail went with him. So Sir Tristram and Gouvernail rode at a good pace for a long time, making inquiry of whomsoever they met if Sir Bleoberis had passed that way. At last they entered the forest, and rode therein a great way, meeting no one till towards the latter part of the afternoon. By and by they saw before them two knights, very large and strong of frame, and clad all in bright and shining armour, and each riding a great war-horse of Flemish strain. "Gouvernail," said Sir Tristram, "ride forward a pace, and see for me who are yonder knights." So Gouvernail rode forward at a gallop, and so, in a little, came near enough to the two knights to see the devices upon their shields. Upon that he returned to Sir Tristram, and he said, "Messire, those are two very famous worthy knights of King Arthur's court, and of the two you are acquainted with one, but the other is a stranger to you. For the one is Sir Sagramore le Desirous, who was at that tournament in Ireland, and the other is Sir Dodinas le Sauvage." "Well," said Sir Tristram, "those indeed are two very good worthy knights. Now if you will sit here for a while, I will go forward and have speech with them." "Messire," said Gouvernail, "I would counsel you not to have to do with those knights, for there are hardly any knights more famous at arms than they, so it is not likely that you can have success of them if you should assay them." But to this Sir Tristram said, "Peace, Gouvernail, hold thy peace, and abide here while I go forward." Now those knights, when they became aware that Sir Tristram and Gouvernail were there, had halted at a clear part of the woodland to await what should befall. Upon them Sir Tristram came, riding with great dignity and haughtiness, and when he had come nigh enough he drew rein and spoke with great pride of bearing, saying, "Messires, I require of you to tell me whence you come, and whither you go, and what you do in these marches." Unto him Sir Sagramore made reply, speaking very scornfully, "Fair knight, are you a knight of Cornwall?" And Sir Tristram said, "Why do you ask me that?" "Messire," said Sir Sagramore, "I ask you that because it hath seldom been heard tell that a Cornish knight hath courage to call upon two knights to answer such questions as you have asked of us." "Well," said Sir Tristram, "for the matter of that, I am at this present a knight of Cornwall, and I hereby let you know that you shall not go away from here unless you either answer my question or give me satisfaction at arms." Then Sir Dodinas spoke very fiercely, saying, "Sir Cornish knight, you shall presently have all the satisfaction at arms that you desire, and a great deal more than you desire." Therewith he took a very stout spear in his hand, and rode to a little distance. And Sir Tristram, beholding his intent to do battle, also rode to a little distance, and took stand in such a place as seemed to him to be best. Then when they were in all wise prepared, they rushed together with such astonishing vehemence that the earth shook and trembled beneath them. Therewith they met in the middle of their course with a great uproar of iron and wood. But in that onset the spear of Sir Dodinas broke into a great many small pieces, but the spear of Sir Tristram held, so that in that encounter he lifted Sir Dodinas entirely out of his saddle, and out behind the crupper of his horse. And he flung Sir Dodinas down so violently that his neck was nearly broken, and he lay for a while in a deep swoon like one who has been struck dead. Then Sir Sagramore said, "Well, Sir Knight, that was certes a very great buffet that you gave my fellow, but now it is my turn to have ado with you." So therewith he took also his spear in hand, and chose his station for an assault as Sir Dodinas had done, and Sir Tristram also took station as he had done before. Then immediately they two ran together with the same terrible force that Sir Tristram and Sir Dodinas had coursed. And in that encounter Sir Tristram struck Sir Sagramore so direful a buffet with his spear, that he overthrew both horse and man, and the horse, falling upon Sir Sagramore, so bruised his leg that he could not for a while arise from where he lay. Therewith Sir Tristram, having run his course, came back to where those two knights lay upon the ground, and he said, "Fair knights, will you have any more fighting?" They said, "No, we have had fighting enough." Then Sir Tristram said, "I pray you tell me, are there any bigger knights at the court of King Arthur than you? If it is not so, then I should think you would take great shame to yourselves that you have been overthrown the one after the other by a single knight. For this day a knight of Cornwall hath assuredly matched you both to your great despite." Then Sir Sagramore said, "Sir, I pray you upon your true knighthood to tell us who you are, for you are assuredly one of the greatest knights in the world." Upon this Sir Tristram laughed. "Nay," quoth he, "I am as yet a young knight, who has had but little proof in battle. As for my name, since you ask it of me, upon my knighthood I am not ashamed to tell you that I am hight Sir Tristram, and that I am King Meliadus' son of Lyonesse." "Ha," said Sir Sagramore, "if that be so, then there is little shame in being overthrown by you. For not only do I well remember how at the court of the King of Ireland you overthrew 6 knights of the Round Table, and how easily you overthrew Sir Palomides the Saracen, but it is also very well known how you did battle with Sir Marhaus, and of how you overcame him. Now Sir Marhaus and Sir Palomides were 2 of the best knights in the world, so it is not astonishing that you should have done as you did with us. But since you have overthrown us, what is it you would have us do?" "Messires," said Sir Tristram, "I have only to demand 2 things of you. One of them is that you give me your word that you will go to Cornwall and confess to King Mark that you have been overthrown by a Cornish knight. And the second thing is that you tell me if you saw Sir Bleoberis de Ganys pass this way." They say, "Messire, touching that demand you make upon us to go to King Mark and to confess our fall, that we will do as you desire. And as for Sir Bleoberis, we met him only a short while ago, and he cannot even now be very far from this place." "Well," said Sir Tristram, "I give you good den, and thank you for your information. I have some words to say to Sir Bleoberis before he leave these marches." So thereafter he called Gouvernail, and they 2 rode into the forest and on their way as fast as they were able. As for Sir Dodinas and Sir Sagramore, they betook their course to the court of King Mark, as they had promised to do. Now by and by, after Sir Tristram and Gouvernail had gone some considerable distance farther upon that road, they beheld Sir Bleoberis before them in a forest path, riding very proudly and at an easy pass upon his way. At that time the sun was setting very low towards the earth, so that all the tops of the forest trees were aflame with a very ruddy light, though all below in the forest was both cool and grey. Now when Sir Tristram and Gouvernail with him had come pretty nigh to Sir Bleoberis, Sir Tristram called to him in a very loud voice, and bade him turn and stand. Therewith Sir Bleoberis turned about and waited for Sir Tristram to come up with him. And when Sir Tristram was come near by, he said to Sir Bleoberis, "Messire, I hear tell that you have with you a very noble goblet, which you have taken in a shameful way from the table of King Mark of Cornwall. Now I demand of you that you give me that goblet to take back unto the king again." "Well," said Sir Bleoberis, "you shall freely have that goblet if you can take it from me. And if you will look, you will see where it hangs here from my saddle horn. But I may tell you that I do not believe that there is any Cornish knight who may take away that goblet against my will." "As for that," said Sir Tristram, "we shall see in a little while how it may be." Therewith each knight took his spear in his hand and rode a little distance away, and made himself in all wise ready for the assault. Then when they were in all ways prepared, each launched himself against the other, coming together with such violence that sparks of fire flew out from the points of their spears. And in that assault the horse of each knight was overthrown, but each knight voided his saddle and leapt very lightly to earth, without either having had a fall. Then each drew his sword and set his shield before him, and therewith came together, foining and lashing with all the power of their might. Each gave the other many sore strokes, so that the armor of each was indented in several places, and in other places was stained with red. Then at last Sir Tristram waxed very woed with anger, and he rushed at Sir Bleoberis, smiting him so fiercely that Sir Bleoberis bare back and held his shield low before him. This Sir Tristram perceived, And therewith rushing in upon Sir Bleoberis, he smote that knight with such a great buffet upon the head that Sir Bleoberis fell down upon his knees, without having strength to keep his feet. Then Sir Tristram rushed off the helmet of Sir Bleoberis, and he said, Sir knight, yield to me, or I shall slay you. Messire, said Sir Bleoberis, I yield myself to you, and indeed you are as right a knight as ever I met in all my life. Then Sir Tristram took Sir Bleoberis by the hand, and he lifted him up upon his feet, and he said, Sir, I am very sorry for to have had to do with you in this fashion, for almost would I rather that you should have overcome me than that I should have overcome you. For I do not at any time forget that you are cousin unto Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and I honour Sir Launcelot above all men else in this world, and would rather have his friendship than that of any man living. So I have had no despite against you in this battle, but have only fought with you because it behooved me to do so for the sake of the King of Cornwall, who is my uncle. Then Sir Bleoberis said, Messire, I pray you tell me who you are. Lord, said Sir Tristram, I am a very young knight hight Tristram, and I am the son of King Meliadus of Lyonesse, and the Lady Elizabeth, sister unto King Mark of Cornwall. Ha, said Sir Bleoberis, I have heard great report of you, Sir Tristram, and now I know at mine own cost that you are one of the best knights in the world. Yea, I have no doubt that at some time you will be the peer of Sir Launcelot of the Lake himself, or of Sir Lamorak of Gales, and they two are, certes, the best knights in the world. Now I believe that I would have given you this goblet, even without your having to fight for it, had I known who you were, and as it is, I herewith give it to you very freely. So Sir Bleoberis untied the goblet from where it hung at his saddle-bow, and Sir Tristram took the goblet and gave him gramercy for it. And therewith having recovered their horses, each knight mounted and betook his way whither he was going. So a little after nightfall, Sir Tristram came to the King of Cornwall and his court, and he said to King Mark, Here is your goblet which I have brought back to you, and I would God that some of your knights who are so much older than I had the courage to do for you what I have had to do. And therewith he went away and left them all sitting ashamed. Now it chanced some little while after these things happened as aforesaid, that King Mark lay down upon his couch after his midday meal, for to sleep a little space during the heat of the day. And it likewise happened that the window near by where he lay was open, so that the air might come into the room. Now at that time 3 knights of the court sat in the garden beneath where the window was. These knights talked to one another concerning Sir Tristram, and of how he had brought back that goblet from Sir Bleoberis de Ganys, and of what honour it was to have such a champion in Cornwall, for to stand for the honour of that court. In their talk they said to one another that if only the King of Cornwall were such a knight as Sir Tristram, then there would be plenty of knights of good worth who would come to that court, and Cornwall would no longer have to be ashamed of its chivalry as it was nowadays. So they said, Would God our king were such a knight as Sir Tristram. All this King Mark overheard, and the words that they said were like a very bitter poison in his heart, for their words entered into his soul and abided there. And thereupon at that same hour all his love for Tristram was turned into hate. Thus it befell that, after that day, King Mark ever pondered and pondered upon that which he had heard, and the longer he pondered it, the more bitter did his life become to him, and the more he hated Sir Tristram. So it came to pass that whenever he was with Sir Tristram and looked upon him, he would say in his heart, So, they say you are a better knight than I. Would God that you were dead or away from this place, for I believe that some day you will be my undoing. Yea, there were times when he would look upon Sir Tristram in that wise and whisper to himself, Would God would send a blight upon thee, so that thou wouldst wither away. But always the king dissembled this hatred for Sir Tristram, so that no one suspected him thereof. Least of all did Sir Tristram suspect how changed was the heart of the king towards him. Now one day Sir Tristram was playing upon his harp and singing before King Mark, and the king sat brooding upon these things as he gazed at Tristram. And Sir Tristram, as he oft times did nowadays, sang of the Lady Belle Isoult, and of how her face was like to a rose for fairness, and of how her soul was like to a nightingale, and that it uplifted the spirit of whosoever was near her, even though the darkness of sorrow as of night might envelop him. And whilst Sir Tristram sang thus, King Mark listened to him, and as he listened a thought entered his heart, and therewith he smiled. So when Sir Tristram had ended his song of the Belle Isoult, King Mark said, "Fair nephew, I would that you would undertake a quest for me." Sir Tristram said, "What quest is that, lord?" "Nay," said King Mark, "I will not tell you what quest it is, unless you will promise me upon your knighthood to undertake it upon my behalf." Then Sir Tristram suspected no evil, wherefore he smiled and said, "Dear lord, if the quest is a thing that it is in my power to undertake, I will undertake it upon your asking, and unto that I pledge my knighthood." King Mark said, "It is a quest that you may undertake." Sir Tristram said, "Then I will undertake it, if you will tell me what it is." King Mark said, "I have listened to your singing for this long while concerning the Lady Belle Isoult. So the quest I would have you undertake is this, that you go to Ireland and bring thence the Lady Belle Isoult to be my queen. For because of your songs and ballads I have come to love her so greatly that I believe that I shall have no happiness in life until I have her for my queen. So now, since you have pledged me your word upon your knighthood to do my bidding in this case, such is the quest that I would send you upon." And therewith he smiled upon Sir Tristram very strangely. Then Sir Tristram perceived how he had been betrayed, and he put aside his harp and rose from where he sat. And he gazed for a long while at King Mark, and his countenance was wonderfully white like that of a dead man. Then by and by he said, "Sir, I know not why you have put this upon me, nor do I know why you have betrayed me. For I have ever served you truly as a worthy knight and a kinsman should. Wherefore I know not why you have done this unto me, nor why you seek to compass my death. For you know very well that if I return to Ireland, I shall very likely be slain either by the Queen or by some of her kindred, because that for your sake I slew in battle Sir Marhaus, the Queen's brother of Ireland. Yet so far as that is concerned, I would rather lose my life than succeed in this quest. For if so be I do not lose my life, then I must do that which I would liever die than do. Yea, I believe that there was never any knight that loved a lady as I love the Belle Isoult. For I love her not only because of her beauty and her graciousness, but because she healed mine infirmities, and lent ease unto my great sufferings, and brought me back from death unto life. Wherefore that which you bid me fulfill is more bitter to me than death." "Well," said King Mark, "I know nothing of all this. Only I know that you have given me your knightly word to fulfill this quest." "Very well," said Sir Tristram. "If God will give me his good help in this matter, then I will do that which I have pledged my knighthood to undertake." Therewith he turned and went out from that place in such great despair that it was as though his heart had been turned into ashes. But King Mark was filled with joy that he should have caused Sir Tristram all that pain, and he said to his heart, "This is some satisfaction for that hate which I feel for this knight. By and by I shall maybe have greater satisfaction than that." After that Sir Tristram did not come any more where King Mark was, but he went straight away from the king's court, and into a small castle that King Mark had given him some while since for his own. There he abided for several days in great despair of soul, for it seemed to him as though God had deserted him entirely. There for a while Gouvernail alone was with him and no one else, but after a while several knights came to him and gave him great condolence, and offered to join him as his knight's companion. And there were 18 of these knights, and Sir Tristram was very glad of their comradeship. These said to him, "Sir, you should not lend yourself to such great travail of soul, but should bend yourself as a true knight should to assume that burden that God has assigned you to bear." So they spoke, and by Sir Tristram aroused himself from his despair and said to himself, "Well, what these gentlemen say is true, and God hath assuredly laid this very heavy burden upon me. As that is so, I must needs assume it for his sake." So Sir Tristram and the knights who were with him abode in that place for a day or 2 or 3, and then one morning Sir Tristram armed himself and they armed themselves, and all took their departure from that castle and went down to the sea. Then they took ship with intent to depart to Ireland upon that quest Sir Tristram had promised King Mark he would undertake. And in a little they hoisted sail and departed from Cornwall for Ireland. But they were not to make their quest upon that pass so speedily as they thought. For upon the 2nd day of their voyaging there arose a great storm of wind of such a sort that the sailors of that ship had never seen the like thereof in all of their lives. For the waves rose up like mountains, and anon the waters sank away into deep valleys, with hills of water upon either side, all crested over with foam as white as snow. And anon that ship would be uplifted as though the huge sea would toss it into the clouds, and anon it would fall down into a gulf so deep that it appeared as though the green waters would swallow it up entirely. The air roared as though it were full of demons and evil spirits out of hell, and the wind was wet and very bitter with brine. So the ship fled away before that tempest, and the hearts of all aboard were melted with fear, because of the great storm of wind and the high angry waves. Then towards evening those who were watching from the lookout beheld a land and a haven, and they saw upon the land overlooking the haven was a noble castle, and a fair large town, surrounded by high walls of stone. So they told the others of what they saw, and all gave great rejoicing for that they were so nigh the land. Therewith they sailed the ship towards the haven, and having entered therein safely, they cast anchor under the walls of the castle and the town, taking great joy that God had brought them safe and sound through that dreadful peril of the tempest. Then Sir Tristram said to Gouvernail, "Knowest thou, Gouvernail, what place is this to which we have come?" "Messire," said Gouvernail, "I think it is Camelot." And then those knights of Cornwall who stood by said, "Yea, that is true, and it is Camelot." And one of them said, "Messire, it is likely that King Arthur is at this place at this very time, for so it was reported that he was, and so I believe it to be." "Ha," quoth Tristram, "that is very good news to me, for I believe that it would be the greatest joy to me that this world can now give to behold King Arthur and those noble knights of his court ere I die. More especially do I desire above all things to behold that great noble champion, Sir Launcelot of the Lake. So let us now go ashore, and mayhap it shall come to pass that I shall see the great king and Sir Launcelot, and mayhap shall come to speak with the one or the other." And that saying of Sir Tristram seemed good to those knights who were with him, for they were weary of the sea, and desired to rest for a while upon the dry land. So they presently all went ashore, and bade their attendants set up their pavilions in a fair level meadow that was somewhat near a league distant away from the castle and the town. In the midst of the other pavilions upon that plain was set up the pavilion of Sir Tristram. It was of fine crimson cloth, striped with silver, and there was the figure of a griffin carved upon the summit of the centre pole of the pavilion. The spear of Sir Tristram was implanted by the point of the truncheon in the ground outside the pavilion, and thereunto his shield was hung, so that those who passed that way might clearly behold what was the device thereupon. And now shall be told how Sir Tristram became united in friendship with the brotherhood of good knights at King Arthur's court. End of Sir Tristram, Part 1/5.
Part 1/6 of the story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Mauldin, Houston, Texas. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard PYLE. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1/6. Chapter 6. How Sir Tristram had to do battle with 3 knights of the Round Table. Also, how he had speech with King Arthur. So came the next morning, and uprose the sun in all the splendor of his glory, shedding his beams to every quarter with a rare, dazzling effulgence. For by night the clouds of storm had passed away and gone, and now all the air was clear and blue, and the level beams of light fell athwart the meadowlands, so that countless drops of water sparkled on leaf and blade of grass, like an incredible multitude of shining jewels scattered all over the earth. Then they who slept were awakened by the multitudinous voicing of the birds, for at that hour the small fowl sang so joyous a roundelay that all the early morning was full of the sweet jargon of their chanting. At this time, so early in the day, there came 2 knights riding by where Sir Tristram and his companions had set up their pavilions. These were 2 very famous knights of King Arthur's court and of the Round Table, for one was Sir Ector de Maris, and the other was Sir Morganor of Lisle. How 2 knights came to the pavilion of Sir Tristram. When these two knights perceived the pavilions of Sir Tristram and his knights companion, they made halt, and Sir Ector de Maris said, "What knights are these who have come thither?" Then Sir Morganor looked, and presently he said, "Sir, I perceive by their shields that these are Cornish knights, and he who occupies this central pavilion must be the champion of this party." "Well," quoth Sir Ector, "as for that I take no great thought of any Cornish knight. So do thou strike the shield of that knight and call him forth, and let us see of what metal he is made." "I will do so," said Sir Morganor, and therewith he rode forward to where the shield of Sir Tristram hung from the spear, and he smote the shield with the point of his lance, so that it rang with a very loud noise. Upon this Sir Tristram immediately came to the door of his pavilion and said, "Messieurs, why did you strike upon my shield?" "Because," said Sir Ector, "we are of a mind to try your mettle, what sort of knight you be." Quoth Sir Tristram, "God forbid that you should not be satisfied. So if you will stay till I put on my armor, you shall immediately have your will in this matter." Thereupon he went back into his tent and armed himself, and mounted his horse, and took a good stout spear of ashwood into his hand. Then all the knights of Cornwall, who were with Sir Tristram, came forth to behold what their champion would do. And all their esquires, pages, and attendants came forth for the same purpose, and it was a very pleasant time of day for jousting. Sir Tristram overthrows Sir Morganor. Then first of all Sir Morganor essayed Sir Tristram, and in that encounter Sir Tristram smote him so dreadful, terrible a blow, that he cast him a full spear's length over the crupper of his horse, and that so violently that the blood gushed out of the nose and mouth and ears of Sir Morganor, and he groaned very dolorously, and could not arise from where he lay. "Ha!" quoth Sir Ector, "that was a very wonderful buffet you struck my fellow, but now it is my turn to have ado with you, and I hope God will send me a better fortune." Sir Tristram overthrows Sir Ector. So he took stand for battle, as did Sir Tristram likewise, and when they were in all wise prepared, they rushed very violently to the assault. In that encounter Ector suffered hardly less ill fortune than Sir Morganor had done, for he brake his spear against Sir Tristram into as many as 100 pieces, whilst Sir Tristram's spear held so that he overthrew both the horse and the knight rider against whom he drove. Then all the knights of Cornwall gave loud acclaim that their knight had borne himself so well in those encounters. But Sir Tristram rode back to where those two knights still lay upon the ground, and he said, "Well, messieurs, this is no very good hap that you have had with me." Upon that speech Sir Ector de Maris gathered himself up from the dust and said, "Sir Knight, I pray you of your knighthood to tell us who you be, and what is your degree, for I declare to you I believe you are one of the greatest knights champion of the world." "Sir," said Sir Tristram, "I am very willing to tell you of my name and my station. I am Sir Tristram, the son of King Meliadus of Lyonesse." "Ha!" quoth Sir Ector, "I would God I had known that before I had ado with you, for your fame hath already reached to these parts, and there hath been such report of your prowess, and several songs have been made about you by minstrels and poets. I who speak to you am Sir Ector, surnamed de Maris, and this my companion is Sir Morganor of Lisle." "Alas!" cried out Sir Tristram, "I would that I had known who you were ere I did battle with you, for I have greater love for the knights of the Round Table than all others in the world, and most of all, Sir Ector, do I have reverence for your noble brother Sir Launcelot of the Lake. So I take great shame to myself that any mishap should have befallen you this day through me." Upon this Sir Ector laughed. "Well," quoth he, "let not that trouble lie with you, for it was we who gave you challenge without inquiry who you were, and you did but defend yourself. We were upon our way to Camelot yonder, when we fell into this mishap, for King Arthur is at this time holding court at that place. So now, if we have your leave to go upon our way, we will betake ourselves to the king, and tell him that you are here, for we know that he will be very glad of that news." Upon this Sir Tristram gave them leave to depart, and they did so with many friendly words of good cheer. And after they had gone, Sir Tristram went back into his pavilion again, and partook of refreshment that was brought to him. There comes a knight in white armor. Now some while after Sir Ector and Sir Morganor had left that place, and whilst Sir Tristram was still resting in his pavilion, there came a single knight riding that way, And this knight was clad altogether in white armor, and his shield was covered over with a covering of white leather, so that one could not see what device he bare thereon. When this white knight came to the place where Sir Tristram and his companions had pitched their pavilions, he also stopped as Sir Ector and Sir Morganor had done, for he desired to know what knights these were. At that time Gouvernail was standing alone in front of Sir Tristram's pavilion, and unto him the white knight said, Sir, I pray you, tell me who is the knight to whom this pavilion belongs. Now Gouvernail thought to himself, Here is another knight who would have ado with my master. Perhaps Sir Tristram may have glory by him also. So he answered the white knight, Sir, I may not tell you the name of this knight, for he is my master, and if he pleases to tell you his name, he must tell it himself. Very well, said the white knight, then I will straightway ask him. Therewith he rode to where the shield of Sir Tristram hung, and he struck upon the shield so violent a blow that it rang very loud and clear. Then straightway came forth Sir Tristram and several of his knights companion from out of the pavilion. And Sir Tristram said, Sir knight, wherefore did you strike upon my shield? Messire, quoth the white knight, I struck upon your shield so that I might summon you hither, for to tell me your name, for I have asked it of your esquire, and he will not tell me. Fair knight, quoth Sir Tristram, neither will I tell you my name until I have wiped out that affront which you have set upon my shield by that stroke you gave it, for no man may touch my shield without my having to do with him because of the affront he gives me thereby. Well, said the white knight, I am satisfied to have it as you please. Sir Tristram does battle with the white knight. So therewith Sir Tristram went back into his pavilion, and several went with him. These put his helmet upon his head, and they armed him for battle in all ways. After that Sir Tristram came forth and mounted his horse, and took his spear in hand, and made himself in all ways ready for battle. And all that while the white knight awaited his coming very calmly and steadfastly. Then Sir Tristram took ground for battle, and the white knight did so likewise. So being in all ways prepared, each launched forth against the other with such amazing and terrible violence, that those who beheld that encounter stood as though terrified with the thunder of the onset. Therewith the two knights met in the midst of the course, and each knight smote the other directly in the center of the shield. In that encounter the spear of each knight broke all to small pieces, even to the truncheon which he held in his fist. And so terrible was the blow that each struck the other that the horse of each fell back upon his haunches, and it was only because of the great address of the knight rider that the steed was able to recover his footing. As for Sir Tristram, that was the most terrible buffet he ever had struck him in all his life before that time. Then straightway Sir Tristram voided his saddle, and drew his sword, and dressed his shield, and he cried out, Ha! Sir knight, I demand of you that you descend from your horse, and do me battle afoot. Very well, said the white knight, thou shalt have thy will. And thereupon he likewise voided his horse, and drew his sword, and dressed his shield, and made himself in all ways ready for battle, as Sir Tristram had done. Therewith they two came together, and presently fell to fighting with such ardor that sparks of fire flew from every stroke. And if Sir Tristram struck hard and often, the white knight struck as hard and as often as he, so that all the knights of Cornwall who stood about marveled at the strength and fierceness of the knights combatant. Each knight gave the other many sore buffets, so that the armor was here and there dinted, and here and there was broken through by the edge of the sword, so that the red blood flowed out therefrom and down over the armor, turning its brightness in places into ensanguined red. Thus they fought for above an hour, and in all that time neither knight gave ground nor gained any vantage over the other. Sir Tristram falls in battle. Then after a while Sir Tristram grew more weary of fighting than ever he had been in all his life before, and he was aware that this was the greatest knight whom he had ever met. But still he would not give ground, but fought from this side and from that side with great skill and address, until all of a sudden he slipped upon some of that blood that he himself had shed, and because of his great weariness fell down upon his knees, and could not for the instant rise again. Then that white knight might easily have struck him down, if he had been minded to do so. But instead he withheld the blow, and gave Sir Tristram his hand, and said, Sir knight, rise up and stand upon thy feet, and let us go at this battle again, if it is thy pleasure to do so. for I do not choose to take advantage of thy fall." Then Sir Tristram was as greatly astonished at the extraordinary courtesy of his enemy as he had been at his prowess, and because of that courtesy he would not fight again, but stood leaning upon his sword, panting. Then he said, "Sir Knight, I pray of thee, of thy knighthood, to tell me what is thy name, and who thou art." "Messire," said the White Knight, "since you ask me that upon my knighthood, I cannot refuse to tell you my name. And so I will do, provided you, upon your part, will do me a like courtesy, and will first tell me your name and degree." Quoth Sir Tristram, "I will tell you that. My name is Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, and I am the son of King Meliadeur, of that land whereby I have my surname." Sir Launcelot confesses himself. "Ah, Sir Tristram," said the White Knight, "often have I heard of thee, and of thy skill at arms, and well have I proved thy fame this day, and that all that is said of thee is true. I must tell thee that I have never yet met my match until I met thee this day, for I know not how this battle might have ended, hadst thou not slipped and fallen by chance as thou didst. My name is Sir Launcelot, surnamed of the Lake, and I am King Ban's son of Benwick." At this Sir Tristram cried out in a loud voice, "Sir Launcelot? Sir Launcelot, is it thou against whom I have been doing battle? Rather I would that anything should have happened to me than that, for of all men in the world I most desire thy love and friendship." Sir Tristram yields to Sir Launcelot. Then, having so spoken, Sir Tristram immediately kneeled down upon his knees and said, "Messire, I yield myself unto thee, being overcome not more by thy prowess than by thy courtesy, for I freely confess that thou art the greatest knight in the world, against whom no other knight can hope to stand, for I could fight no more, and thou mightest easily have slain me when I fell down a while since." "Nay, Sir Tristram," said Sir Launcelot, "arise, and kneel not to me, for I am not willing to accept thy submission, for indeed it is yet to be proved which of us is the better knight, thou or I. Wherefore let neither of us yield to the other, but let us henceforth be as dear as brothers in arms the one toward the other." Then Sir Tristram rose up to his feet again. "Well, Sir Launcelot," he said, "whatsoever thou shalt ordain shall be as thou wouldst have it, but there is one thing I must do because of this battle." Sir Tristram breaks his sword. Then he looked upon his sword, which he held naked and ensanguined in his hand, and he said, "Good sword, thou hast stood my friend and hast served me well in several battles, but this day thou hast served me for the last time." Therewith he suddenly took the blade of the sword in both hands, the one at the point and the other nigh the haft, and he brake the blade across his knee and flung the pieces away. Upon this Sir Launcelot cried out in a loud voice, "Ha, messire, why didst thou do such a thing as that, to break thine own fair sword?" "Sir," quoth Sir Tristram, "this sword hath this day received the greatest honor that is possible for any blade to receive, for it hath been baptized in thy blood. So because aught else that might happen to it would diminish that honor, I have broken it so that its honor might never be made less than it is at this present time." Upon this Sir Launcelot ran to Sir Tristram, and catched him in his arms, and he cried out, "Tristram, I believe that thou art the noblest knight whom I ever beheld." And Sir Tristram replied, "And thou, Sir Launcelot, I love better than father or kindred." Therewith each kissed the other upon the face, and all they who stood by were so moved at that sight that several of them wept for pure joy. Sir Tristram and Sir Launcelot feast together. Thereafter the two went into Sir Tristram's pavilion and disarmed themselves. Then there came sundry attendants who were excellent leeches, and these searched their hurts and bathed them and dressed them. And several other attendants came and fetched soft robes and clothed the knights therein, so that they were very comfortable in their bodies. Then still other attendants brought them good strong wine and manchets of bread, and they sat together at table and ate very cheerfully and were greatly refreshed. So I have told you of that famous affair at arms betwixt Sir Launcelot and Sir Tristram, and I pray God that you may have the same pleasure in reading of it that I had in writing of it. King Arthur comes to Sir Tristram's pavilion. Now as Sir Launcelot and Sir Tristram sat in the pavilion of Sir Tristram, making pleasant converse together, there suddenly entered an esquire to where they were sitting. This esquire proclaimed, Messieurs, hither cometh King Arthur, and he is very near at hand. Thereupon, even as that esquire spoke, there came from without the pavilion a great noise of trampling horses, and the pleasant sound of ringing armor, and then immediately a loud noise of many voices uplifted in acclamation. Therewith Sir Launcelot and Sir Tristram arose from where they sat, and as they did so, the curtains at the doorway of the pavilion were parted, and there entered King Arthur, himself enveloped, as it were, with all the glory of his royal estate. Unto him Sir Tristram ran, and would have fallen upon his knees, but King Arthur stayed him from so doing. For the great king held him by the hand, and lifted him up, and he said, Sir, are you Sir Tristram of Lyonesse? Yea, said Sir Tristram, I am he. Ha, said King Arthur, I am gladder to see you than almost any man I know of in the world. And therewith he kissed Sir Tristram upon the face, and he said, Welcome, Monsieur, to these parts. Welcome, and thrice welcome. Then Sir Tristram besought King Arthur that he would refresh himself, and the king said he would do so. So Sir Tristram brought him to the chiefest place, and there King Arthur sat him down. And Sir Tristram would have served him with wine and with manchets of bread with his own hand, but King Arthur would not have it so, but bade Sir Tristram to sit beside him on his right hand, and Sir Tristram did so. After that King Arthur spoke to Sir Tristram about many things, and chiefly about King Meliadus, the father of Sir Tristram, and about the court of Lyonesse. Then after a while King Arthur said, Monsieur, I hear tell you are a wonderful harper. And Sir Tristram said, Lord, so men say of me. King Arthur said, I would fain hear your minstrelsy. To which Sir Tristram made reply, Lord, I will gladly do anything at all that will give you pleasure. So therewith Sir Tristram gave orders to Gouvernail, and Gouvernail brought him his shining golden harp, and the harp glistered with great splendor in the dim light of the pavilion. Sir Tristram sings before King Arthur. Sir Tristram took the harp in his hands, and tuned it, and struck upon it. And he played the harp, and he sang to the music thereof so wonderfully, that they who sat there listened in silence as though they were without breath. For not one of them had ever heard such singing as that music which Sir Tristram sang, for it was as though some angel were singing to those who sat there hearkening to his chanting. So after Sir Tristram had ended, all who were there gave loud acclaim and much praise to his singing. Ha, monsieur, quoth King Arthur, many times in my life have I heard excellent singing, but never before in my life have I heard such singing as that. Now I wish we might always have you at this court, and that you would never leave us. And Sir Tristram said, Lord, I too would wish that I might always be with you, and with these noble knights of your court, for I have never met any whom I love as I love them. So they sat there in great joy and friendliness of spirit, and for the while Sir Tristram forgot the mission he was upon, and was happy in heart, and glad of that terrible storm that had driven him thitherward. And now I shall tell you of the conclusion of all these adventures, and of how it fared with Sir Tristram. End of Part 1, the 6th. Part 1, the 7th of the story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rachel Mauldin, Houston, Texas. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 1, the 7th. Chapter the 7th. How Sir Tristram had speech with King Angus of Ireland, how he undertook to champion the cause of King Angus, and of what happened thereafter. Sir Tristram hears the news of King Angus. Now as Sir Tristram and King Arthur and Sir Launcelot sat together in the pavilion of Sir Tristram in pleasant friendly discourse as aforetold, there came Gouvernail all of a sudden into that place. He, coming to Sir Tristram, leaned over his shoulder, and he whispered into his ear, Sir, I have just been told that King Angus of Ireland is at this very time at Camelot at the court of the king. Upon this Sir Tristram turned to King Arthur and said, Lord, my esquire telleth me that King Angus of Ireland is here at Camelot. Now I pray you tell me, is that saying true? Yea, said King Arthur. That is true, but what of it? Well, said Sir Tristram, I had set forth to seek King Angus in Ireland, when I and my companions were driven hither by a great storm of wind. Yet when I find him, I know not whether King Angus may look upon me as a friend or as an unfriend. How Sir Bertrand was killed in Ireland. "Ha!" said King Arthur, "you need not take trouble concerning the regard in which King Angus shall hold you, for he is at this time in such anxiety of spirit that he needs to have every man his friend who will be his friend, and no man his enemy whom he can reconcile to him. He is just now in very good grace, either with me or with my court, for the case with him is thus. Some while ago, after you left the court of Ireland, there came to that place Sir Blamor de Gannis, who is right cousin to Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and with Sir Blamor a knight companion hight Sir Bertrand de la Riviere Rouge. These two knights went to Ireland with intent to win themselves honour at the court of Ireland. Whilst they were in that kingdom, there were held many jousts and tourneys, and in all of them Sir Blamor and Sir Bertrand were victorious, and all the knights of Ireland who came against them were put to shame at their hands. Many of the Irish knights were exceedingly angry at this, and so likewise was the King of Ireland. Now it happened one day that Sir Bertrand was found dead and murdered at a certain pass in the king's forest. And when the news thereof was brought to Sir Blamor, he was very wroth that his knight companion should have been thus treacherously slain. So he immediately quitted Ireland and returned hither straightway. And when he had come before me, he accused King Angus of treason because of that murder. Now at this time King Angus is here upon my summons for to answer that charge and to defend himself therefrom. For Sir Blamor offers his body to defend the truth of his accusation. And as for the King of Ireland, he can find no knight to take his part in that contention. For not only is Sir Blamor, as you very well know, one of the best knights in the world, but also nearly everybody here hath doubt of the innocence of King Angus in this affair. Now from this you may see that King Angus is very much more in need of a friend at this time than he is of an enemy." "Lord," said Sir Tristram, "what you tell me is very excellent good news, for now I know that I may have talk with King Angus with safety to myself, and that he will no doubt receive me as a friend." So after King Arthur and his court had taken their departure, it being then the early sloping of the afternoon, Sir Tristram called Gouvernail to him, and bade him make ready their horses, and when Gouvernail had done so, they two mounted and rode away by themselves toward that place where King Angus had taken up his lodging. When they had come there, Sir Tristram made demand to have speech with the king, and therewith they in attendance ushered him into where the King Angus was. King Angus welcomed Sir Tristram. But when King Angus saw Sir Tristram who he was, and when he beheld a face that was both familiar and kind, he gave a great cry of joy, and ran to Sir Tristram, and flung his arms about him, and kissed him upon the cheek, for he was rejoiced beyond measure to find a friend in that unfriendly place. Then Sir Tristram said, "Lord, what cheer have you?" Unto that King Angus replied, "Tristram, I have very poor cheer, for I am alone amongst enemies with no one to befriend me, and unless I find some knight who will stand my champion tomorrow or the next day, I am like to lose my life for the murder of Sir Bertrand de la Riviere Rouge. And where am I to find any one to act as my champion in defence of my innocence in this place, where I behold an enemy in every man whom I meet? Alas, Tristram, there is no one in all the world who will aid me unless it be you. For you alone of all the knights in the world beyond the circle of the knights of the Round Table may hope to stand against so excellent and so strong a hero." "Lord," quoth Sir Tristram, "I know very well what great trouble overclouds you at this time, and it is because of that I am come hither for to visit you. For I have not at any time forgotten how that I told you when you spared my life in Ireland, that mayhap the time might come when I might serve as your friend in your day of need. So if you will satisfy me upon 2 points, then I myself will stand for your champion upon this occasion." "Ah, Tristram," quoth King Angus, "what you say is very good news to me indeed, for I believe there is no another knight in all the world, unless it be Sir Launcelot of the Lake, who is so strong and worthy a knight as you. So tell me, what are those 2 matters concerning which you would seek satisfaction? And if it is possible for me to do so, I will give you such an answer as may please you." "Lord," said Sir Tristram, "the first matter is this, that you shall satisfy me that you are altogether innocent of the death of Sir Bertrand. And the second matter is this, that you shall grant me whatsoever favour it is that I shall ask to have of you." Sir Angus swears innocence to Sir Tristram. Then King Angus arose and drew his sword, and he said, Tristram, behold, here is my sword, and the guard thereof, and the blade thereof, and the handle thereof. Make that holy sign of the cross, unto which all Christian men bow down to worship. Look, see, here I kiss that holy sign, and herewith I swear an oath upon that sacred symbol, and I furthermore swear upon the honor of my knighthood, that I am altogether guiltless of the death of that noble, honorable knight aforesaid, nor do I at all know how it was he met his death, for I am innocent of all evil knowledge thereof. Now, messire, art thou satisfied upon that point? And Sir Tristram said, I am satisfied. Then King Angus said, As to the matter of granting you a favour, that I would do in any case for the love I bear you. So let me hear what it is that you have to ask of me. Sir Tristram asks his boon. Lord, cried out Sir Tristram, the favour is one I had liever die than ask. It is this, that you give me your daughter, the Lady Belle Isoult, for wife unto mine uncle, Sir Mark of Cornwall. Upon these words King Angus sat in silence for a long while, gazing very strangely upon Sir Tristram. Then by and by he said, Messire, this is a very singular thing you ask of me. For from what you said to me aforetime, and from what you said to my daughter, I had thought that you desired the baby Lady Belle Isoult for yourself. Now I can in no wise understand why you do not ask for her in your name, instead of asking for her in the name of King Mark. Then Sir Tristram cried out as in great despair, Messire, I love that dear lady a great deal more than I love my life. But in this affair I am fulfilling a pledge made upon the honour of my knighthood, and unto the King of Cornwall, who himself made me knight. For I pledged him unaware, and now I am paying for my hastiness. Yet I would God that you might take the sword which you hold in your hand and thrust it into my heart, for I had liefer die than fulfill this obligation to which I am pledged. Well, said King Angus, you know very well that I will not slay you, but that I will fulfill your boon as I have promised. As for what you do in this affair, you must answer for it to God, and to the honour of your own knighthood, whether it is better to keep that promise which you made to the King of Cornwall, or to break it. Then Sir Tristram cried out again in great travail of soul, Lord, you know not what you say, nor what torments I am at this present moment enduring. And therewith he arose and went forth from that place, for he was ashamed that anyone should behold the passion that moved him. And now is to be told of that famous battle betwixt Sir Tristram and Sir Blamor de Gannis, of which so much hath been written in all the several histories of chivalry that deal with these matters. Now when the next morning had come, clear and fair, and with the sun shining wonderfully bright, a great concourse of people began to betake themselves to that place where the lists had been set up in preparation for that ordeal of battle. That place was on a level meadow of grass, very fair bedight with flowers, and not far from the walls of the town, nor from the high road that led to the gate of the same, of the meadow of battle. And indeed that was a very beautiful place for battle, for upon the one hand was the open countryside, all gay with spring blossoms and flowers, and upon the other hand were the walls of the town. Over above the top of those walls was to be seen a great many tall towers, some built of stone and some of brick, that rose high up into the clear shining sky, all full of slow-drifting clouds that floated, as it were, like full-breasted swans in a sea of blue. And beyond the walls of the town you might behold a great many fair houses, with bright windows of glass all shining against the sky. So you may see how fair was all that place, where that fierce battle was presently to be fought. Meanwhile great multitudes of people have gathered all about the meadow of battle, and others stood like flies upon the walls of the town, and looked down into that fair, pleasant meadowland, spread with its carpet of flowers. All along one side of the ground of battle was a scaffolding of seats, fair bedraped with fabrics of various colors and textures. In the midst of all the other seats were 2 seats hung with cloth of scarlet, and these seats were the one for King Arthur, and the other for King Angus of Ireland. In the centre of the meadowland Sir Blamor rode up and down very proudly. He was clad in red armor, and the trappings and the furniture of his horse were all of red, so that he paraded the field like a crimson flame of fire. Sir, quoth King Arthur to King Angus, Yon is a very strong, powerful, noble knight. Now where mayest thou find one who can hope to stand against him in this coming battle? King Angus presents Sir Tristram for his champion. Lord, said King Angus, I do believe that God hath raised up a defender for me in this extremity, for Sir Tristram of Lyonesse came to me yesterday, and offered for to take this quarrel of mine upon him. Now I do not believe that there is any better knight in all of Christendom than he, wherefore I am today uplifted with great hopes that mine innocence shall be proved against mine accuser. Ha, quoth King Arthur, if Sir Tristram is to stand thy champion in this affair, then I do believe that thou hast indeed found for thyself a very excellent, worthy defender. So anon there came Sir Tristram riding to that place, attended only by Gouvernail, and he was clad all in bright polished armor, so that he shone like a star of great splendor as he entered the field of battle. He came straight to where King Arthur sat, and saluted before him. King Arthur said, Sir, what knight art thou? Lord, answered he, I am Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, and I come to champion King Angus who sits beside you. For I believe him to be innocent of that matter of which he is accused, and I will imperil my body in that belief for to prove the truth of the same. Well, quoth King Arthur, this king accused hath, certes, a very noble champion in thee. So go and do thy devoirs, and may God defend the right. Sir Tristram does battle with Sir Blamor. Thereupon each knight took a good stout spear into his hand, and chose his place for the encounter, and each set his shield before him, and footed his lance in rest. Then when each was ready, the marshal blew a great blast upon his trumpet, and thereupon, in an instant, each knight launched against the other like a bolt of thunder. So they met in the very middle of the course with such violence, that the spear of each knight was shattered all into pieces, unto the very truncheon thereof. Each horse fell back upon his haunches, and each would no doubt have fallen entirely, had not the knight rider recovered his steed with the greatest skill and address. Then each knight voided his saddle, and each drew his sword and set his shield before him. Therewith they came to battle on foot like two wild boars, so fiercely and felly that it was terrible to behold. For they traced this way and that, and foined and struck at one another, so that whole pieces of armor were hewn from the bodies of each. Sir Tristram overcomes Sir Blamor. But in all this battle Sir Tristram had so much the better that by and by, after they had fought for above an hour, Sir Blamor de Ganys began to bear back before him, and to give ground, holding his shield low for weariness. This Sir Tristram perceived, and running in suddenly upon Sir Blamor, he struck him so terrible a blow upon the right shoulder, that Sir Blamor's arm was altogether benumbed thereby, and he could no longer hold his sword in his hand. So the sword of Sir Blamor fell down into the grass, and Sir Tristram, perceiving this, ran and set his foot upon it. Then Sir Blamor could not stand any longer, but fell down upon his knees because of a great weariness and faintness that lay upon him like the weariness and faintness of approaching death. Then Sir Tristram said, Sir Knight, thou canst fight no longer. Now I bid thee for to yield thyself to me as overcome in this battle. Thereunto Sir Blamor made reply, speaking very deep and hollow from out of his helmet. Sir Knight, thou hast overcome me by thy strength and prowess, but I will not yield myself to thee now nor at any time, for that would be so great shame that I would rather die than endure it. I am a knight of the Round Table, and have never yet been overcome in this wise by any man. So thou mayest slay me, but I will not yield myself to thee. Then Sir Tristram cried out, Sir Knight, I beseech thee to yield thyself, for thou art not fit to fight any more this day. Sir Blamor said, I will not yield, so strike and have done with it. So Sir Tristram wist not what to do, but stood there in doubt, looking down upon Sir Blamor. Then Sir Blamor said again, Strike, Sir Knight, and have done with it. Upon this Sir Tristram said, I may not strike thee, Sir Blamor de Ganys, to slay thee, for thou art very nigh of blood to Sir Launcelot of the Lake, and unto him I have sworn brotherhood in arms, wherefore I pray thee now to yield thyself to me. Sir Blamor said, Nay, I will not yield me to thee. Sir Tristram gives Sir Blamor back his sword. Well, said Sir Tristram, then I must fain act this day in a manner like as I acted yesterday. Therewith speaking, he took his sword into both his hands, and he swung it several times around his head, and when he had done that, he flung it to a great distance away, so that he was now entirely unarmed, saving only for his misericordia. After that he gave Sir Blamor his hand, and lifted him up upon his feet, and he stooped and picked up Sir Blamor's sword out of the grass, and gave it back to Sir Blamor into his hands, and he said, Sir Knight, now thou art armed, and I am entirely unarmed, and so thou hast me at thy mercy. Now thou shalt either yield thyself to me, or slay me as I stand here without any weapon, for I cannot now strike thee, and though I have overcome thee fairly, yet thou hast it now in thy power to slay me. So now do thy will with me in this matter. Then Sir Blamor was greatly astonished at the magnanimity of Sir Tristram, and he said, Sir Knight, what is thy name? Sir Tristram said, It is Tristram, surnamed of Lyonesse. Upon this Sir Blamor came to Sir Tristram, and put his arms about his shoulders, and he said, Tristram, I yield myself to thee, but in love and not in hate. For I yield myself not because of thy strength of arms, and yet I believe there is no knight in the world, unless it be my cousin Sir Launcelot of the Lake, who is thy peer. But I yield me because of thy exceeding nobility. Yet I would that I might only be satisfied that this King of Ireland is no traitor. Monsieur, said Sir Tristram, of that I have assured myself very strongly ere I entered into this contest, wherefore I may now freely avouch upon mine own knightly word that he is innocent. Then, said Sir Blamor, I also am satisfied, and I herewith withdraw all my impeachment against him. Sir Tristram and Sir Blamor are reconciled. Then those two noble, excellent knights took one another by the hand, and went forward together to where King Arthur sat in high estate, and all those who looked on and beheld that reconciliation gave loud acclaim. And when King Arthur beheld them coming thus, he arose from where he sat, and met them, and embraced them both. And he said, I do not believe that any king can have greater glory in his life than this, to have such knights about him as ye be. So ended this famous battle with great glory to Sir Tristram, and yet with no disregard to that famous knight against whom he did battle. After that, they and King Arthur and King Angus of Ireland and all the court went up into the castle of Camelot, and there the two knights combatant were bathed in tepid water, and their wounds were searched and dressed, and they were put at their ease in all ways that was possible. Now that very day, as they all sat at feast in the castle of Camelot, there came one with news that the name of Sir Tristram had suddenly appeared upon one of the seats of the Round Table. So after they had ended their feast, they all immediately went to see how that might be. When they came to the pavilion of the Round Table, there, behold, was his name indeed upon that seat that had once been the seat of King Pellinore. For this was the name that was now upon the seat, Sir Tristram of Lyonesse. Sir Tristram becomes a knight of the Round Table. So the next day Sir Tristram was duly installed as a knight companion of the Round Table, with great pomp and estate of circumstance, and a day or two after that he set sail for Ireland with King Angus, taking with him Gouvernail and those Cornish knights who were his companions. So they all reached Ireland in safety, and because Sir Tristram had aided the King of Ireland in the day of his extremity, the Queen forgave him all the despite she held against him, so that he was received at the court of the King and Queen with great friendship and high honor. How Sir Tristram dwelt in Ireland. For a while Sir Tristram dwelt in Ireland, and said nothing concerning that purpose for which he had come. Then one day he said to King Angus, Lord, thou art not to forget to fulfill that promise which thou madest to me concerning the Lady Belle Isoult. To this King Angus made reply, I had hoped that now we were come to Ireland you had changed your purpose in that matter. Are you yet of the same mind as when you first spake to me? Yea, said Sir Tristram, for it cannot be otherwise. Well then, said King Angus, I shall go to prepare my daughter for this ill hap that is to befall her, though indeed it doth go against my heart to do such a thing. After I have first spoken to her, you are to take the matter into your own hands, for, to tell you the truth, I have not the heart to contrive it further. So King Angus went away from where Tristram was, and he was gone a long while. When he returned, he said, Sir, go you that way, and the Lady Belle Isoult will see you. So Sir Tristram went in the direction King Angus had said, and a page showed him the way. So by and by he came to where the Lady Belle Isoult was, and it was a great chamber in a certain tower of the castle, and high up under the eaves of the roof. How Lady Belle Isoult appeared to Sir Tristram. The Lady Belle Isoult stood upon the farther side of this chamber, so that the light from the windows shone full upon her face, and Sir Tristram perceived that she was extraordinarily beautiful, and rather like to a shining spirit than to a lady of flesh and blood. For she was clad altogether in white, and her face was like to wax for whiteness and clearness, and she wore ornaments of gold set with shining stones of divers colors about her neck and about her arms, so that they glistered with wonderful luster. Her eyes shone very bright and clear like one with a fever, and Sir Tristram beheld that there were channels of tears upon her face, and several tears stood upon her white cheeks, like to shining jewels hanging suspended there. So for a while Sir Tristram stood still without speaking, and regarded her from afar. Then after a while she spake, and said, "Sir, what is this you have done?" "Lady," he said, "I have done what God set me to do, though I would rather die than do it." She said, "Tristram, you have betrayed me." Upon the which she cried out in a very loud and piercing voice, "Lady, say not so." She said, "Tristram, tell me, is it better to fulfill this pledge you have made, knowing that in so doing you sacrifice both my happiness and your happiness to satisfy your pride of honor? Or is it better that you sacrifice your pride and break this promise, so that we may both be happy? Tristram, I beseech you to break this promise you have made, and let us be happy together." At this Sir Tristram cried out in a very loud voice, "Lady, did you put your hand into my bosom and tear my naked heart, you could not cause me so much pain as that which I this moment endure. It cannot be as you would have it, for it is thus with me. Were it but myself whom I might consider, I would freely sacrifice both my life and my honor for your sake. But it may not be so, lady, for I am held to be one of the chiefest of that order of knighthood to which I belong, wherefore I may not consider myself, but must ever consider that order. For if I should violate a pledge given upon my knighthood, then would I dishonor not myself, but that entire order to which I belong. For did I so, all the world would say, what virtue is there in the order of knighthood, when one of the chiefest of that order may violate his pledge when it pleases him to do so? So, lady, having assumed that great honor of knighthood, I must perform its obligations even to the uttermost. Yea, though in fulfilling my pledge I sacrifice both thee and myself." Then Belle Isoult looked upon Sir Tristram for some little while, and by she smiled very pitifully, and said, "Ah, Tristram, I believe I am more sorry for thee than I am for myself." "Lady," said Tristram, "I would God that I lay here dead before you. But I am not able to die, but am altogether strong and hale, only very sorrowful at heart." And therewith he turned and left that place. Only when he had come to a place where he was entirely by himself with no one but God to see him, he hid his face in his hands and wept, as though his heart were altogether broken. So it was that Sir Tristram fulfilled his pledge. Belle Isoult and Sir Tristram depart for Cornwall. After that King Angus furnished a very noble and beautiful ship, with sails of satin, embroidered with figures of divers sorts, and he fitted the ship in all ways such as became the daughter of a king and the wife of a king to embark upon. And that ship was intended for the Lady Belle Isoult and Sir Tristram, in which to sail to the court of Cornwall. And it was ordained that a certain very excellent lady of the court of the Queen, who had been attendant upon the Lady Belle Isoult when she was a little child, and who had been with her in attendance ever since that time, should accompany her to the court of Cornwall. And the name of this lady was the Lady Bragwaine. The Queen of Ireland provides a love potion for King Mark and Belle Isoult. Now the day before the Lady Belle Isoult was to take her departure from Ireland, the Queen of Ireland came to the Lady Bragwaine, and she bare with her a flagon of gold very curiously wrought. And the Queen said, "Bragwaine, here is a flask of a very singular and precious sort of an elixir. For that liquor it is of such a sort, that when a man and a woman drink of it together, they two shall thereafter never cease to love one another as long as they shall have life. Take this flask, and when you have come to Cornwall, and when the Lady Belle Isoult and the King Mark have been wedded, Then give them both to drink of this elixir, for after they have drunk, they shall forget all else in the world, and cleave only to one another. This I give to you to the intent that the Lady Iseult may forget Sir Tristram, and may become happy in the love of King Mark, whom she shall marry. Soon thereafter, the Lady Belle Iseult took leave of the king and queen, and entered into that ship that had been prepared for her. Thus with Sir Tristram and the Dame Bragwaine, and with their attendants, she set sail for Cornwall. Now it happened that, whilst they were upon that voyage, the Lady Bragwaine came of a sudden into the cabin of that ship, and there she beheld the Lady Belle Iseult lying on a couch weeping. Dame Bragwaine said, Lady, why do you weep? Whereunto the Lady Belle Iseult made reply, Alas, Bragwaine, how can I help but weep, seeing that I am to be parted from the man I love, and am to be married unto another whom I do not love? Dame Bragwaine laughed and said, Do you then weep for that? See, here is a wonderful flask, as if it were of precious wine. When you are married to the King of Cornwall, then you are to quaff of it, and he is to quaff of it, and after that you will forget all others in the world, and cleave only to one another. For it is a wonderful love potion, and it hath been given to me to use in that very way. Wherefore dry your eyes, for happiness may still lay before you. When the Lady Belle Iseult heard these words, she wept no more, but smiled very strangely. Then by and by she arose, and went away to where Sir Tristram was. When she came to him, she said, Tristram, will you drink a draught with me? He said, Yea, lady, though it were death in the draught. She said, There is not death in it, but something very different. And thereupon she went away into the cabin where that chalice aforesaid was hidden, and at that time Dame Bragwaine was not there. Then the Lady Belle Iseult took the flagon from where it was hidden, and poured the elixir out into a chalice of gold and crystal, and she brought it to where Sir Tristram was. When she had come there, she said, Tristram, I drink to thee. And therewith she drank the half of the elixir there was in the chalice. Then she said, Now drink the rest to me. Upon that Sir Tristram took the chalice, and lifted it to his lips, and drank all the rest of that liquor that was therein. Sir Tristram and Belle Iseult drank the love potion. Now immediately Sir Tristram had drunk the elixir, he felt it run like fire through every vein in his body. Thereupon he cried out, Lady, what is this you have given me to drink? She said, Tristram, that was a powerful love potion intended for King Mark and me. But now thou and I have drunk of it, and never henceforth can either of us love anybody in all of the world but the other. Then Sir Tristram catched her into his arms, and he cried out, Iseult! Iseult, what have you done to us both? Was it not enough that I should have been unhappy, but that thou shouldest chosen to be unhappy also? Thereat the Lady Belle Iseult both wept and smiled, looking up into Sir Tristram's face, and she said, Nay, Tristram, I would rather be sorry with thee than happy with another. He said, Iseult, there is so much woe in this for us both. She said, I care not, so I may share it with thee. Thereupon Sir Tristram kissed her thrice upon the face, and then immediately put her away from him, and he left her and went away by himself in much agony of spirit. Thereafter they reached the kingdom of Cornwall in safety, and the Lady Belle Iseult and King Mark were wedded with much pomp and ceremony, and after that there was much feasting and every appearance of rejoicing. End of Part 1, the 7th.
Tristram Part 2, First, of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Aaron Lebowitz. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. Introduction to the Book of Sir Tristram Part 2 and the Book of Sir Tristram Part 2 First. How Sir Lamorak of Gales came to Tintagel, and how he and Sir Tristram sware friendship together in the forest. Introduction. Part 2. The Story of Sir Tristram and Sir Lamorak. And now shall be told the story of Sir Tristram and Sir Lamorak of Gales, how they became brothers in arms, how Sir Lamorak took offence at Sir Tristram, and how they became reconciled once again. But first of all, you must know that Sir Lamorak of Gales was deemed to be one of the greatest knights alive. For it was said that there were 3 knights that were the greatest in all the world, and those 3 were Sir Launcelot of the Lake, Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, and Sir Lamorak of Gales. Sir Lamorak was the son of King Pellinore, whom it hath already been told in the book of King Arthur that he was the greatest knight during that time, and he was the brother of Sir Percival, of whom it is to be told hereafter that he was the peer even of Sir Launcelot of the Lake. So because that house produced 3 such great and famous knights, the house of King Pellinore hath always been singularly renowned in all histories of chivalry. For indeed there was not any house so famous as it, saving only the house of King Ban of Benwick, which brought forth those 2 peerless knights beyond all compare, to wit, Sir Launcelot of the Lake and Sir Galahad, who achieved the crest of the Sand Grail. So I hope you may find pleasure in the story of how Sir Tristram and Sir Lamorak became acquainted, and of how they became brothers in arms. Sir Tristram Part 2, First. After these happenings, Sir Tristram abode for a while at the court of Cornwall, for so King Mark commanded him to do, and he sought in every way to distract his mind from his sorrows by deeds of prowess. So during this time he performed several adventures of which there is not now space to tell you, but these adventures won such credit to his knighthood that all the world talked of his greatness. And ever as he grew more and more famous, King Mark hated him more and more, for he could not bear to see Sir Tristram so noble and so sorrowful with love of the Lady Belle Isoult. Also Sir Tristram took a great deal of time at chase with hawk and hound, for he hoped by means also of such sports to drive away in some measure his grief for the loss of Belle Isoult. Now the season whereof this chapter speaketh was in the autumn of the year, what time all the earth was glorious with the brown and gold of the woodlands. For anon, when the wind would blow, then the leaves would fall down from the trees like showers of gold, so that everywhere they lay heaped like flakes of gold upon the russet sward, lying dry and warm beneath the feet, and carpeting all the world with splendor. And the deep blue sky overhead was heaped full of white, slow-moving clouds, and everywhere the warm air was fragrant with the perfume of the forest, and at every strong breeze the nuts would fall pattering down upon the ground like hailstones. And because the world was so beautiful and so lusty, Sir Tristram took great pleasure in life, in spite of that trouble that lay upon him. And so he and his court rode very joyfully among the trees and thickets, making the woodlands merry with the music of winding horns, and loud calling voices, and with the baying of hounds, sounding like sweet tolling bells in the remoter aisles of the forest spaces. Thus Sir Tristram made sport all in one morning, in such an autumn season, and when noon had come he found himself to be an-hungered. So he gave orders to those who were in attendance upon him that food should be spread out at a certain open space in the forest. And therewith, in accordance with these orders, they in attendance immediately opened sundry hampers of wicker, and therefrom brought forth a noble pastry of venison, and manchets of bread and nuts and apples, and several flasks of flagons of noble wine of France and the Rhine countries. This abundance of good things they set upon a cloth as white as snow, which they had laid out upon the ground. Now just as Sir Tristram was about to seat himself at this goodly feast, he beheld, amid the thin, yellow foliage, that there rode through the forest path, not far away, a very noble-seeming knight, clad all in shining armor, and with vestments and trappings of scarlet, so that he shone like a flame of fire in the woodlands. Then Sir Tristram said to those who stood near him, Know ye who is yonder knight that rides alone? They say, No, lord, we know him not. Sir Tristram said, Go and bid that knight of his courtesy that he may come hither and eat with me. So 3 or 4 esquires ran to where the knight was riding, and in a little they came attending him to where Sir Tristram was, and Sir Tristram went to meet him. Then Sir Tristram said, Sir knight, I pray you for to tell me your name and degree, for it seems to me that you are someone very high in order of knighthood. Messire, quoth the other, I shall be very glad to tell you my name, if so be you will do the like courtesy unto me. I am Sir Lamorak of Gales, and I am son of the late King Pellinore, who was in his days held to be the foremost knight in this realm. I come to these parts seeking Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, of whose fame I hear told in every court of chivalry whither I go, for I have never beheld Sir Tristram, and I have a great desire to do so. Well, quoth Sir Tristram, meseems I should be greatly honored that you should take so much trouble for nothing else than that, for lo, I am that very Sir Tristram of Lyonesse whom you seek. Then Sir Lamorak immediately leaped down from his war-horse, and putting up the umbril of his helmet, he came to Sir Tristram, and took him by the hand, and kissed him upon the cheek. And Sir Tristram kissed Sir Lamorak again, and each made great joy of the other. After that, Sir Lamorak, with the aid of these esquires attendant upon Sir Tristram, put aside his armour, and bathed his face and neck and hands in the cold forest brook, as clear as crystal, that came brawling down out of the woodlands. Therewith, being greatly refreshed, he and Sir Tristram sat down to that bountiful feast together, and ate and drank with great joy and content of spirit. And whilst they ate, they made inquire of the other what he did, and each told the other many things concerning the goodly adventures that had befallen him. And after they were through eating and drinking, Sir Tristram took his harp in hand and sang several excellent ballads and roundels which he had made in honour of Belle Isoult, and Sir Lamorak listened, and made great applause at each song that Sir Tristram sang. And so each knight loved the other more and more the longer they sat together. Then, after a while, Sir Tristram said, Dear friend, let us swear brotherhood to one another, for I find that my heart goeth out to thee with a wonderful strength. Ha, Tristram, said Sir Lamorak, I would rather live in brotherhood with thee than with any man whom I know, for I find that the longer I am with thee, the greater and the stronger my love groweth for thee. Then Sir Tristram drew from his finger a very splendid ring, for the ring held an emerald carved into the likeness of a head of a beautiful woman, and that emerald was set into the gold of the ring. And Sir Tristram said, Give me that ring upon thy finger, O Lamorak, and take this ring in its stead, so we shall have confirmed our brotherhood to one another. Then Sir Lamorak did very joyfully as Sir Tristram bade him, and he took the ring that Sir Tristram gave him, and kissed it, and put it upon his finger. And Sir Tristram kissed the ring that Sir Lamorak gave him, and put it upon his finger. Thus they confirmed brotherhood with one another that day, as they sat together in the forest at feast, with the golden leaves falling about them. And so they sat together all that afternoon, and until the sun began to hang low in the west. After that they arose and took horse, and rode away together toward Tintagel, in great pleasure of companionship. Now all the court of Tintagel was greatly rejoiced at the presence of so famous a knight as Sir Lamorak of Gales, so there was great celebration upon that account, and everybody did the most that he was able to give pleasure to Sir Lamorak. And during the time that Sir Lamorak was at Tintagel, there were several joustings held in his honour, and in all these essays at arms Sir Lamorak himself took part, and overthrew everyone who came against him, so that he approved himself to be so wonderful a champion that all men who beheld his performance exclaimed with astonishment at his prowess. But from all these affairs at arms Sir Tristram held himself aloof, and would not take part in them, for he took such pleasure in Sir Lamorak's glory that he would not do anything that might imperil the credit that his friend thus gained by his prowess. For though Sir Tristram dearly loved such affairs, he would ever say to himself, Perhaps if I should enter the lists among my friends, it might be my mishap to overthrow him, and then his glory would be forfeited unto me. Now upon a certain time there was held a great day of jousting in honour of Sir Lamorak, and in that affair at arms 20 of the best knights, both of Cornwall and the country circumadjacent, took the field to hold it against all comers. Of these knights several were well-known champions, so that they maintained the field for a long while, to the great credit both of themselves and of Cornwall. But some while after the prime of day, there came Sir Lamorak into that field, and the day being cool and fresh, he was filled with a wonderful strength and spirit of battle. So he challenged first one of these Cornish champions and then another, and in all such challenges he was successful, so that he overthrew of those knights, the one after the other, 15 men, some of whom were sorely hurt in the encounter. Upon this, the other 5 of those champions, beholding the prowess and strength and skill of Sir Lamorak, said to one another, "Why should we venture against this man? Of a verity, this knight is no mere man, but a demon of strength and skill. Wherefore no man may hope to stand against him in an assault of arms. For lo, if he doth but touch a man with his lance, that man straightway falleth from his saddle." So they withdrew themselves from that encounter, and would not have to do with Sir Lamorak. Now at that time Sir Tristram was sitting with the court of the king, and not far from the Lady Belle Isoult, overlooking the meadow of battle. To him King Mark said, "Messire, why do you take no part against the king? Is it that you fear him?" To this Sir Tristram replied with great calmness, "Nay, I fear not him nor any man alive, and that you know, Lord, better than anyone in all the world." "I am glad to hear of your courage and fearlessness," quoth King Mark, "for meseems it is a great shame to all of us that this gentleman, who is a stranger amongst us, should win so much credit to the disadvantage of all the knights of Cornwall. Now, as you say, you have no fear of him. I pray you go down into the field and do battle with him in our behalf." So said King Mark, for he thought to himself, "Perhaps Sir Lamorak may overthrow Sir Tristram, and so bring him into disrepute with those who praise him so greatly." But Sir Tristram said, "No, I will not go down to battle against Sir Lamorak this day, whatever I may do another day. For I have sworn brotherhood to that noble and gentle champion, and it would ill beseem me to assault him now when he is weary and short of breath from this great battle which ye have done today against such odds. For if I should overthrow him now, it would bring great shame upon him. Some other day, in some other place, I may assay him in friendliness, with honor and credit both to myself and him." "Well," said King Mark, "as for that, I do not choose to wait, nor am I pleased that you should sit by and suffer this knight to carry away all the credit of arms from Cornwall, in despite of the knights of Cornwall. For not only would this be a great shame to the knights of Cornwall, of whom you are the acknowledged champion, but it would be equally a shame unto this lady whom you have fetched hither from Ireland to be Queen of Cornwall. So I lay this command upon you, not only because I am your king, but because I am he who made you knight, that you straightway go down into yonder meadow and do battle with this knight who beareth himself so proudly in our midst." Then Sir Tristram looked upon King Mark with great anger and bitterness, and he said, "This is great shame and despite which you seek to put upon me, by having such commands unto me. Verily, it would seem that in all ways you seek to put shame and sorrow upon me, and yet I have ever been your true knight, and have saved your kingdom from truage to Ireland, and have served you very faithfully in all ways. Would to God I had been made knight by any man in the world rather than you." At this King Mark smiled very bitterly upon Tristram. "Sirrah," quoth he, "meseems you speak very outrageously to me who am your king. Now I herewith command you to go straightway down into that field without any further words, and do my bidding against yonder knight." Then Sir Tristram groaned in spirit, and then he said, "I go." So Sir Tristram arose and went away from that place, very full of bitterness and anger against the king and his court. For whiles there were some of that court who were very sorry for the affront that King Mark had put upon him in public before the eyes of the entire court, yet there were others who smiled and were glad of his humiliation. For even so true and noble a gentleman as Sir Tristram, when he groweth great and famous, is like to have as many enemies as friends, for there are ever those who envy truth and nobility in a man, as well as others who hate meanness and falsity. And so Sir Tristram ever had many enemies whithersoever he went. And that also was the case with Sir Launcelot and Sir Lamorak, and with other noble knights at that time. But though Sir Tristram was so filled with indignation, he said nothing to any man, but went to his lodging and summoned Gouvernail, and bade Gouvernail to help him with his armor and his horse. Gouvernail said, "Lord, what would you do for to arm and horse yourself at this hour?" Sir Tristram made reply, "The king hath commanded me to do battle with Sir Lamorak, and yet Sir Lamorak is my very dear friend and sworn brother in arms. He is already weary with battle, and of a surety I shall be very likely to overthrow him in an assault at arms at this time." Gouvernail said, Lord, that would be great shame to you as well as to him. And Sir Lamorak said, Yea, it is great shame. Then Sir Gouvernail beheld Sir Tristram's face, how it was all filled with a passion of shame and indignation, and so he guessed what had passed, and held his peace. So when Sir Tristram was armed and mounted, he rode down into the meadow of battle, where was Sir Lamorak parading with great glory before the audience of all who looked down upon that field. But when Sir Lamorak beheld that it was Sir Tristram who came against him, he was greatly astonished, and cried out, Ha, Tristram, how is this? Is it you who come against me? Have you then forgot that I am your brother in arms and fellow of the Round Table? To this Sir Tristram said, Messire, I come not of my own free will, but only because I must needs come, being so commanded by the King of Cornwall. Very well, said Sir Lamorak, be it as you will, though I am very much surprised that you should do battle against me after all that hath passed betwixt us. More especially at this season when, as you very well know, I am weary and winded with battle. Thereupon, and without further parley, each knight took stand for the encounter at the position assigned to him. Then, when they were in all ways prepared, the marshal of the field blew upon his trumpet a call for the assault. So rushed those two together like stones, flung each out of a catapult, and therewith they two smote together in the midst of their course like to a clap of thunder. In that encounter the spear of Sir Lamorak brake into as many as 20 or 30 pieces, but the spear of Sir Tristram held, so that the horse of Sir Lamorak, which was very weary with the several charges he had made, was overthrown into a great cloud of dust. But Sir Lamorak did not fall with his steed, for he voided his saddle with a very wonderful agility and dexterity, so that he himself kept his feet, although his horse fell as aforesaid. Then he was filled with great rage and shame that he had been so overthrown before all those who looked upon him, wherefore he immediately drew his sword and cried out aloud, Come down, Sir Knight, and do battle with me afoot, for though my horse hath failed me because of his weariness, you shall find that my body shall not so fail me. But that while Sir Tristram sat very sorrowful, and he said, Nay, I will not have to do battle with thee again this day, for it was against my will that I came hither to do battle with thee. It is my shame that I did so. Wherefore I will not now do further battle with thee, but wait until tomorrow and until thou art fresh, and then I will give thee the chance of battle again. To this Sir Lamorak made answer very bitterly, Sir, I think you talk to amuse me, for first you put shame upon me in this encounter, and then you bid me wait till tomorrow ere I purge me of that shame. Now I demand of you that you do battle with me upon this moment, and not tomorrow. Sir Tristram said, I will not do battle with thee, Lamorak, for I have done wrong already, and I will not do more wrong. Upon this Sir Lamorak was so filled with anger that he scarce knew what to say or to do, wherefore he turned him to several who had come down into the meadow of battle, and he said, Hear ye all, and listen to my words. This knight came against me in this field after I had to do with 15 other knights. In that encounter he overthrew me, because of the weariness of my horse. Having done that unknightly deed, he now refuseth me any further test of battle, but allows me to lie beneath that shame which he put me under. Now I bid you who stand here to take this word to Sir Launcelot of the Lake. I bid ye tell Sir Launcelot that Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, having sworn brotherhood in arms to me, and being a fellow knight of the Round Table, hath come against me when I was weary with battle and he was fresh. Tell Sir Launcelot that so Sir Tristram overthrew me with shame to himself, and with discredit to me, and that he then refused me all satisfaction, such as one true knight should afford another. Then Sir Tristram cried out in a loud voice, I pray you hear me speak, Messire. But Sir Lamorak replied, I will not hear thee, and therewith turned and went away, leaving Sir Tristram where he was. And Sir Tristram sat there without movement, like to a statue of stone. After that Sir Lamorak did not tarry longer at Tintagel, but immediately left the king's court without making speech with anyone. And thereafter he went down to the seashore, and embarked in a boat with intent to sail to Camelot, where King Arthur was then holding court. For his heart was still so bitter against Sir Tristram that he intended to lay complaint against him before the court of chivalry at Camelot. But Sir Lamorak did not reach Camelot upon that voyage, for, whilst he was in passage, there suddenly arose a great tempest of wind, and in spite of all that the mariners could do, that small ship wherein he sailed was driven upon a cruel headland of rocks and cliffs, where it was dashed to pieces. But Sir Lamorak had foreseen that small boat was to be wrecked, wherefore, before the end came, he stripped himself entirely naked, and leaped into the waters, and swam for his life. So he swam for a long time, until he was well nigh exhausted upon the point of drowning in the waters. But at that moment he came by good hap to where there was a little bay of quiet water, whereinto he swam, and so made shift to come safe to land, but faint and weak, and so sick that he feared he was nigh to death. Then Sir Lamorak perceived that there was heather at that place growing upon the rocks of the hillside. So he crawled into the heather, and lay him down therein in the dry spot, and immediately fell into such a deep sleep of weariness that it was more like to the swoon of death than to slumber. Now the lord of that country whereunto Sir Lamorak had come was a very wicked knight, huge of frame, and very cruel and hard of heart. The name of this knight was Sir Nabon, surnamed Lenore, for he was very swarth of hue, and he always wore armor entirely of black. This knight had several years before slain the lord of that land, and had seized upon all the islands his own possession, and no one dared to come against him for to recover these possessions, for his prowess was so remarkable and his body so huge that all the world was afraid of him. So he dwelt there unmolested in a strong castle of stone built up upon a rock near to the seashore, whence he might behold all the ships that passed him by. Then, whenever he would see a ship pass by, he would issue forth his own ships, and seize upon that other vessel, and either levy toll upon it, or to sink it with all upon board. And if he found any folk of high quality aboard such a ship, that one he would seize and hold for ransom. So Sir Nabon made himself the terror of all that part of the world, and all men avoided the coast of so inhospitable a country. Such was the land upon which Sir Lamorak had been cast by the tempest. Now, while Sir Lamorak lay sleeping in the heather in that wise as aforetold, there came by that way several fisher folk. These, when they saw him lying there, thought at first that he was dead. But as they stood talking concerning him, Sir Lamorak was aware of their voices, and woke and sat up and beheld them. Then the chiefest of those fisher folk spake and said, "Who are you, and how came you here?" Him Sir Lamorak answered, "Alas, friend, I am a poor soul who was cast ashore from a shipwreck, naked as you see me. Now I pray you give me some clothes to cover my nakedness, and give me some food to eat, and lend me such succor as man may give to man in distress." Then the chief fisherman perceived the ring upon Sir Lamorak's finger that Sir Tristram had given him, and he said, "How got you that ring upon your finger?" Sir Lamorak said, "He who was my friend gave it to me." "Well," quoth the fisherman, "I will give you clothes to wear and food to eat, but if I do so, you must give me that ring that I see upon your hand. As for lending you aid, I must tell you that the lord of this island hath ordained upon peril of our lives that all who come hither must straightway be brought before him, to be dealt with as he may deem fitting. Wherefore, after I have fed you and clothed you, I must immediately take you to him." "Alas," quoth Sir Lamorak, "this is certes an inhospitable land into which I have come. Nevertheless, as I am naked and starving, I see that I have no choice other than that which ye put upon me." So therewith he gave the chief of the fisher folk the ring that Sir Tristram had given him, and in return the fishermen gave him such garments as they could spare to cover his nakedness, and they gave him black bread and cheese to eat, and bitter ale to drink from a skin that they carried with them. And after that they tied Sir Lamorak's hands behind his back. And so, having made him prisoner, they brought him to the castle of Sir Nabon, and before Sir Nabon, who was there at that time. Now it chanced that the swineherd of Sir Nabon's castle had been slain in the quarrel with one of his fellows, so that when Sir Nabon beheld Sir Lamorak, that he was big and sturdy of frame, he said, "I will spare this fellow his life, but I will make him my swineherd, so take ye him away, and let him herd my swine." So they led Sir Lamorak away, and he became swineherd to Sir Nabon, surnamed Lenore, and presently in a little while he grew so rough and so shaggy that his own mother would hardly known him had she beheld him. So endeth this adventure of Sir Lamorak, and now it shall be told how it befell with Sir Tristram, after Sir Lamorak had left Tintagel, as aforetold. End of Sir Tristram, Part 2, First.
Part 2, Second, of the Story of the Champions of the Round Table. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lilies Brander. The Story of the Champions of the Round Table by Howard Pyle. The Book of Sir Tristram, Part 2, Second. How Sir Tristram started to go to Camelot, and how he stayed by the way to do battle with Sir Narbon le Noir. Now after Sir Lamorak had quit the court of King Mark of Cornwall as aforetold, Sir Tristram was very sad at heart for a long while. Nevertheless, he tried to comfort himself by saying, "Well, it was not by my will that I did battle with my friend and brother in arms, for I had no choice as to that which I was compelled to do." So he spake to himself, and took what comfort he was able from such considerations, and that comfort was not very great. Then one day there came from Sir Launcelot of the Lake a letter in which Sir Launcelot said that he had heard that Sir Tristram had assailed Sir Lamorak, when that knight was weary and spent with battle. And in that letter Sir Launcelot further said, "It is very strange to me, messire, that such things should be said of you, and that by several mouths. Now I pray you, set this matter right, for I do not choose to have such a thing said of you, that you would wait until a knight was weary with fighting before you would do battle with him. Moreover, Sir Lamorak is your sworn brother at arms, and a fellow knight of the Round Table, and is, besides, one of the noblest and gentlest knights in Christendom. Wherefore I beseech you to set this matter right, so that those who accuse you of unknightliness may be brought to confusion." So wrote Sir Launcelot, and at those words Sir Tristram was cast into a great deal of pain and trouble of spirit, for he wist not how to answer the letter of Sir Launcelot's, so as to make the matter clear that night. Wherefore he said, "I will straightway go to Camelot and to Sir Launcelot, and will speak to him by word of mouth, and so will make him understand why I did that which I had to do." So when the next day had come, Sir Tristram arose and took horse and rode away from Tintagel with intent to betake himself to Camelot, where King Arthur was then holding court, and where he might hope to find Sir Launcelot abiding. And Sir Tristram took no companion with him, not even Gouvernail. And now I shall tell you how Sir Tristram rode. The way that he took led him down by the seashore, and by to a deep forest, which was then nearly altogether devoid of leaves, so that the branches above him were in some places like to the meshes of a net spread against the sky. Here that young knight rode upon a deep carpet of leaves, so that the steps of his war horse were silenced save only for the loud and continued rustling of his footfalls in the dry and yellow foliage. And as Sir Tristram rode, he sang several songs in praise of the Lady Belle Isoult, chanting in a voice that was both clear and loud and very sweet, and that sounded to a great distance through the deep, silent aisles of the forest. Thus he travelled, anon singing as aforetold of, and anon sang in meditation. So travelling until the day declined and the early grey of the evening began to fall. Then he began to bethink him how he should spend the night, and he thought he would have to sleep abroad in the forest. But just as the grey of the evening was fading away into darkness, he came to a certain place of open land, where, before him, he perceived a tall castle, partly of stone and partly of red bricks, built up upon a steep hill of rocks, and upon one side of this castle was the forest, and upon the other side was the wide and open stretch of sea. And Sir Tristram perceived that there were lights shining from several windows of that castle, and that all within was aglow with red as of a great fire in the hall of the castle. And at these signs of good cheer, his heart was greatly expanded with joy that he should not after all have to spend that night in the darkness and in the chill of the autumn wilds. So Sir Tristram set spurs to his good horse and rode up to the castle, and made request for rest and refreshment for the night. Then, after a little parley, the drawbridge was lowered, and the portcullis was raised, and he rode with a great noise into the stone-paved courtyard of the castle. Thereupon there came several attendants of the castle, and took his horse and aided him to descend from the saddle. And then other attendants came and led him away into the castle, and so to an apartment where there was a warm bath of tepid water, and where were soft towels and napkins of linen for to dry himself upon after he was bathed. And when he had bathed and refreshed himself, there came still other attendants bearing soft warm robes for him in which to clothe himself after his journey. And Sir Tristram clothed himself, and felt greatly at his ease, and was glad that he had come to that place. For thus it was that worthy knights like Sir Tristram travelled the world in those days so long ago, and so they were received in castle and hall with great pleasure and hospitality. For all folk knew the worth of these noble gentlemen, and were glad to make them welcome whithersoever they went. And so I have told you how Sir Tristram travelled, that you might, perchance, find pleasure in the thought thereof. Now, after Sir Tristram had refreshed himself and clothed himself as aforesaid, there came the steward of the castle and besought him that he would come to where the lady of the castle was awaiting him for to welcome him. And Sir Tristram went with the steward, and the steward brought him where the lady sat at a table prepared for supper. And Sir Tristram perceived that the lady was very beautiful, but that she was clad in the deep weeds of a widow. When the lady perceived Sir Tristram, she arose and went to meet him, and gave him welcome, speaking in a voice both soft and very sweet. "Messire," quoth she, "I am grieved that there is no man here to welcome you in such a manner as is fitting. But alas, as you may see by the weeds in which I am clad, I am alone in the world, and without any lord of the castle to do the courtesies thereof as is fitting. Yet, such as I am, I give you welcome with my entire heart." "Lady," quoth Sir Tristram, "I give you gramercy for your courtesy, and indeed I am grieved to see you in such sorrow as your dress foretells. Now, if there is any service I may render to you, I beseech you to call upon me for whatever aid I may give you." "Nay," quoth she, "there is nothing you can do to help me." And therein the lady, who was hight Lois, took Sir Tristram by the hand and led him to the table and sat him down beside her. Then straightway there came sundry attendants and set a noble feast before them with good excellent wines, both white and red, and they two ate and drank together with great appetite and enjoyment. Now after that feast was over and done, Sir Tristram said, "Lady, will you not of your courtesy tell me why you wear the weeds of sorrow in which you are clad? This I ask, not from idle humour, but because, as I said before, I may happily be able to aid you in whatever trouble it is under which you lie." "Alas, Sir Knight," quoth she, "my trouble lieth beyond your power to aid or to amend. For can you conquer death, or can you bring the dead back to life again? Nevertheless, I will tell you what my sorrow is, and how it came unto me. You must know that some distance away across the sea, which you may behold from yonder window, there lies an island. The present lord of that island is a very wicked and cruel knight, huge of frame and big of limb, hight Sir Narbon, surnamed Le Noir. One time the noble and gentle knight, who was my husband, was the lord of that island and the castle thereon, and of several other castles and manors and estates upon this mainland as well. But one evil day, when I and my lord were together upon that island, this Sir Narbon came thither by night, and with certain evil disposed folk of the island he overcame my lord and slew him very treacherously. Me also he would have slain, or else have taken into shameful captivity. But hearing the noise of that assault in which my lord was slain, I happily escaped, and so, when night had come, I got away from that island with several attendants who were faithful to me, and thus came to this castle where we are. Since that time Sir Narbon has held that castle as his own, ruling it in a very evil fashion. For you are to know that the castle sits very high upon the crags, overlooking the sea, and whenever a vessel passeth by that way, Sir Narbon goeth forth to meet it. And upon some of these crafts he levies toll, and other ships he sinks after slaying the mariners and sailor folk who may by evil hap be aboard thereof. And if any one is by chance cast ashore upon that island, that one he either slays or holds for ransom, or makes thereof a slave for to serve him. Because of this, very few ships now go by that way, for all people shun the coast of so evil a country as that. So Sir Narbon took that land away from me, nor have I any kin who will take up this quarrel for me, and so I must endure my losses as best I may. Ha! Quoth Sir Tristram, and is there then no good knight champion in this country who will rid the world of such an evil being as that Sir Narbon of whom you speak? Nay, said the lady, there is no one who cares to offer challenge to that knight, for he is as strong, as doughty as he is huge of frame, and he is as fierce and cruel as he is strong and masterful, wherefore all men hold him in terror and avoid him. Well, said Sir Tristram, meseems it is the business of any knight to rid the world of such a monster as that, whatever may be the danger to himself. Now, as there is no knight hereabouts who has heart to undertake such an adventure, I myself shall undertake it so soon as tomorrow shall have come. Sir, said the lady, I beseech you to think twice before you enter into such an affair as that, or rather be ruled by me and do not undertake this quest at all, for I misdoubt that anyone could conquer this huge and powerful champion, even if that knight was such as Sir Launcelot of the Lake, or Sir Tristram of Loomans. At this Sir Tristram laughed with great goodwill, and he said, Lady, do you not then know who I am? Nay, said she, I know you not. Well, said Sir Tristram, then I may tell you that I am that Sir Tristram of Loomans, of whom you spoke just now, and as I also tell you that I shall undertake this adventure tomorrow morning. Now, when the lady found that the stranger she had taken in was Sir Tristram of Loomans, she made great exclamation of surprise and pleasure at having him at that place, for at that time all the world was talking of Sir Tristram's performances. So she took great pleasure and pride that her castle should have given him shelter. She made many inquiries concerning his adventures, and Sir Tristram told her all she asked of him. Then the lady said, Monsieur, I hear tell that you sing very sweetly, and that you are a wonderful harper upon the harp. Now, will you not chant for me a song or two or three? And Sir Tristram said, Lady, I will do whatsoever you ask me that may give you pleasure. So the lady bade them bring a harp, and they did so. And Sir Tristram took the harp and set it before him, and tuned it and played upon it, and sang so sweetly that they of the castle said, Certes, this is no knight-errant who sings, but an angel from paradise who hath come among us, for surely no one save an angel from paradise could sing so enchantingly. So passed that evening very pleasantly until the hours waxed late. Then Sir Tristram retired to a very noble apartment, where a soft couch spread with flame-coloured linen had been prepared for him, and where he slept a soft sleep without disturbance of any kind. Now when the next morning had come, Sir Tristram armed himself and mounted upon his war-horse, and rode him to a certain place on the shore. There he found some mariners in haven with a large boat, and to these he paid 10 pieces of silver money to bear him across the sea, to that island where Sir Nabon le Noir abided. At first these mariners said they would not sail to such a coast of danger and death, but afterward they said they would, and they did do so. But still they would not bring Sir Tristram to land nigh to the castle, but only at a place that was a great way off, and where they deemed themselves to be more safe from the cruel lord of that land. As for Sir Tristram, he made merry with their fear, saying, "It is well that we who are knights errant have more courage than you who are sailor men, else it would not be possible that monsters such as this Sir Nabon should ever be made an end of." Upon this the captain of these sailors replied, "Well, monsieur, for the matter of that, it is true that mariners such as we have not much courage, for we are the first of our order who have dared to come hither. But it is also true that you are the first errant knight who has ever had courage to come hither. So what say you for the courage of your own order?" And at that Sir Tristram laughed with great goodwill and rode his way. Thereafter he rode forward along the coast of that land for several leagues, with the noise of the sea ever beating in his ears, and the shrill clamour of the sea-fowl ever sounding in the air about him. By and by he came to a place of certain high fells, and therefrom perceived before him in the distance a tall and forbidding castle, standing upon a high headland of the coast, and the castle was built of stone, that was like the rocks upon which it stood, so that at first one could not tell whether what one beheld was a part of the cliffs or whether it was the habitation of man. But when Sir Tristram had come somewhat nearer, he perceived the windows of the castle shining against the sky, and he saw the gateway thereof, and the roofs and the chimneys thereof, so that he knew that it was a castle of great size and strength, and no wall of rock, as he had at first supposed it to be. And he wist that this must be the castle of that wicked and malignant knight Sir Nabon, whom he sought. Now, as Sir Tristram wended his way toward the castle by a crooked path, meditating how he should come at Sir Nabon for to challenge him to battle, he was by and by aware of a fellow clad in pied black and white, who walked along the way in the direction that he himself was taking. At the first that fellow was not aware of Sir Tristram. Then presently he was aware of him and turned him about, and beheld that the strange knight was riding rapidly down toward him upon a horse. Then at first that fellow stood like one struck with amazement, but in a moment he cried out aloud, as with a great fear, and instantly turned again and ran away, yelling like one who had gone mad. But Sir Tristram thundered after him at speed, and in a little came up with him, and catched him by the collar of his jerkins, and held him fast. And Sir Tristram said, "Fellow, who are you?" "Lord," quoth the fellow, "I am an attendant upon the knight of yonder castle, which same is hight Sir Nabon surnamed le Noir." Then Sir Tristram said, "Sirrah, why did you run from me when you first beheld me?" And the fellow replied, "Messire, you are the first stranger who has dared to come hither to this country. Wherefore, seeing you, and seeing that you rode upon horseback, and not knowing how you came to this land, I wist not whether you were a man of flesh and blood, or whether you were a spirit come hither for to punish us for our sins, so I ran away from you." "Well," said Sir Tristram, "as you see, I am no spirit, but a man of flesh and blood. Yet I have great hope that I have indeed been sent hither for to punish those who have done evil. For I come hither seeking the knight of yonder castle, for to do battle with him in behalf of that lady whose lord he slew so treacherously as I have heard tell. And I hope to take away from him this island, and return it to the Lady Lois, to whom it belongeth. Alas, monsieur, quoth the fellow, this is for you a very sorry quest upon which you have come. For this Sir Nabon whom you seek is accounted to be the most potent knight in all of the world. Yea, he is held to be a bigger knight than even Sir Launcelot of the Lake, or Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, or Sir Lamorak of Gales. Wherefore I beseech you to turn about and go away whither you have come, whilst there is still the chance for you to escape. Grant mercy for your pity, good fellow, quoth Sir Tristram, and may God grant that it may not be deserved. Nevertheless, in spite of the danger in this quest, I am still of the same mind as I was when I came hither. So do you presently go to your lord and tell him from me that a knight hath come to do battle with him upon the behalf of the lady to whom this island by rights belongeth. Therewith Sir Tristram let the fellow go, and he ran off with great speed and so away to the postern of the castle, and entered in and shut the door behind him. Now, at that time Sir Nabon le Noir was walking along the wall of the castle, and his son, who was a lad of 17 years, was with him. There the messenger from Sir Tristram found him and delivered his message. Thereupon Sir Nabon looked over the battlements and down below, and he beheld that there was indeed a tall and noble knight seated upon horseback in a level meadow that reached away, descending inland from the foot of the crags whereon the castle stood. But when Sir Nabon perceived that a stranger knight had dared to come thus into his country, he was filled with amazement at the boldness of that knight that he wist not what to think. Then presently a great rage got hold upon him, and he ground his teeth together, and the cords on his neck stood out like knots on the trunk of a tree. For a while he stood so bereft of speech. Then anon he roared out in a voice like that of a bull, crying to those who were near him, Go, haste ye! Fetch me straightway my horse and armour, and I will go immediately forth and so deal with yonder champion of ladies that he shall never take trouble upon their account again. Then those who were in attendance upon Sir Nabon were terrified at his words, and ran with all speed to do his bidding, and presently fetched his armour and clad him in it. And they fetched his horse into the courtyard of the castle and helped him to mount upon it. And lo, the armour of Sir Nabon was as black as ink, and the great horse upon which he sat was black, and all the trappings and furniture of the armour and of the horse were black, so that from top to toe he was altogether as black, and as forbidding as death himself. So when Sir Nabon was thus in all wise prepared for battle, the portcullis of the castle was lifted up, and he rode forth to meet Sir Tristram, and his young son rode with him as his squire. Then all the people of the castle gathered together upon the walls to see that battle that was to be, and not one of those several score of folk thought otherwise than that Sir Tristram would certainly be overcome in that encounter. Sir Nabon rode straight up to Sir Tristram. He said very fiercely, Sirrah, what is it brings you hither to this land? As to that, said Sir Tristram, the messenger whom I have sent to you hath, I believe, told you what I came for, and that it is to redeem this island from your possession, and to restore it to the Lady Lois, to whom it belongeth. Likewise that I come to punish you for all the evil you have done. And what business is all this of yours? Quoth Sir Nabon, speaking with great fury of voice. Messire, quoth Sir Tristram, know ye not that it is the business of every true knight to rid the world of all such evil monsters as you be? Ha! Quoth Sir Nabon, that was very well said, for whatever mercy I should have been willing before this to show you hath now been forfeited unto you. For now I shall have no mercy upon you, but shall slay you. Well, quoth Sir Tristram, as for that, meseems it will be time enough to offer me mercy after you have overcome me in battle. So thereupon each knight took his place for assault. And when they were in all ways prepared, each set spurs to his horse and dashed the one against the other, with a dreadful, terrible fury of onset. Each smote the other in the very midst of his shield, and at that blow the lance of each was altogether shivered into pieces to the very truncheon thereof. But each knight recovered his horse from the fall, and each leaped to earth and drew his sword, and each rushed against the other with such fury that it was as though sparks of pure fire flew out from the oculariums of the helmets. Therein they met together, and each lashed and smote at the other such fell strokes that the noise thereof might easily have been heard several furlongs away. Now in the beginning of the battle, Sir Tristram was at first sore bestead, and wist that he had met the biggest knight that ever he had encountered in all of his life, unless it was Sir Launcelot of the Lake, whom he had encountered as foretold of in this history. So at first he bore back somewhat from the might of the blows of Sir Narbon, for Sir Narbon was so huge of frame, and the blows he struck were so heavy that they drove Sir Tristram back as it were in spite of himself. Then Sir Tristram began to say to himself, Tristram, if you indeed lose this battle, then there will be no one to defend your honour before Sir Launcelot. He hath impeached it. Therein it was as though new strength and life came back to him, and of a sudden he rushed the battle and struck with threefold fury, and gave stroke upon stroke with such fierceness of strength that Sir Narbon was astonished and fell back before his assault. Then Sir Tristram perceived how Sir Narbon held his shield passing low, and therewith he rushed in upon him and smote him again and yet again, and so he smote Sir Narbon down upon his knees. Then he rushed in upon him and catched his helmet and plucked it off from his head, and he catched Sir Narbon by the hair of his head and drew his head forward, and Sir Tristram lifted his sword on high, and he smote Sir Narbon's head from off his body, so that it rolled down into the dust upon the ground. Now, when the son of Sir Narbon perceived how that his father was slain, he shrilled like a woman, and he fell down upon his knees and crawled upon his knees to Sir Tristram, and catched him about the thighs, crying out to him, Spare me and slay me not. But Sir Tristram thrust him away and said, Who art thou? Messire, said the youth, I am the son of him whom thou hast just slain. Then Sir Tristram looked closely into his face, and he perceived that it was wicked and treacherous and malevolent, like to the face of Sir Narbon. Thereupon Sir Tristram said, If a man shall slay the wolf and spare the whelp of the wolf, what shall the world be the better thereof? Therewith he catched the son of Sir Narbon by the hair, and dragged him down, and smote off his head likewise, as he had smitten off the head of his father, so that he fell upon the ground beside the head of Sir Narbon. And now it shall be told how Sir Tristram discovered Sir Lamorak upon the island, and how he made amends to him, so that they became friends and brethren in arms once more as they had been before. End of Part 2, Second, of the Book of Sir Tristram. Recording by Lily Sprander.